Greetings, dear chess fans. We are going live to you from the beautiful Biel, Bienne, the duolingual city of Biel. We are here in the Congress Center, and it's a very nice summer here in Switzerland. We are live for the Grandmaster Triathlon, one of the 15 different tournaments that's happening right now for the 59th International Biel Chess Festival. And we are your hosts for today and for the whole tournament. My name is Angelika Valkova, and so happy to be joined by Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. Arturs, it's already round 3 of the classical portion. Are you excited?
Of course. Classical tournament is probably the best part of the triathlon. There's 3 events in total: the classical, rapid, and blitz. This is essentially the second stage of the 3. And it feels like we have reached the equator of the tournament. The starting fever for some of the players is over. Somebody didn't really get in the rhythm. But right now, this is the perfect point, the perfect moment for the players to get some of those precious points, because we have pretty clear leaders in both Masters and Generation Challengers tournaments.
Let's pull up the standings, which are right now till the round number 3. So as you were saying, the equator, the middle of the tournament. In Generations Challenge, we see the clear lead of Václav Finek with 13.5 points. He's an international master, but he already fulfilled all the requirements to become a grandmaster. 3.5 points behind him is Marco Materia, the French international master, also together with Xiao Tong, grandmaster from China, and it's Carissa Yup together with Alexandra Kosniuk, who are 3 points behind them on the last spot. Unfortunately for Vaishali, it's her with 3.5 points. Will she be able to catch up? Tough question to answer.
A lot of questions will be answered, obviously, today. When we go back to the Masters tournament, we have 2 leaders. It is the Armenian Super GM and the 4th highest rated player in the history of chess, Levon Aronian, who is here in Biel. He's sharing the lead together with a 3-time Biel Chess Festival winner Lim Le with 12 points. Adin Soleimanli is still within the striking distance, because once again a victory in the classical tournaments bags you 4 points. For Jezer Domos, Matthias Bluban and Jose Martinez, this is also an excellent chance to score those precious 4 points and get closer to the leading players.
And let's see the current pairings for the round 3, because we're going to kind of try to speculate, what might happen. For example, if Jose Martinez, who is on the last rank, suddenly wins today, because in the Masters he's facing with the white pieces against Levon Aronian, then he will get extra 4 points. He will be even closer and closer. The more wins you get, the more points you get. Matthias Bluban with white pieces against Aydin Soleimanli, one of the top matches also to follow for sure. And it's Jezek Dogmush, who has not been doing so well in the rapid, but he was solid in the classical. 2 draws so far with some winning chances, winning opportunities. Yesterday he dodged the bullet against Levon Aronian, but today he's facing the 3-time Grandmaster Triathlon champion of Biel, Lim Le, who is on the streak of the 2 wins. Will he continue the streak? That's a big question, and you don't want to face someone who is on the streak.
Somehow the Biel Chess Festival, the Vietnamese Grandmaster, brings his A game every single year he plays here. He loves the setting. But when we talk about the Generations Challengers tournament, a very big matchup is obviously Xiao Tong against Václav Finek, because Finek is ahead of the Chinese Grandmaster by 3.5 points. If the Chinese player is going to win this game, this means he might overtake the leader. Carissa Yip is going to take on Marco Materia, also another quite important matchup which might affect the top rankings. But for Alexander Kosniuk versus Vaishali, it's a battle for principle. Maybe for one of them, it's the last chance not to be left behind.
For Vaishali, definitely it is, because she's right now having 3.5 points, 10 points behind Václav Finek, who is in the first spot. So yes, so many tough matchups, and as we were mentioning, the format of the event is implying that players will try to play some, risky lines, go all in, maybe in some positions to get those precious 4 points. 2 draws together will be just 3 points, which is 1 point less than 1 victory. So it's better sometimes even to lose 1 game and to win another to get more points. Arturs, what would be your strategy?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably take some calculated risks and see how it goes. Speaking about Alexandra Kosniuk versus Vaishali, this is not their first encounter. However, Alexandra has been playing really well against the current World Championship challenger because, I mean, Vaishali is going to face the world champion Juve in June later this year for the World Championship match. So far in the classical games for Kostanyuk, it's 2 victories and 2 draws. But what I find it really to be interesting, she has played all the classical games with the white color.
Oh, that's very interesting. And today, Alexandra has white pieces against Vaishali. We also see in the playing hall a lot of people gathering. As we were mentioning, a lot of events are happening. Right now, in the playing hall, it's MTO Masters Open tournaments. It's ATO Amateurs Open tournament. There are also other events which are happening at the different times. For example, in the morning, there was a freestyle chess open event. Later, there are going to be also the Wix tournament, the events which are lasting only 5 days. If you, dear viewers, if you would like to experience the atmosphere of the beautiful Biel Chess Festival, please join us next year. I mean, if you're still here, you can also, by the way, join next week, because that's when the tournament is starting. If you don't have 2 weeks of time, because that's how long we are here, you can just be here just for 1 week.
Yeah, I think it's really a great opportunity because, I mean, it's not all about the Masters and Generation Challengers tournament because, like Angelika, you said, 15 tournaments in total. Pretty much any chess fan can find something here that he truly enjoys. Also, the next year, by the way, the Biel Chess Festival is going to be celebrating 60th anniversary. So I'm pretty sure that the organizing team is going to try to find something exciting and special. Another extra reason why you should come here to the chess capital of Switzerland, at least this summer. The players are slowly gathering here. As you can see, not everybody in the Masters and Generation Challengers tournament is there. This is the stage where the main event is playing. And I think also for the players, Angelika, it does feel a bit special to be up there, play your A game while everybody is following your moves.
Absolutely, I fully agree, Arturs. And also, we see right now, Matthias Luam is already getting seated, getting ready to face Aydin Suleimanli. I mean, for Aydin, I mean, he had quite a nice tournament in Chess 960 and Rapid 2 last days. I mean, there were always some ups and downs in his game, but will he be able to get his first victory? And I think it's a bit more tougher with the black pieces. But for Matthias, you know, he was so solid yesterday with his preparation, probably back from the Candidates 2026, just such a fresh preparation, but he couldn't stand against Lim Le, who, by the way, was just passing our camera. And yeah, for him, it's important also to strike back in the tournament and to get more points.
Yeah, so the players are getting ready. The time control is a long one, 2 hours for the 40 moves. By the way, no increment, which typically leads to some excitement. Typically, when the players get to the move 40, then they get extra half an hour if they have successfully made to move 40, and also extra plus 30 seconds per move. And here we see Jezer Domush. This time, by the way, I think this is the first day I'm not seeing him in a suit. And he's going to take on the 3-time winner, Lim Le, who is in a great shape here.
Yeah, that's what I also wanted to mention. You know, Jez is coming fully dressed in white today, or at least, you know, light colors, playing white pieces, and Lim Le is in the dark. Okay, it's not black, but you see handshake, the game is starting. What we'll see as the first move, which approach will Jezer Domush go for?
They have not really played any prior classical games before, but yeah, we are going to see what's going to be their choice. By the way, C4, I see the English opening has been played before. Their rapid game, you might remember that Lim Le convincingly won with the white color. This is where Domush was trying to play some Benko, some Gambit. It quite didn't really work, but yeah, okay, here, C4 English opening. Is it going to be E5, trying to get reverse Sicilian, or something E6, D5? Actually, I think Angelika, the Vietnamese grandmaster, prefers the E6, D5 setup in his most of his games.
Yeah, definitely going for more flexible approach. See what white wants to do. We have seen already a similar pawn structure already yesterday. We had a lot of the openings which transposed to the D4, also starting with a C4. And Lim Le is for sure one of the... Ooh, and we have C5. After 1 minute of thought, he plays C5 in this
It's not
position.
a bad move, yeah?
Ooh, of course it's not a bad move, but it's surprising, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, some people like to play like this. It's a very solid choice. B3. Okay, like It feels like Yes is inviting his opponent immediately to have some sort of improvised chess because maybe Lim Le has played his c7, c5 fair share of games. I don't immediately recall, but c4, c5, b3 is not your main way. How do you play it here? I think instead of the b3, some of the most typical ideas for white is to play knight f3, play either d4, knight f3, knight c3. Sometimes you play g3. Sometimes you play knight f3, ed4. There's naturally many setups that the white can choose, but b3 is not the main continuation here.
And we see Liam is now taking his time. You see he moved closer to the board and he's trying to recall. And if some player did, surprise us with some unique preparations, it was Lim Le. He also surprised in some rapid games. And yesterday, the first round of the classical. So in the classical, he was absolutely amazing. In the first round, finding these ideas with the g5, then later some novelty with rook h6. Yesterday, trying to outplay and outplaying finally Matthias Blübaum in some very, very solid lines for black. And now he is surprised.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even immediately recall like what is black supposed to do here. Definitely there's a couple of moves. There's moves like knight f6. Do you go for d5? Do you play knight f6 and g6? Do you play knight f6, b6, bishop b7? Do you play knight f6, e6, d5? There are many continuations and not necessarily there's like one correct continuation. I have a feeling that this is going to be one of those games, Angelika, where the players will be improvising quite early on. And I think it's also a very good opportunity for us just to jump to the next game and see what's happening there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go immediately to the next game. Do we have Jose Martinez against Levon Aronian? Levon Aronian is the leader of the tournament, and for Jose Martinez, since he lost the first round, it's also a good opportunity to try to strike back. But yesterday, we have seen he was in the trouble against Aydin Suleiman Lee. He was much worse, and eventually he managed to survive that endgame. So I think this is a good moment for him also to recover in the tournament and try to strike. But how do you do it against someone like Levon Aronian, one of the most experienced, the most experienced players in the field here, and one of the most creative chess players in the history of chess?
Yeah, probably just play your A game and don't really worry about how to complicate things, because definitely Aronian is going to help you in some way because he's such a creative player. But speaking about the opening choice, Angelika, it's a bit surprising because Aronian played the Petrov defense. He has played pretty much everything during his career, but Petrov defense, that is a bit surprise to me.
Yeah, that's a surprise, he plays knight f6 as a second move, so e4, e5, that's what we see, knight f3 and knight f6, offering white to take the pawn on e5, and then after d6 is the black the one who is taken. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised for this more solid approach, if we can say, in the opening. Yeah,
it's definitely very solid. It also has a reputation that black is trying to, make a draw. Like not necessarily always, but that's the word. And I once was doing commentary with the legendary Judith Polgar, and we were discussing about Petrov defense, and she said, when you play with a white color with e4, you lose against black any opening. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. So okay, you lost it, you did your best, but somehow when you play against the Petrov and then you lose, you feel really bad about it because in Petrov, black is like trying to be very solid, copy your moves, play symmetrical chess, and yeah, then you really feel bad about it. By the way, we have a complete symmetricality on the board. One thing I would like to notice here, this move d3, knight f6, and d4, it's not the main continuation, but obviously it's playable.
And we have d5 on the board, similar pawn structure as if we would have the exchange range in the position. So if players would start with the e4, e6, so we could get to the same exactly position, and that's also known to be pretty calm opening. So yeah, you're pointing out.
Very good point. I think it actually works like this. So let's say knight f3 or bishop d3, knight f6, knight f3, knight f6, bishop d3, we get exactly to the same position.
Maybe the only thing for black that there could be a choice, potentially playing something like knight e7 later on to bishop d6, knight e7, bishop f5, offering a trade. But other than that, not much change in the position, but knight f6 is definitely a solid move. So we had d5 played.
Right. So this is the current position. Bishop d3, bishop d6 is played, and the
Yeah.
players are trying to figure out now what to do.
Yeah, there are many ideas, and one more time we have the full symmetry in this position. Bishop on d3, bishop on d6, knight f3, knight f6. I mean, all the pieces are being fully symmetrical, and now the big question is, because now is white's turn, will white try to differentiate in this position? Will white try to do something else? Because I see that there could be definitely castle, castle. That's how we can continue. And again, position is going to be equal. So if both sides castle, again, we have the same symmetry. But also there are such moves as h3, pretty tricky, not to allow any kind of bishop g4 in the position. And that's what you want to do. You want to play against that light squared bishop on c8 from white's perspective, and from black against the bishop on c1.
Yeah, it's a very reasonable idea. I think that typically in these positions, especially white, I'm not sure if black will be able to do it in time. Black is having some problems with this bishop, because you see these squares are not really so good. f5 already is contested, and bishop g4, very often, even in some Karakans, black tries to solve this problem playing bishop g4, bishop h5, bishop g6. Also, it's one of the themes in the Queen's Gambit Declined exchange, where the so-called Cospet structure variation. And yeah, h3, it's absolutely a thing. And again, let us not be fooled about the symmetricality of the position, because you see white still has an extra tempo. There's many setups to choose, and everything is re-evaluated. Of course, not king f1, but short castle was just played by the Mexican grandmaster.
Will we see another short castle by Levon Aroyan to have complete symmetry for one extra move? So definitely it's possible, and he's immediately castling. He does it, he does it. Okay, so we keep on having symmetry in the position. It's funny, you know. I'm just wondering who will be the next person to break the symmetry in the position. Will it be like some bishop g5 or h3 or... By the way, is there some kind of c4? Probably it's already too late for c4 ideas in this position, because then you would just lose time. Yeah, bishop g5.
Actually, I think c4 is a very reasonable idea. Yeah, so it is possible, but after bishop g5, I think something else is going to happen. And here Aronian immediately responded with bishop g4. So far, players are copying the moves, but we already know this, that at some point it has to end, because this one move advantage is really going to matter.
Definitely. I mean, you have to play at some moment something else other than repeating. And yeah, bishop g4 has been played. Again, everything is in a full symmetry. But while the player is still not breaking the symmetry, I would suggest to move on to another game that we haven't checked in the Masters tournament yet. And it's Matthias Blubaum against Aydin Suleimanli.
All right.
For Matthias, very important game. Oh.
Yeah, this is I don't know what this is. Nimzo.
This is a Nimzo, and actually I might recall it was played by, I think, Hikaru against Fabiano at some moment, and this knight f4, there was a big analysis about this idea of the move. But anyway, let's start from the beginning.
Let's do it. d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3. Okay, this is immediately declaration of war, because white wants to grab the center, the so-called Nimzo. Knight c3 is threatened to play e4, and black pretty much has to respond with either d5 or bishop b4. And here instead, yeah, bishop b4 was chosen. e3, b6. I think this is one of the main continuations here. Knight ge2. Yeah, knight g2 is very fancy move here. What white wants to do, white wants to play a3, allow black to take on c3 and recapture with the knight. Do not spoil the pawn structure, but of course, I mean, nowadays you can play everything, and even in these positions, sometimes people even play a3, force black to take on c3, ruin the pawn structure, but play the longer game like we saw in the World Championship match, like the Nimzo. Was a very big discussion between Ding Liren and Jan Nepomniachtchi. This already was several years ago.
Definitely, and thank you so much.
That was our producer.
Best producer, yeah.
Fixing things for us.
Yeah,
he's the best.
Yeah. You're simply the best. So, okay. knight g2 has been played. Now bishop a6, pointing out that after knight g2, the pawn on c4 is the target. So what do you have to do? Can you play a3 attacking the bishop? Because now if bishop takes on c3, of course, knight will recapture and there will be no issue. But yeah, here in this position, knight f4 is a very interesting move, stepping away. And also some ideas like queen f3 are in the air, so you have to watch out.
I have a feeling that this is the type of position where you can improvise quite a bit, because you can play e4. The bishop is gone. You see it's no longer attacking the knight on c3. I would think that maybe there's a room for some craziness with g4, g5. You probably can play something more solid like bishop d3 without revealing the cards. With the knight on f4, somehow, I don't know, I'm tempted to do this g4, g5 stuff, but this has got to be some still opening trap.
If I may, just going one move back, so instead of castle for black, if black would play, so knight f4, says played in the game. And in this position, instead of castling for black, black would play d5 in this position, because I believe I have this also in the chessable course. There is this crazy line, take on d5, bishop f1, take on e6. I think bishop by e6 back, take on f7, king takes. Not so sure how it all continues, but you're getting this attack. Yeah, queen b3, bringing the pieces in the game.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's definitely some ways to have some fun. Yeah. Maybe not queen b3, knight e6, but yeah, this looks really fun. To be honest, I've never seen this line. Like you do know your stuff. Yeah. So this d5 allowing white to sacrifice a piece. It was not played by the Azerbaijani Grams. I'm pretty sure he knew it.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, Matthias Wilbaum, everyone is super ready. So castle has been played. And now some questions which white has to answer. So you were mentioning some kind of, I mean, is g5 a threat even?
Yeah, like it's not my game. So I would love to do this. Of course, bishop d3, also it's reasonable. e4 looks super logical. And let's say white plays e4, it's probably the most logical move of the Nimzo, since you play knight c3, a3, black did not take on c3, now you gotta take the center. But probably black is gonna respond with something like d5 here. Let's say d5, try to open up the position. The engine quite doesn't like it here. I was thinking, is this a thing? Wait, I'm probably losing a pawn, yeah, for no good reason.
And then just pushing e5,
even
and
e5, yeah.
Your knight is being hanging.
It's a fair point. Yeah. Like, and I know that in some Nimzos, when white plays c4, d4, e4, black immediately counters the center with d5, but apparently not here. But one thing is clear: Matthias has not yet made a move. He is definitely looking into them. Your queen f3 idea, Angelique, actually I also like. It looks pretty reasonable. So many opportunities to explore.
Many, definitely. And of course, I love this e4, just grabbing the center. The player is still thinking. We see Matthias is trying to make up his mind what will he the next move, or recall what was his preparation. While he does so, I suggest you move to the Generations Challenge, as we have checked all the games of the Masters. And Tong Shao against Václav Finek. So we have the leaders, yeah? Tong Shao is just a couple of points behind Václav Finek, who is leading the tournament with 13.5 points. So very important match for Chinese Grandmaster try to strike and get extra 4 points.
And they have chosen to play the Breyer system of Ray Lopez. Very popular stuff. There was a moment when I was playing it myself from the black's perspective. I dropped it very quickly because somehow e4, e5 did not really connect with my soul. And I decided to play something else. So this is one of the most classical ways to play, and everybody who plays e4, e5, they definitely have played their fair share of the Ray Lopez. At points, white can try to win a pawn on e5, black can win a pawn on e4. These are theoretical discussions. Maybe we're not going to go really into them. Rook e1 is the classical way to play. Yeah, bishop takes on c6, knight e5 is a threat. b5 here, and the first choice here for black is play d6, because pretty much every Ray Lopez player here plays either d6 or the short castle and the martial counterattack with d5.
And d6 makes a perfect sense. You're defending the pawn on e5. You're threatening to trap the bishop on b3 with a knight a5. You want to get that light squared bishop because it's a beast in the position. So white has already to answer some questions here. Will white play a3 or c3? And c3 has been played.
Yeah, this is one of the main continuations, I think. There's many good moves. H3 also seems to be necessary because black typically wants to play bishop g4 and apply some pressure before pushing the pawn on d4. And knight b8, yep. Normally, like we would be looking at this, you'll be thinking, yeah, knight b8 is such a weird move, and why don't you play knight a5, bishop c2, and c5? Well, everything is playable, of course. This is historically probably the most played continuation, but practice proves that black is having some issues with this knight on a5, and that's why this knight b8 voluntarily losing two tempi to reroute the knight on d7 has been very popular for pretty much decades already, and black is saying that ultimately he's getting a fine position.
And also potentially there is an idea to push c5. The point is to stop the d4 push, because this is something what white wants to do. So going for the d4, and whenever black is having c5 on the board, it's much more difficult to do so.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's a very big fight for the center. And yeah, this is precisely what happened. Yeah, d4, knight e7, knight e2, bishop b7. There was this one moment I'll try to recall where after knight e2, some people start to play c5 without bishop b7, because if we really go fast forward to the current position after bishop c2, rook e8, knight f1, bishop f8, knight g3, at some point black plays c5, white plays d5, slices black's position into halves, and then after black's typical c4, knight c5, the practice proves that this bishop on b7 is, not so well placed and
very suspicious. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's not where it's supposed to be. And there was this trend. I'm not really sure what's the trend right now, but some people at the highest level, they started to really explore the opportunities with immediate c5, and if you play d5, c4, I play knight c5 and keep the bishop on this diagonal.
So not to put the piece on the long diagonal, but first keep it and see how the situation is in the center. But Václav is going for bishop b7. And we see that he's getting ready for some takes in the center.
And also he's not committing to c5. Yeah, and that's, I think, is a pretty big difference, because if he plays c5, I'm fairly sure that white is going to close the position with d5. And if we are going to get this on the board, we're definitely going to explain what's the big idea. And b3, I think it's very common for these positions, because white is mostly playing at the queen side. Like, we're thinking about some future d5, c4 ideas, and engines somehow they like for white.
Yeah, definitely. When for c5 you allow it, and then you have to commit to those kind of pawn structures where your bishop is going to be out of the game. So Václav is being flexible in the position, not yet committing to any kind of moves here like c5, but looking at the pawn, the clock situation, Tong Xiao is full in control, and he hasn't spent almost any time making the move, so he's still in the preparation, but it's Václav Finek who is recalling right now what is next in his database.
Yeah, I mean, there could be several moves. Once again, c5 is the classical way to play. If you play bishop g7, most likely white's going to continue something like, I think there was some moves like a4 and bishop d3. You could try to apply some pressure against this pawn on b5. Very often white is somehow trying to exploit this advanced pawn. And there's some tension in the center. I would also imagine that black has an opportunity to gamble a bit. And this could be some sort of a capture on d4, c takes on d4, c5 and d5, and get some sort of a modern Benoni position on the board. It's really weird. Yeah, we started to play Raul Lopez, now we have the modern Benoni. But I think for black, in a practical game, this kind of setup is quite risky.
And we have a move on the board, by the way. Václav played here a5.
I think it's one of the main continuations as far as I remember. I don't remember, was it bishop g7 first and then a5, or was it a5 and then bishop g7? The idea is to play b4 and somehow fight for the control of the central squares.
Yeah, definitely. You don't want to commit to c5 first, but first wants to push on the c3 square, and Yeah, now it's a question to Ton Shao. I would suggest to just wait a bit. Maybe he's still in preparation, he knows this move, or would you think that he'll play blitz out the next move, or he's not in the prep?
No, I'm fairly sure he knows this move. Like, if I recognize it and I have not played the Red Lopez for years, then he definitely knows this stuff. Typically, it goes like this. You're sitting there over the board, and in your mind, you try to recollect what was in your files. Because very often, all the best players, especially chess professionals, they have their opening files, either their course files or their own analysis, or by their coaches or seconds. They have extensive analysis on their computers. And you're just sitting there and you're trying to call, okay, on this chapter, this line, there was this continuation, etc. So memory, it does play quite a big part here.
But also, if I recall, previous round and the first round in the classical, in the first round of classical, Ton Shao struggled against Vaishali. He blundered material. In the second round, yesterday, he was under huge pressure from Marco Materia, but he managed to survive one more time. Do you think it plays some kind of role in the opening and approach that Václav Finek is choosing, that he sees there could be an opportunity that he could seize in this matchup?
Yeah, I think so. I don't really think that he is out of the prep right now. Maybe he's slightly surprised. Maybe he expected something else. Again, we don't really know the backstory of these two players. What was their prep? What did they expect? Did Finek surprise him with the Red Lopez? Did he surprise him with this line? Maybe he's like a martial player. You never know this, because when you are preparing for the game, you're trying to predict it as far as it goes. But Angelika, to be honest, I've already given up on this myself, because I don't really remember when was the last time when I was able to predict the game like the first 50 moves. Because everybody prepares, and first focus of every competitive player is to make sure that the position you prepared, your opponent doesn't have it on his computer.
You want to make sure to surprise your opponent first, and that's the trickiest way and to go in the openings. But it's so tough, so many lines have been analyzed, and you never know when someone will step away from the line that you prepared. Yeah, absolutely insane in preparation that we've seen in this tournament so far from Liam Le. First, he's going for some absolutely craziness. Then in the second round, he's going for this very solid line, but then punishes Matthias Bluebaum. And okay, today Liam Lee, we'll see what he's going to show against Cesar Dogmush. But two more games in Generation Challenge we haven't checked. I suggest to move on and go to the overview of the tournament, because our best producer prepared for us to see what else is happening. So here I see in the bottom middle board, Carissa Yip against Marco Materia. There is semi-open E and F file. Somehow the pawn is not there anymore. I'm not even sure what was the opening there.
We're definitely gonna check it.
Definitely, yeah, some crazy position. And the other game that we haven't checked yet in the bottom right corner is Alexander Kosniuk against Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Another match that you would like to follow. It looks like Rui Lopez, one of the lines, and C3 has been made. And next move. And what are the updates from the Masters, the games we haven't checked yet?
Yeah, the game Jose Martinez against Levon Aronian. Oh, that looks like a quick draw, to be honest, because we see a complete symmetricality. I mean, the position is not even equal. It's just completely dead the same. The knights, the queens, the pawns, the rooks, everything is standing exactly the same. You see Martinez just played a4. Is Aronian going to respond with a5? I have a pretty good feeling it might happen. I think this game, Angelika, probably is going to be the quietest game of the round. But then we have Cesar Domos versus Lim Le. That's the top middle board. It feels interesting because it's some sort of a Marazzi bind from Black's perspective versus White's improvised Sicilian Tamanov with colors reversed.
Yeah, Liam Le is definitely delivering some great positions for you, Arturs, to analyze. One of your favorite pawn structure. And what about Matthias Bluebaum and Aydin Suleiman Lee? We see that e4 was played by Matthias Bluebaum, so he went for the control of the center, and knight c6 was the last move, trying to maybe provoke some d5 in this position.
Yeah. maybe. Knight c6 is something I didn't really consider, so this probably means that the players are in the prep. I think we are going to go to the game Carissa against Marco Materi in a moment. I would just like to make a small remark about the game of Martinez against Alon Aronian. I really have not seen
Let's
this
go there.
before.
What do you think? Let's go there. I just want to see the impressions of the players. What is happening?
So I don't think it's even legal because this is move 19 and I don't recall any other openings where you can legally, without any consequences, repeat the moves up to move 19 having exactly the same position. I mean, it's quite a rare opportunity. We might see some threefold repetition already here, like queen c2, queen c7, queen d3, queen d6, or b3, b6. Who is going to blink and trade the rooks? Knight g5. Well, for the pure symmetry, knight g4 would be fantastic.
You know, Arturs, I recall a couple of years ago we had the someone from World Guinness Record here to register the record that was made of the games played on the International Chess Day. And I think if we still have contact with this person, we should invite him as soon as possible to see if there has been, you know, a record for the most symmetrical position game, if we can do so. But unfortunately, from the first moves, there was a bit of asymmetry, but they were always catching up with each other, move by move, because we have e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. So yeah, it should be actually some kind of asymmetry. Only knight e5, d6.
No, I mean, the symmetry is going to end right here. I have a feeling, unfortunately, I mean, maybe it's already a world record, but knight g4 doesn't feel right because white's going to play queen f3, and if you play queen f6, I play queen g4, and your repeating of the move simply ends right there. You can't really do this. But jokes aside, of course, I mean, Levon here is thinking, what's the fastest way for me to equalize the game? I think that he's not very ambitious. He just played knight f8, and I have a good feeling that a lot of pieces will be disappearing using the e-file.
Oh no, I'm very upset. No more symmetry. But of course, you do it as long as the game allows it, because you don't want, of course, to blunder.
But this is still more exciting than the Berlin version: queen e4, queen e6, queen d4, queen d6. You gotta agree.
Yeah, exactly. So we still have a game here. Of course, some pieces might disappear in the e-file. We'll let the players continue, but I just wanted to see their reaction because it's very funny when you look at it. But of course, players still want to fight for those 4 points that they could get. And let's just immediately jump to the game of Carissa Yip against Marco Materi, because that looked super exciting. Here we have the players. Carissa, who won yesterday, very important win for her to come back after the loss in the first round. And today with white pieces, feeling very comfortable, don't you think, Arturs?
I don't know. I think that white is also having a lot of risk here. This is some sort of Caracan, apparently. It's not very obvious why it's Caracan. We're going to go back here. White can misplay this position because I definitely could see trumps for both players. I see the relation bar, but I'm not sure it really matters at this stage. Black can organize, black already has, 2 connected pass pawns in the center. White can do the same at the king side. So it's going to be really all about the quality of the next move. So for Carissa, having already spent 23 minutes at this stage, I think it's a bit worrying for her because, I mean, Marco still has 1 hour and 52 minutes, so this means he's probably in the prep. But let's go back to the starting moves.
Yeah, I just want to see what was the opening, because if I don't see the pawn on c6, I might suggest it was some e4, e5 opening, but it was not. So it was Caracan. Yeah. We have seen Caracan already. Alexandra Kostniuk played Caracan. Was it yesterday that she played Caracan? Yeah.
There's several Caracans so far here in Biel. This is one of the classical ways to continue these days. I mean, there is a big wave of fans who like to play h4, especially online. You know, when I play online, 90% of the games, they tend to play h4.
They want to crush the bishop.
Yeah, like they want to trap it, but all of this is pretty normal. a5, okay, now I try to recall who was the biggest practitioners. Was it Pavel Ulyanov? he released a course or even couple of courses. I even might have it, even though I have not studied it. This is one of the latest trends of the Caro-Kann, and I think it's also very characteristic for modern chess in general. You don't develop your king side pieces, you grab space at the queen side as quickly as you can, just to maneuver and know where to position your pieces later. So only really good players can play like this.
Yeah, definitely. And the c5 break is something that you're also watching out to. And a4, not allowing any pawn pushes. So he first tries to break with the f6 pawn. So
It's a very common thing, yeah.
Okay.
It's a very common thing in the Caro-Kann, super aggressive. It's a very sharp line. E6, C4, I think I've seen this line. C takes, E takes, D takes on E5, bishop C5, and the players are here.
Now it's a big question, how to proceed with the development for both sides. And I think more questions are asked to the king side of black. Does black actually want to castle king side? Because I don't see them castling long side.
I don't know. I don't know.
Because knight, if you develop knight on e7, it will not have so many squares. But you want to reroute it probably to the g6, right? Knight e7, knight g6, targeting the pawn.
I have a feeling it's a bit too early to tell, really, because we don't know much about white's setup. I think that for white to have some sort of a play here, you need a pawn on the 4. Like, otherwise this pawn is going to become really loose. Maybe, as you said, Angelika, whichever side the king goes, knight e7, knight g6, bishop g4, maybe eliminate the knight, collect the pawn. Yeah, so I would think that f4 is reasonable at some stage, and this hints towards some sort of a knight e4. Like, I don't know what are the next moves. Is it knight c3, knight e7, knight e4? I think we are commentators, we are allowed to do this. Knight c3, here, some sort of a knight e4, play f4, although engine says that you can probably just take the pawn.
Arturs, I checked briefly the position. As you're mentioning, knight d4 is the main move that has been played so far in 7 games out of, there are not so many games that were played in this position, but in most of the games, knight d4 was played. Also, okay, knight c3, bishop d3, knight b2. But the thing what's interesting me most, I just checked results of the game, and most of them are won by black in this variation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I recall this, I think, is there a certain Latvian championship game? Because I recall one of my fellow grandmasters from Latvia playing this in the current Latvian championship. It was a very, very similar game. Maybe this is not the same line. Yeah? Is there?
Not really sure.
Okay, maybe not the same position,
but
yeah?
I see some Polish players definitely are
I can't
here.
speak for Polish. I only know my guys. Yeah, knight e4. I think it's reasonable. Yeah, f4, knight c3. You see, you're hitting the bishop. Let's say if black commits to bishop d4, queen d4, knight e7, knight c3, short castle, some sort of an f4, g4, f5. Black's gonna try to do the same. c5, d4. It has a potential to be really sharp.
Extremely sharp, and the game which getting sharper and more active every moment is Matthias Blubaum against Adi Suleimanli. I'd suggest to go there immediately because something very interesting happened. Matthias pushed the pawn all the way to e4. He got the space in the center on the queen side, but he hasn't castled yet. And engine likes black's position better here.
Okay, so we have to go back to the moment when we left it, just to see what were the moves were missed. e4, okay.
That's what we expected. You said that e4 is logical.
Yeah, e5 gains space. By the way, engine doesn't like this move immediately. Okay, 98. b4.
You're threatening the fork. And now bishop b7 looks like a logical move, so it should be the move that Matthias anticipated. By the way, 1 hour, 47 minutes for Adin Suleimanli. He must still be in the book of the variation, or his moves were just simply to force into play.
I think bishop b7 was the only move he could have done. It's quite a gamble by Matthias, because one thing I can immediately see is that he has only 2 developed pieces. He has a considerable space advantage, but black is fully developed. Black can play f6 or d6, open up the position. Matthias knows what he's doing. He's taking the risk.
I'm really sorry. Let's go right now to the game of Jose Martinez against Levon Aronian, because we see we are back to the symmetrical position, and we might see the repetition in this game, and we might see a handshake in just a few moments.
Wow, lovely.
Okay,
So
the clock is stopped.
yeah, I think they played. This was the position 9G. Wow, this is really amazing. Look at this. So 9G5, knight F3, knight G4, knight H2, knight H2, knight H7, knight H7, king H7, king G1, king G, king H2, king H2, king G1, king H2, king H2.
They're discussing something, laughing right now.
It's the perfect symmetrical game of chess, the best symmetrical game I've ever seen.
And we have Anna Srebrenic coming to the game right now.
Yeah, because they have to check. They have to check. Can you agree to a draw? Because we already had one funny moment here a couple of rounds ago where a player decided to call it a day at move 27. This happened in the Generation Challengers. The arbiter had to intervene and say, you don't do this in Biel. The only exception to the rule that you cannot agree to a draw is there's a threshold repetition, but normally you have to make to move 40. And this is where the players are trying to convince the arbiter, we have made it, there's a threshold repetition.
Yeah, and here is a handshake. The draw is, I'm not agreed, but there was a three-fold repetition claim, and I think this game should get an award. The most symmetrical game in the history of the Biel Chess Festival tournament. A very beautiful game if you look at it with, optically, everything was symmetrical almost till the very end. But of course, we still have other games. You see, like players are laughing. Players are laughing after the game is over. And thanks them for the good mood for us, right, Arturs?
Yeah, of course. It was a pretty funny moment right there. But I mean, jokes aside, there was not much happening. I think Levon just equalized the game. Martinez tried something. It quite didn't work. And very early on, the players decided, okay, draw is just a good result. You can't really blame the players. It's a very long tournament ahead of them. And they're taking their hydration break right there at the table, and I have a feeling that, Angelica, we should do the same.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. We have to go for our first hydration break here at the 59th International Biel Chess Festival. One game has finished, but 5 more are still happening. Grandmaster Triathlon. Dear viewers, stay tuned for more exciting chess from Biel.
Hi, I'm Tatiana. I am the one who does everything that has nothing to do with chess. So the atmosphere is very familiar. People know each other. You're very close to the chess superstars. At least that was what I was told. I mean, for me, they are all the same because I don't know them as chess players. I know them as a person. But I had people from all over the world that were really like, wow, this GM just walked by me and I could ask him for a picture. That would never happen, like in another country. So you're very close to people. People are very open, very familiar. And there's many players that come back every year, and I'm always so happy to see them. I'm very excited. They come from all over the world. But some of them are playing on stage now because they came, I saw them when they're like Marco Materia, he was here every year playing. And Liam, he's back every year. But yeah, there is many. And then there is always new faces and you make connections, you talk with people from countries I've never been to, I've never met anyone from. So it's really, really nice to connect with the world. But especially at the Chess Festival, we gather and become a family for 2 weeks, and then we spread out into the world and we come back next year. So that is what makes it special to me.
Chess fans, back to the live coverage of the 59th International Biel Chess Festival in Biel Congress Center. We're following the action of round 3 of the classical section of the Masters and Generation Challengers Triathlon. As you can see, I've been replaced. Angelika is gone for the moment. She's filming me with a phone right now, but we have a very special guest here with us, the legendary Grandmaster from Armenia, now representing the United States of America, Levon Aronian. Hello. It's great to have you here. So, Levon, before we jump into the action, I have a feeling I could use your expertise. I'm looking at those games that I have no idea what's going on. We are going to check that, but maybe let's talk about something about your experiences with Biel. How did you decide to come here? What are your best impressions from this town, or whatever you think is relevant?
Yeah, first of all, I can say that I'm very happy to be here. This decision came kind of easy. At some point, when I had a really successful year, when I made a bit of a fortune a year ago by winning in freestyle twice, I told to my wife, Annie, I said, okay, now I have to be a chess tourist for a while, visit some tournaments that are legendary that I've never been to. And therefore, yeah, there is another tournament that I'm going to play next year. I'm going to play in Prague, something that I also wanted to do, you know. So now I'm being a bit of a chess tourist, not so concerned with like the financial side of the business, just taking some time off, enjoying chess and enjoying cities. And therefore, I decided to come here. Switzerland is a really wonderful country to visit generally, you know, with the lakes and everything. The only issue is when I came here, at first I was joined with my family, but then they had to leave. But I caught a bit of a cold from my daughter. So, yeah, I'm still not 100%, I can say.
But you're feeling better now?
Yeah, I'm feeling better, but not 100%.
All right. And yeah, so we had already our first rest day. We talked a bit privately. I think this was during this appetizer when everybody was gathering before the start of the tournament. You said that you might go do some sports-related activity. Did you do that, or still this cold managed to affect your plans?
Yeah, cold, man, yeah. Because I was planning to go for a swim in Biel Lake, but yeah, so far I have to postpone it.
All right. Let's use you for chess right now. And I would like to ask your opinion, Levon, about what's going on in the current positions. I think we probably can skip your game. I thought it was symmetrical perfection, to be honest.
Yes, yes. No, I realized in my preparation, I was mainly expecting something else, but I told to myself, you know, Jose doesn't have so much experience playing Petrov, so, and he kind of avoids it even in the blitz games, so I should kind of go for it, and turned out to be an easy game for me.
Mm-hmm. All right, so that game is finished. The draw was agreed. But now we have the following games. So you can see the viewers also on the screen. And Levon, I hope you can see that far. If not, I will be maybe selecting the games for you on the small screen. Maybe we can start with a game of Zardomos against Lim Le. Or
yes.
if you spot like something really spectacular that catches your attention, go for it. I'm going to go there.
I think this is some sort of a theory. Because, I mean, c4, c5 is so annoying that people try, you know, to come up with something for white. But this b3, I think this is the main problem of it. Black just has a decent, comfortable position.
So this is like the latest trend they play here?
No, I mean, people try anything, but this particular position is well known. This d5 is kind of strong, yeah. Takes.
Knight f3, knight c6.
e5. Yeah. Yeah, I think you can take on d5 and play e3, but then even bishop e7, bishop c4, queen d6, I think that's fine.
takes, and e3.
Yeah.
Okay. So e3,
And knight c3, I think, is precise.
knight c3, and probably bishop takes on c3 is also good.
Bishop c3 is fine. I think bishop d6.
All right. Yeah, after bishop takes on c3, bishop d6 is played.
Bishop b5, I don't know.
Should
Now
I
I'm
put it
thinking
down the
about
screen?
it.
Yeah, so here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, but bishop b5 is not a biggie because I can even play queen e7.
Queen e7. Defend everything. You
Yeah,
can
because
take.
if you take, I mean, I will have this bishop coming from a6 at some point. It will be hard to defend this d3 pawn.
Yeah.
I think this is just fine for black.
All right.
So dc bishop f5, I think, is the most precise. You can also play it differently, but I think bishop f5 is the most precise.
What would be your comment about Limle's preparation so far? Because at least from our perspective, when we were doing the Com3, we always thought that the Vietnamese Grandmaster has come really well prepared. Like this, there was this amazing rapid game that he played against Matthias Bluebaum. He managed to go really in a deep prep. And yesterday, I don't know if he really refuted the Queen's Gambit, the client exchange variation with this Bishop f6, Queen f3 variation. But it seems that he's always coming up with some very interesting ideas.
I think he loves studying theory. He loves coming up with ideas. You know, he's a very strong player, and he's very professional. I think now I think that the Webster program in St. Louis is kind of closed. I'm sure he'll come back to the elite chess. I mean, he's been coaching for a while, but now, yeah, he's always very dangerous. Especially in the openings.
Would you say that he's your main rival to win the event?
I don't consider myself to be playing for anything. I'm a tourist, don't forget.
But you're
Yeah.
doing really well. You're leading the tournament. Yeah.
It's an accident. I was so lost in some games. Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So this position, we can assume it's more or less balanced, or what will be the
Yeah, I think
plans?
this is some type of like bishop e7, e4, bishop e6, bishop c4, something like this. I remember. And then it's kind of equalish. I mean, it's maybe visually slightly better for white, but it's not. Maybe some queen d7.
Yeah. Queen d7. You control the square, but it's not a big deal.
I mean,
yeah?
you're going to try to bring the knight, but then I'll stop you with bishop g5, I guess, at some point.
All right. So let's say I do this, takes. I play knight c4. I want to park my knight there, but at some point.
Now you have a check, yeah? Probably rook d8,
Yeah, rook d8, queen e2,
and then maybe bishop g5.
bishop g5, and you can't get the knight. Yeah. This is also, by the way, something, Levon, I've noticed in some other openings, like I think even in the king's in and attack lines, when black happily plays d takes on e4, d takes on e4, and e5, and says everything is fine. Yeah. So it's amazing how theory moves on.
Yeah, if you were to show this type of position like 50 years ago to somebody, they would say, oh my god, this whole on d5, you cannot play chess like this, knight will get there. But nowadays, I think a lot of openings have been proved to be solid.
I have a question to you. So I asked this question once to Vishy Anand, and I always thought that he is the inventor of the quote, I don't care if it's weird, if it works, it works. But then I asked to him, he said to me that this is not his quote at all. So do you know who invented this, or it's like common knowledge that is floating around?
I guess many people said that at some point.
So nobody can be
Yeah.
attributed to this, right? All right, so maybe we can leave this game
Yeah.
and select another game. So let's pull up all the overview of all the other games, and we could select one of them, or we could also immediately go straight to the game of Matthias Bluebaum. Maybe actually we do that. Yeah.
Yeah,
let's-
because that's the most exciting game
all right.
from the opening perspective, yeah.
Is this still an opening theory?
I've
or
never seen this position.
Is that even possible?
Yeah, of course.
Because like what I really liked it about this opening, Levon, is that it really showed how White is aggressively pushing the pawns in the opening phase, Like this happened, d4, c4, knight c3, some
Yes.
nimzo,
Yes.
pushing a lot of
Yeah,
pawns.
castle is kind of rare. D5 is the move.
Here.
Yeah, after knight f4.
And what is the status of this line? Because Angelica, she said that there's some fancy stuff
Bishop f1.
and sacrifice a piece.
Yeah, this is kind of fine for black.
Okay.
Because e4, yeah, this used to be known to be a strong kind of refutation, but not anymore. I think black plays bishop c4, b3, bishop a6, and black is fine. I think bishop c4 is an important. No, bishop
Oh,
back.
immediately, yeah? Immediately.
Yeah,
you
no,
mean.
no. e4? No, you did correct. e4,
Yeah, sorry, this is my silly
yeah,
analysis
bishop
here.
c4.
Bishop c4.
And the point is to meet b3 by bishop a6. I have to take away the b3 square
Oh my
from the queen.
goodness. Who plays like this?
Well, that's like common knowledge.
Not to me.
Yeah, this bishop c4 move is the move that actually holds the position together. Because they used to try some c5 before.
Instead of bishop c4,
Yeah.
yeah?
Yeah,
Here.
but it's not good, I think, because of e5, I think.
And
Yeah,
there's
this is
some
this
issues.
is not great for black, yeah.
Okay, so apparently theory is moving on here.
Yeah, and then d5 is the move actually. Yeah, d5.
Yeah.
And then people, instead of CD, people also. No, CD is correct. CD, bishop f1, king f1, ed g4. This is some old Botvinnik stuff.
Right.
And now I think castle. Yeah, the point is to meet g5 with knight e4, I think. And this is apparently fine for black.
Mm-hmm.
And if white goes, yeah, white can go like something like queen f3 instead of g5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Queen f3, then c6, g5, knight e8. It's kind of a battle. h4, and then black tries some. I think bishop d6 is an important move here.
Mm-hmm.
Weirdly enough, this knight on f4 is too good. You kind of have to restrain it.
Mm-hmm.
And this is apparently okay for black. Then black plays a5,
Mm-hmm.
brings the knight through a6 to c7, and plans to play f5.
Oh, to slow down the attack, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's a complicated position, very interesting.
But shot castle must have been a surprise to Matthias.
I don't remember this move actually. I definitely analyzed it, but I probably came to a conclusion this is dangerous.
So can you maybe tell me, or the viewers more specifically, from your perspective, how does your mind work? Let's say you're sitting there doing the game and you're trying to recall the variations. So do you try to, like, in your mind, picture the files that are in ChessBase, or you're calling some certain training camps, or how does it work? How do you remember?
Okay, so the issue with me actually, I have a recurring deja vu.
Okay.
So it really doesn't help because I'll be playing something that I've seen the first time and recalling the time that I've seen it and the exact moment. But this has been the case not just with chess, but everything. So, so I'm not the right person to ask.
Okay.
'Cause I always forget or recall something that I've never seen before.
Right.
But generally, you try to remember the move. You're kind of looking, oh, what was the move? What was the pattern here? More or less, sometimes you just remember one distant move in one variation, and then you kind of reconstruct the whole line based on this.
And if it's, okay, so let's maybe go to the current position. So e4, e5, b4, bishop b7. I have no idea what was happening here at this.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
Yeah.
So white was forced to play b5, or?
I don't know.
Because let's see what happened after e4. I just want to see, I mean, when white played e4.
You mean here?
Yeah, and black played knight c6, huh?
Yeah, knight c6, yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to pause for a second, just to understand what's going on. Okay, so basically, does black want to play e5, or what does he want? What if I just play like bishop e2?
A good question. e5.
But then I just take and play b3, I think that looks very comfy, no?
how would you rate the strength of the Marazzi bind? Because I'm very biased. I really love the pawn structure. Or would you say it's a really great pawn structure, or what would you say?
I think it depends on the amount of pieces that are on the board. The more pieces, the more dangerous it is. Yeah.
Okay, and this looks like a great Marazzi bind.
Yeah, this looks very nice.
Yeah. Yesterday also, Václav Fidek played a beautiful game against Alexander Kostanyuk in the Generations Challengers. By the way, question about the Challengers. Do you follow it also, the
Yeah,
games?
of course. Yeah, they're very talented young players.
All right. All right, so
So E5 happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure it's the best move though.
so you would have played Bishop E2?
Yeah, because knight c6 looks kind of strange. I don't know. E5 is a bit too committal for my liking. Because I understand why don't you play before. Because
Yeah.
if you play before immediately, then E5 comes.
Yeah.
And then you don't get the Marazzi you want.
But Levon, you played yourself a lot of pawn moves in the chess 960.
Uh-huh.
So now you're saying E5 is not so good.
I don't know. I'm kind of. I just think that White achieved its goal. It has a center,
Yeah.
and he should just develop his pieces.
Right.
Okay, but let's see. Bishop b7, b5, knight a5, bishop d3. This is obviously a desire of White, just to start an attack. But how do you start an attack? Because you have this kind of wobbly structure in a way.
There is a chance that White might get overextended with the pawns, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
It looks a bit risky.
Because let's say if I castle now, then
Okay.
you take and play queen d4. Oh,
Queen
no, no,
D4
sorry.
alone.
You see what things.
It's okay. I've done worse. Yeah. Queen
Okay, now wait a second. Maybe bishop g5.
All right. Engine likes it.
Preparing queen d4.
Queen D4.
No, okay, I should probably go g6 early on. No?
Here, yeah.
G6, knight g7 kind of.
Yeah, knight G7, knight F5. Otherwise, yeah, this knight is really weird.
Yeah. But this looks kind of dangerous for White strategically.
Yeah. Pawn could be weakness.
I mean, if you don't mate me, I'm definitely better. I don't know. How are you going to mate me here?
Knight E4, knight F6, something.
But
I don't
knight
know.
e4, knight c4, I guess. No?
Oh, I'm missing something, yeah. No, queen
Also-
E2, actually, thought. There's always queen D4 stuff, yeah. I need to be
Ah, yeah, you see? I prepared for queen d4. Knight b3. Knight b3 is here.
And knight B3 first,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Uh-huh. Knight B3, rook B1.
Yeah.
Maybe you can just take even a
Yeah,
pawn.
yeah. Or bishop g5 is
Oh, yeah.
all kinds of trouble.
All right, anyway, it's quite a funny position.
So,
Like,
yeah, I wonder what's the move for White here. What do you think?
how would you play? Let's say you're having this position, like, doesn't matter what happened before. Make a
Well,
move.
if I take ed, cd, then you start kind of, touching my c4 pawn. I don't like that. I don't think it is the move. At the same time, I mean, I have to commit with something. I mean, castle is
Sure.
one move. Yeah. What else?
Can I play H4?
Let's try h4. I mean, looks.
I
very
just want to play
dangerous.
against your G6, yeah.
Yeah. Let's say I take. And now, but I can play g6 anyway. Queen d4.
really focused on queen D4. Oh, it's actually a great move. You're attacking the knight and the
Yeah.
pawn.
I have a very small brain, you see.
You and small brain. I don't think it fits
I
together.
just see the move and I want to play it.
Yeah. Okay.
Knight e2, queen e5, bishop f4. Can this be dangerous? Queen f6? I don't think so.
Yeah.
You're
probably
kind
not.
of exposed because it's rook on a1.
Yeah. With the pawn on B2, I would castle alongside, but yeah, this is not it. All right. So yeah, should
I
castle.
think it's definitely a moment for White to play. I mean, it's a decisive moment more or less, because he's going to decide how the game is going to continue. just the spirit of the game.
All right. Okay. It's a fun game. We'll definitely keep an eye on it. So, Lavon, if you would choose, which game would you like to check? Is it somebody from the Masters, or if we have a look at the overview of all the other games?
Let's look at some of the Masters games. Yeah.
Okay.
For example, Carissa's game is interesting. This is also kind of known, I think. Aha, Bishop G4. The computer thinks it's a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I was after the book, and when I was doing the commentary with Angelika, we were thinking about this move A5, and I tried to pin the achievements to Pavel Ulyanov that he made some big analysis here, but maybe I don't remember things correctly. I think it was him, right? Or not?
Maybe.
Maybe. Many players
I'm
probably
not
have worked on this.
Not so familiar. I know this move. The main point is that after A5, A4 inclusion, F6 is playable. That's
Okay.
the whole thing, yeah?
And how does it help Black?
Yeah, because then you don't get mated when your king gets castled long.
That's the idea.
Yeah, because when white goes for the C4 business, yeah, if the pawn
Right.
was back on A7, it would be very dangerous, yeah.
Right, then you cannot castle the long side because
Yeah.
white can open up the queens, and now it's
Yeah.
much more difficult. I see.
So black played bishop g4 and the computer showed the mistake. Why is it a mistake? Is h3 g4 a problem? h3 e6 g4? I'm wondering.
And this, yeah?
Yeah, and then maybe g4 first.
Okay, g4 here in e6. Yeah, looks a bit dangerous. Well, according to an engine, we are making some inaccuracies, but for black, the king is quite exposed.
Maybe e6 is not the right move, yeah?
Yeah, probably
Bishop g5 maybe instead.
here. And go for development, try to keep the king in the center.
Yeah, it's anyway, this whole Caro-Kann business is so difficult to understand. And if you have never analyzed it, I've never analyzed this line.
You don't play the Caro-Kann?
I don't play it so much because some lines are annoying for me. Because I mean, white just has an easy game. I understand it's a solid opening, but I never really played it.
I imagine that you probably have love and hate relationship to some openings. You like them at some point, then you hate them, you love them, then you hate them again. But at the current stage, what would be your favorite opening, like right now against e4? I saw you playing French. Today you are playing the Petrov. Petrov, I don't recall you playing, to be honest, many games at all. But if it's not a secret, really, if you're not spoiling your prep.
My favorite opening for black at all times has always been Neiksans. But I'm too much of a chicken to play it. Because I'm afraid I'm going to get mated. I know it quite well. But then I kind of see somebody playing new idea and I become a chicken. I come back to my cage.
What is the cage? E4, E5? E4, E5. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you know, e4, e5 is so strong.
Yes.
And you don't have to study anything, I mean, to play it. You can just play with the hand,
Yeah.
you know, without much, especially if you have experience.
Yeah.
But neither always has this tricky stuff, you know.
Yeah.
That's the whole difference. Otherwise, I would be playing neither forever.
Yeah, move orders and everything, yeah, so. Personally, Levon, I don't know myself, every time I play e4, e5, my heart stops really, because it's so easy for black to play, and this is the reason why I play something else, yeah. So, knight of 3,
okay.
the red t.
Yeah.
Okay, so where do you want to go next? Which game?
Yeah. Choose.
All right,
We have to go, yeah, we have to
any
see
game?
all of them.
Any game, okay. Let's maybe select the game we haven't really given proper love today. It's Alexandra Kostin against Vaishali. Here we have c5 move on the board. This was Rui Lopez, was it?
Yeah, Rui Lopez, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So what's the thing? If I take dc, what do you want to do? Bishop c5.
Bishop c.
Because if you take dc, I'm worried that I can take on d8 and then play rook c1 and take the pawn.
Just a pawn.
So you should take with a bishop.
So in general, you're a pawn grabber, like to take pawns?
Depending on the consequences.
Okay. All right, so d-takes on c5 is bishop c5 probably?
Yeah. But then this can be tiny bit better for white somehow.
Queen
Let's
d2,
say knight d4 maybe.
knight d4 even better. Mm-hmm.
And queen b6, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And then I slowly kind of solidify. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Should be tiny bit better, no? Bishop b7, f3.
Mm-hmm. Any d5, always e5, yeah? Having a nice pawn majority, that's a weakness. Engine says it's not a big deal.
Yeah, maybe f3 is inaccurate. I don't know. Bishop c2 is probably better because I'm threatening b4 instead of f3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. b4.
And I force you to play a5. And then some kind of a move, I don't know, rook e1 or... No, wait, bishop b4. Ah, no, bishop b4 is okay. I have some tricks there, I think.
Oh,
Queen d3, e5.
what is this?
This should work, no?
I have no idea, you tell me.
Knight f5. Ah, queen c... No, yeah, knight f...
Okay. How do you calculate so quickly? I'm like only seeing a move there, and I'm just saying it's very complicated. But
I don't know, maybe it doesn't work, but I felt it does.
it looks really dangerous. Yeah. So, yeah, this is the current position.
So it's a tiny bit better for white, I think.
Yeah, seems to be. White is pressing a bit. Do you want to stay on this game or move on?
Let's look at the other one, which
Okay.
is blockade. I love this type of...
Which is Xiaotong against Václav
I
Finek.
love this type of stuff, you know. Sides are
All right.
the pawn games.
Your e4, e5, it's your favorite choice, your wall. I have a question to you, Levon. So maybe you can fill in. What is the current trend? There was this one moment when in the Breyer, people started not to play bishop b7, but play immediately c5 and keep the bishop on c8. What's the trend? Is there some trend?
I have no idea.
I remember there was one moment when Black was trying to keep the bishop on c8. This was the moment when I was playing Real Lopez. I dropped it,
okay.
and I was like, no, let me go back to the Sicilians.
Okay.
But bishop b7 is still good, yeah?
I'm guessing you'll have to play it at some point. No, this is all very typical. Yes.
You pause me when I'm going somewhere wrong.
Now this is, I think, main line. Yeah, bishop d2. You see how subtle things get, huh?
Yeah,
Bishop d2,
yeah.
stopping b4. Or
Okay.
stopping something else.
Still theory?
I don't know.
Okay.
I remember some bishop g5, h6, bishop d2 here. I don't know. What the hell is this?
Bishop d3,
Bishop a6.
bishop a6. Okay, this is the current position.
Yeah. Well, these positions are always very exciting because black tries to play for c4 and bring the other knight to c5, and white is trying to play for knight h2, knight g4 after that and try to mate black. So Breyer is definitely one of the most exciting openings.
No? What would you choose instead?
And no, I mean Breyer, I'm saying, is the most exciting.
Ah, that's the most exciting.
Yes.
Really?
You don't think so?
I mean, I don't know. Like,
Because it allows white to develop the pieces.
you know, when I was personally playing myself, I was playing these lines. I would play the bishop b7, d4.
Some slow.
Yeah, I would play this kind of stuff. Maybe I really don't remember the move order, the sort of Benoni-like stuff.
Ah, yes, I think... yeah, they used to play this stuff. Yeah,
And then I played it against two top Ukrainian grandmasters, and they told me, how dare you play like this, because there's probably almost like a forced checkmate. And I had to drop it. But because what do I know?
Because you believed.
Because I believe it. They just told me, you know, with super engines, it's really bad for black. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the point was to stop you from playing because it's so good.
I don't know. But Breyer, you're saying Breyer, yeah? It's the
I
way to go.
love Breyer. Because you know what Breyer is in its essence? It's improved Pertz.
Right.
Yeah,
We saw you playing Pirts before, I
I
think.
love Pirts.
Also, yeah. You played Pirts against, I don't remember
White
who.
is immediately worse, and you're just sitting there and dreaming of equalizing. Yeah. But your opponent doesn't know. He thinks you're actually playing for a win. That's the whole trick. You just have to have this kind of poker face that I'm aggressive, no draw. I'm playing for a win. But deep inside, you're dreaming of making a draw.
All right. Do we stay in this position?
We have to understand this position together
Okay.
with you, Artur.
All right. I don't understand it. Like that's why you're here
That-
to help me.
I also don't understand it. That's that's why you're here to help me.
Okay. So it's a battle for c4.
Black wants to play c4, and what does white want? What would you play if you were white? I would definitely throw in some bishop g5. I don't know why.
Bishop g5. You don't want me to play c4 with white somehow? Prepare to close the queen side?
But he's going to stop you, right? Where is this bishop going? Why did he come to d3, this bishop?
This bishop, yeah.
This is a mystery. We're trying to solve a mystery here.
I'm
with-
gonna follow your lead. Bishop g5.
Yeah, but what's the point of it? You also don't know. I'm trying kind of to weaken you before I start attacking you. You know, like h6, bishop e3, and then to do the typical business. And if you go bishop g7,
h4.
no, that's too much.
The 4. Knight h2.
Knight h2, I guess.
Knight h2. Knight h2. Knight g4. And if I play h6, go back. Try to exploit this.
So bishop h4 will never work, right?
Oh.
g5.
I
Yeah,
know.
this is too much. Takes. No. Okay, let's not fool ourselves, my dear Watson. Let's go back to e3
Or d2, yeah.
to e3.
Okay. Let's say black plays c4.
Yes, and now what? How do we act? Let's take knight c4. I have to take it again. And did we achieve anything substantial here?
Some queen d2.
Yeah, we should play for f4 at some point, no?
I think, yeah, in the Real Lopez, they typically play this f4 at some point to get access to the d4 square, yeah?
Yeah. But here it might not work so well. Now, queen d2 is a preparatory move.
Hit the pawn.
King
Defend.
h7,
And now f4.
and now?
No.
Still not good, huh?
I don't know. It looks very logical to me. Like, threaten to take, get the knight to d4, take. The bishop is silly here. I kind of like it, but maybe there's some
Knight
concrete-
d7, knight d5, knight c5, knight to d3 quickly.
Yeah.
Ay.
You're gonna take on d6, that's a check.
Yeah, it doesn't look too healthy for white.
I agree.
Therefore, king h7, we should come up with a different plan then. Knight g4 is a move you want to play, but yeah,
Are you not
even
dropping a
knight
pawn?
g8 he can go, yeah.
Oh, even knight g8. Yeah, I was worried you're dropping a pawn there.
I'm even drop, but g5 I can always play.
Yeah, g5 and... You're playing against this bishop.
Yeah, I'm trying, but I don't think I'm succeeding in my efforts. Yeah, well,
Take here.
yeah, black is fine. I think it's a very complicated position, a position that I honestly don't understand too well, because although I analyzed it, but I just don't remember all the subtleties. I just know the plans.
Yeah, so somehow bishop g5, queen e2, try to apply pressure, create a weakness, fall back, exploit
Maybe
it.
this bishop is going to f1, but what is it doing on f1? I want to understand.
So we still go for bishop g5, yeah?
I have another plan now.
Sure.
Can I go a4 here, or is it too much?
It
And now
stops
maybe
c4, yeah?
c4 bishop f1, this type of thing.
c4, I think you can even take.
But
Okay,
then you retake.
there's a pin, yeah, I was trying to exploit it. But you're right, maybe c4 bishop f1. Yeah.
Ah, but wait, you can take ba then. No, I should take on b5 and then come back.
Take, here. I defend the bishop somehow.
But now bishop e3,
Here.
but I take the pawn. Take on b6, take
And
on
then
c4,
you
c5.
give it back, yeah? Let me just maybe show it to the viewers.
Then
Takes,
it's
takes.
finito.
Take strategically. Oh yeah, even the pawn on e5 is dropping, yeah? That's nice.
Pawn on a5 is dropping as well.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yes, so maybe a4 makes sense.
A4, C4, takes, bishop F1, have some pressure, play bishop E3, try to win a pawn. It looks reasonable, I like it. Oh, sorry, not C4.
And
of
if
course.
black, let's say c4, ab, bishop b5, bishop f1, black goes a4, then b4, yeah?
A4, B4,
This should kind of be okay for white.
get the knight to A3.
Yeah, because it's passive.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I had enough of this position.
Okay.
Let's go back to the exciting game.
All right. Which is the exciting game? Is it blue bomb?
Yes,
Okay.
by all means.
By all means. I mean, you are the guest. Your wish is my command.
I have to be entertained by you.
No, and I'm definitely entertained. So,
c5.
Yeah.
Wow.
by the way,
This
yeah.
move I didn't expect at
Show
all.
castle and he didn't take on E5. Like we're
I
discussing.
would
here.
have.
You would have taken on E5.
And played g6, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It looked kind of strong. This move looks... wow, they are very creative, these guys. Look. c5. So, what are my choices here? I have a choice to take on c5.
You don't intuitively want to take on C6. You kind of like this knight here, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why, but that's my feeling.
So take.
Take on e5 and then c6. I don't know what the hell is this. Probably very stupid for white. Yeah?
I don't know. Takes.
Takes on b7.
Yeah,
I was
black
hoping for some Pinsky. No pin.
bishop
No,
E4.
makes no sense. No, because you have knight d6 in the worst case scenario.
Yeah, always knight E6. Keep the pawn, by the way.
Okay, no, not dc then. Okay, what are my other options? Okay, d5, d, queen h5 makes no sense. g6, and then bishop f6. This is bad. No, this is bad. Bad,
Yeah,
bad.
queen E5, bishop F6, so that everybody follows.
Yeah.
Okay.
This doesn't work. So ed is the most natural move. And then some sort of d5.
Like this.
Oh wait, but queen f6 is kind of annoying. No, this is too annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's time to turn on my brains. What can be done here?
I was thinking, like, is there a way to provoke a weakness on G6? Is this something we want to provoke? Because black at the same time wants to put the knight on G7, but I wanted to weaken some dark squares. Does it make any sense? Probably not, yeah, because C6 on D4 is a big problem anyway.
Queen c2 cd, no, none of this works. Oh wait, maybe it does. Queen c2, cd, bishop h7, king h8, rook d1, takes rook d3.
Okay, I love it.
Probably
Engine
doesn't work.
Engine doesn't work. All right.
No, I think there are too many problems.
Yeah. Well, then C5 is a really good move then. Maybe you have to take on
Maybe
C6.
I have to take on c6.
Yeah. Takes, and play the
Takes.
hand
And take on d6 and play d5, yes.
And
Wait, maybe I could play d5 like a move earlier even. No, take knight c6 and d5.
oh. You
Because
want?
if you take, I play e6, no?
Yeah, I thought also.
That's very annoying for black.
The king is really weak. He takes an f7.
Yeah, yeah.
Tactical
This cannot
ideas.
work.
Yeah. looks
So
really-
you have to take knight d5 and then d, and I kind of get some squares, you know? Because this knight on f4 is so kind of pointless
yeah.
when the pawn was on e6.
yeah.
That's why d was actually a strong move.
yeah.
I mean, d, g6, because knight was becoming a liability for white.
Yeah. So this is probably how the game could continue with the perfect play. Yeah, like
Yes.
so. B takes. I think the black has to take with the knight. I mean, keeping the knight on a5 doesn't look logical.
Yeah, and then d5.
And D5. Wow.
I like it.
Wow. And I cannot take it here. Probably. It doesn't work. Yeah. No, it doesn't work. Yeah, a lot of creative play. Maybe Levon, question to you would be about your stance towards chess 960 or freestyle chess, do you think it does help the players to develop their creativity? Probably the question already is bringing the answer. Meaning the players who are playing chess 960, they're more creative in general.
I think, since in my honest opinion, chess 960 is the future of chess, it helps you to become a better chess player. Simple as that.
Okay, I like that. All right.
Are you a fan? Are you on our side?
I don't know which side I am, to be honest. Like I'm away from the competitive playing.
Choose
Choose,
carefully.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm on your side.
Good, good, good.
Oh my goodness, I don't think I could have said anything else, to be honest. We have this position. Yeah, b8 on c6 is a possibility.
A4 happened.
What? Where?
Tong Xiao played A4.
A4 happened, yeah?
You see,
right.
I told you.
So we can go maybe the overview of all the other games. Levon just spotted the Chinese Grandmaster in the Challenge Tournament playing A4. That's the lower left corner. Okay, looks really interesting. Are we seeing something else, Levon, that catches your attention where?
Well, Liam did play what we thought, Queen D7.
Queen D7.
I'm just trying to remember the whole line, because this position is so tricky. I mean, because if you kind of pose for black and allow knight to get to D5, you'll be in trouble. I do think it's bishop E6, Queen E6, Knight C4.
Rook D8, no?
Yeah, I think Rook D8, yeah.
Queen E2. Probably Queen E2. Bishop G5. And
Maybe not Bishop G5,
No.
yeah?
But I'm going to play Knight E3. Maybe then you're saying no.
Maybe it's some Queen G6 here, now that I'm thinking of it. Or not.
Knight E3 drops the pawn. So if I castle,
I was trying to castle too.
castle.
Well, there is some precise way that I don't remember anymore.
But you would still pick white here.
Yeah, of course. It's a little bit more comfortable for white, yeah? A4, I can play.
Stopping B5. If black plays A6, you play A5 yourself. Okay. All right. Yeah. So it's really interesting. Maybe a question to you, Levon, about the tournament in general. Like, if you would have to pick, since you're saying you're a chess tourist here, I find it very hard to believe. What's your favorite distance, like in this triathlon so far? We have rapid, classical, blitz. You're leading the tournament. You're doing really well. Is it the classical section or the faster time control?
I love playing Blitz, but I think Blitz is kind of it's more or less something to enjoy. It's hard to, because like on different days you can have different results.
Yeah.
It's not a very 100% objective measurement, I think. Rapid is closer to classical chess, but still keeps the fun of Blitz. So lately I like playing Rapid a lot.
Can you maybe tell us a bit? I don't think I'm going to pull up the game. What happened in the game versus Martinez?
Yes,
There
today.
No.
No, I know, I'm kidding.
Today, this was the perfect symmetrical game. Yeah, like
Yes.
It was really amazing. But this rapid game, when you're down a rook, you did not blunder it. This is pretty clear.
I did blunder it.
You blundered the
No, I
rook.
blundered Queen B6.
You blundered Queen B6. You're like, okay, there's
and
nothing
when
you
he
can do.
took on D5, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to resign. You know, I don't resign early on. I learned a lesson from my friend Peter Svidler. He told me never resign. It's a joke. He's
Yeah.
known to be resigning prematurely.
Right.
No, but yeah, I kind of said, okay, what am I to lose? I'll just play. And then he gave me some chances, and then he kind of kept the game going, and then he kind of blundered a couple of pawns, and yeah. It was, of course, a miracle. I mean, that's not type of a game you can dream of drawing one out of 100 games. So, and especially with Jose, who's a really good blitz player.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, it was some sort of a miracle.
Okay. Yeah, at least I don't recall something like this in Biel happening, and we're following it live. How did he take it after the loss?
Like a gentleman.
Okay. Yeah.
I think, I think he's a very dangerous opponent because, I mean, the only issue is he doesn't know the openings. But because he's been playing more than anybody, because he's playing every single title Tuesday
Yeah.
and Thursday, and I don't know about Friday, but he's playing all of them. And of course, when you're from a remote country that doesn't have many strong players to work with, that's of course a great way to improve.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing really well online, and also in the last FIDE World Cup in India, he got into the quarterfinals, finally proving he's a very strong player. He got eliminated by the future winner of the cup, Jawahir Sindarov. So yeah, he is definitely a world-class player. All right, Levon, do you want to look at any other games, or you want already to leave us? I'll leave it up to you. What do you want to do?
Now let's take one brief look at the most exciting game, is Blue Baum's game,
Sure.
and then once we're done, I'll go on my merry ways.
You got it. All right. So d5. By the way, it's on the board. What you recommended, bx on c6, d5. Exciting stuff here. Here, Aydin is thinking about edx on d5, e6, or knight-x on e5, d-x on e6. I think we can have some
No,
fun
I
here.
think he will not think for too long. He'll take on e5 with the knight.
Here, yeah?
Yeah, d. And let's try to understand what's going on here. I mean, I want to bring some pieces back, yeah, from the back rank. So I don't know. Knight c7. Is this the way to go? Because this pawn on e6 is so annoying, yeah.
Yeah. Might be some issues. The king is a bit weakened.
And
But
if I take on d3, let's try some solid stuff. Take takes, and let's say knight c7 here. Is this a big deal?
I feel like I'm missing from white the last with bishop.
You'll
think-
take on f7, I guess, yeah.
I don't know. Should I?
No, I mean, I'm not sure. You can also play rook e1, but rook e1 is a bit sad.
Why?
Sad of a move. Because you're allowing me to exchange my tired knight on c7.
Yeah, and winning some tempi, yeah?
Yeah.
To bishop.
No, I guess you'll take on f7.
Okay.
Yeah, takes, and now I don't know.
Yeah, but
Maybe
white
this
has
is
to be
okay for black,
Yeah,
yeah?
white has to be careful here, no? Like I
Yeah.
think this bishop here is a monster.
Well, you can always play knight d5 if you want to equalize.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, immediately. You can go on knight d5,
Mm-hmm.
and it's
Alright.
probably equal.
95, 95,
Knight d5.
95. Yeah, there's not much. Bishop d5 is just going to be equal. Queen d5. Maybe black can be ambitious and try to play against this knight. But yeah, but knight on d5 is such a monster.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think white has avoided the trouble that could happen if black hasn't played c5.
Yeah. So edx on d5, e6.
I'm so
Probably
scared
not.
for black here.
Very scared, yeah?
Yeah, I just think this is going to be a disaster.
Can I challenge it?
Yes, let's go.
Okay. All right, d4. I saw a pawn, I take a pawn.
Okay, good. So knight d5.
95. You're
Knight
definitely
d5 you want to play, yeah?
you're definitely gonna find some very creative way to checkmate me. Yeah?
Let's see. We don't know. What if I just go rook e1, let's say?
Knight c7. Oh,
But now I can take and queen h5.
oh my
Mate you.
goodness! I called it. Some legendary.
Even bishop h7, queen h5, queen h5, ef, and knight g6. Yeah?
I call it like you're gonna find some legendary checkmate. There it is. Yeah. So Queen H8. It feels pretty bad. The rook leaves 97.
No,
Okay.
but you had knight f6, I guess,
Where?
instead of knight c7. Knight c7 is already,
Here. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, this is okay for you, I guess.
Well, the bar doesn't agree, but I definitely, the more I'm looking at this, I sense immediately your sense of danger. It, it feels really risky. So I think we can agree. Yeah, that d-takes on d5, e6. This is probably some sort of a gut instinct that everybody, just professional, develops over the years. Yeah, you've seen so many bad positions, you instantly feel that that's not the direction we want to go. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I think it's more or less about the activity of pieces. Yeah, you're kind of you've been part of these attacks or defenses that you're kind of feeling. Okay, now this knight is too close to the king, and this pawn is, yeah, too dangerous.
All right. All right. Okay, let's wrap it up right here. So, Levon, your analysis was very, very amazing to hear.
Thank you.
I think I learned a couple of things. I also learned that I am in the camp of freestyle chess.
Yes, yes.
I had not really clearly defined it before, but you looked at me that way like,
Yeah.
I understand. That is the way to go.
If you want our relationship to continue in the same way.
All right. Yeah, no pressure, no pressure. So, Levon, some final words from you. Like, since you're here, I'm sure we're going to still see you here in the commentary section. You play really exciting games. It's always an absolute pleasure to follow you.
Thank you.
Maybe something about Biel in general, something you have observed, some funny stuff, and then I'm going to let you go to have your lunch.
Well, I mean, this is a traditional tournament. There are many players, and every single time I am playing in a festival, I'm very happy because this mix of amateurs and professionals, that's the way I imagine tournaments should be. And here it's done perfectly. There are many tournaments happening, so I hope this tournament will continue staying the way it is, getting better. And yeah, just follow the games, see these young talents playing, and support the chess festivals participating in them.
Levon, one more final remark. Do you know that typically we invite the winners of the master section again next year? So if you're going to win, are you coming back?
Well, I'll have to. You know. Now that we have established a good friendly relationship.
You got it. All right, I would love to also hear you, Levon. Thank you once again for joining us here in the commentary studio. I'm wishing you best of luck in the remaining of the tournament. Have a great lunch and enjoy the rest of the day. All right, thank you. All right.
Welcome back, dear chess fans, for the third round of the classical portion of Grandmaster Triathlon here at the Biel's Chess Festival. We had a pleasure to talk. I mean, Arturs, you had a pleasure to talk to Levon Aronian just now. Also, see his insights, what he's saying about the games, and also one of the probably or the most symmetrical game that ever happened in the history of the Biel Chess Festival, maybe the whole chess. I mean, Arturs, please share with us how was this conversation?
I mean, it was really amazing to hear the insights of Super GM. Funny that he called himself a chess tourist here in Biel. He really wanted to come here. And I had to convince him, you know, if you win the tournament the next year, you have no choice but to come back once again. But on a serious note, he showed me a lot of very interesting ideas. Also, we went really into great depth of the game of Matthias Bluebaum versus Aydin Suleimanli. We tried to find some funny stuff. Levon's mind works like very creative way. And but anyway, we are back here in action. We're going to try to continue do the analysis from our perspective and see where the third round of the classical tournament is going to take us.
5 more games are still happening. We had a quick draw between Jose Martinez and Levon Aronian, but other games are spicing up. And I think one of the spiciest games in the round is Matthias Bluebaum against Aydin Suleimanli with some attacking opportunities from Matthias. I just took the pawn on the e6 and f7. Look, where is the pawn going? It's at the top right corner. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's the line we looked at, and we estimated that probably it's about balance because white can always park a knight on d5. There will be massive trades, and we would not be surprised that the game is going to end peacefully. We see also more moves in the game of Xiaotong against Václav Finek. Very important match for the Generations Challengers tournament. This is essentially a leader playing against a shared second place, meaning Finek is the tournament leader and the Chinese Grandmaster is trying to catch up. Knight e2, whatever was played, he's trying to apply some pressure against the black pawn on c4. We will check that game. Also, Carissa Yip versus Marco Materia is heating up. This is some rather unorthodox Caro position, even though it does look like Caro-Kann to me. But, well, things exploded very quickly. That's the lower middle board. And finally, we have some events in the game of Alexander Kosteniuk versus the World Championship challenger Vaishali on the lower right part. This was some sort of a Raul Lopez, but now black has some issues with the pawn on d6.
Arturs, you know better. Where do we see the most of the development on the boards? In which game would you love to dig deeper as we can try without Levon Aronian's help?
Yeah, it's going to be really hard. But I think that we could maybe take one game after another. Something sensational happens, we immediately switch to that. But maybe let's start with the master section. Jezer Domos versus Limle. Levon told me a couple of stuff about the opening phase. I don't think we're going to go back to that stage anymore. He also said that apparently white is a bit better because he has some sort of a control over the d5 square. We couldn't quite agree how big of an advantage it is. White is a bit pressing. By the way, there's an early bishop g5 Angelica play by black, and I think black wants to eliminate this knight on d2 as quickly as possible. Otherwise, white will park the knight on d5, which will be quite difficult to get rid of.
As we can see, the position is not so opened, which would be preferable for the bishop pair. So that's why black is okay with trading off one of the bishops for the knight. And as you're mentioning that it's not, you know, handing all the way to the d5 square. For white, it's a great position because white has a pawn on c3, which is controlling the d4 square, where the black's knight is aiming to go. But yeah, what could be a plan right now? How would you react here with white? Do you want to trade the knight? I mean, probably you would like to keep it, but how do you keep it on the board? Can you play something like knight f1, but then you're allowing all kind of trades on the d file?
I think there's also going to be an issue with the pawn on c4. You know, like takes, knight a5. This pawn is, even if you don't lose it, it's very difficult to defend. You see the knight on e3 or d2, it's immediately contested by the black bishop on g5. So I'm afraid that knight f1 only is going to be trouble to white. But now that I'm looking at this, I'm not entirely sure how white is supposed to keep the knight, because black is going to play queen takes on d1 and bishop takes on c4 anyway. So I'm thinking if I take on e6, there could be an intermezzo move. Maybe not necessary, but I start to like it. Bishop takes on d2, rook d2, queen e6, and it doesn't look like white has anything here.
But now a big question, if you take on d8, the problem is if you take with the knight, there is going to be some queen b5 idea. So is it some kind of trying to stop black from castling? But yeah, queen c6 there is, of course.
Yeah,
to
it's
stop.
actually a fair idea. Like I also saw, I initially thought that you're winning a pawn, but queen c6, black is just fine. And on top of that, I think I can also take with a king. Doesn't really seem to be much of a big deal. And I think that here white might also have to be a bit careful because the bishop on b2 is not doing anything. If you try to activate it, you give away the d4 square. You would have to play something like bishop c1 and bishop e3. And if black at some point is going to be able to move this pawn away, some future b5, b4, maybe he gets access to the d4 square. The knight can be real unpredictable here.
Also could be ideas with a bishop a3 trying to go from another diagonal. There are ideas, but definitely, I mean, Arturs, you are right. The bishop is much worse piece in this position than the knight. But yeah, we are currently at this situation where white has to make a decision, and bishop d5
Wow.
has just been played, allowing bishop d2 take. But what is in the mind of the Turkish superstar?
Wait, what is this? So if I take it, he wants to play knight f3. Because I thought that e takes on d5 is queen d5. I don't see any compensation. So he wants to play knight f3. What a tricky move.
Very tricky. And now the bishop is pinned. You cannot step away because the queen is going to be lost. So in this moment, can you try to play something like knight? I said knight e7, but okay, then there is c4, right?
Knight e7, I think you can
C4.
either take it or play c4. You play knight d5.
Too many moves.
Yeah, I think you're just leaving the center here. So knight g5, by the way. Yeah, you just take a piece.
Oh.
and
Too many pieces are hanging.
yeah, I'm to be honest, I was thinking after knight f3 if there's a room for some craziness with bishop c4, meaning you can't take with a queen because the rook on d1 is under attack, and if you take on c4, you ruin your pawn structure. So this literally forces white to take it. It forces white to take it. The bishop is under attack, so probably I have to defend it. King takes on e2, and now the question is this enough? Because white does have this d5 square, but again, like the knight on f3 went the other way, because the big idea for white was to get the knight on e3, park it on d5, and then in some long game claim the advantage. It just looks like it's an equal position here.
Definitely, but you can still prepare this knight maneuver, and also black has to finish the development for that. But bishop d5 looks like a surprising move, also looking from the body language of Lim Le. If not taking the bishop on d5, is there an idea to immediately smash that knight on d2, just trade it?
Absolutely. This is something I'm sure that the Vietnamese grandmaster is looking into. Bishop d5 probably drops the pawn on e5 with no compensation, so I think the black cannot do this. Let's say he castles short, I castle short, because at some point you have to develop. No, I think here black has some issues, because rook d1, white has some pressure, white controls the d5 square, and if at any moment you take it, I take with the pawn, I attack this pawn on e5, maybe play c4, I think black is just worse.
Oh, that's a tough position. But if you play something like queen c7, knight e7, you try to remaneuver your pieces,
No,
how the game could continue? I mean,
I could even take it, and I'm claiming that I have some long-term pressure here against your pawns. Maybe this. Let's say you trade it, play b6, bishop e3, f3, put the bishop on g3.
yeah, this is an issue. These
Yeah.
double pawns are an issue, for
Yeah.
sure.
A bit problematic. No, I think, Angelica, that bishop takes on d2 is, it's a playable move, but it's inaccurate. And since white wants to play knight f3 anyway and establish the perfect control to d5 square, I'm fairly sure you gotta do this. I don't think this is a move. Yeah, you just take a free pawn.
Yeah, you have to play knight f3 to keep the pin on the queen on d7, and the bishop is pinned right now. And now the big moment. What do you do in the position?
But I think also bishop c4 is the only move. Like, is there even something else? Otherwise, I just take on d5 or knight g5. What do you do? Like, or even rook d5, e takes on d5. It's just a necessary move.
Yeah, you cannot really do so. So
It's a forcing sequence. If I'm not terribly mistaken, really. So takes, king e2. Maybe get the king on e6. Some rook d1, king e6.
some knight d2, knight c4, knight d3.
Yeah, but it's very slow. You see, you're never going to get the knight on e3 because the bishop on g5 stops it. And if I trade the bishop for the knight, the position is just equal. No, I think that Yes came up with a very creative idea, tried to get something out of this position. But to be honest, if black is going to spot bishop d5, bishop c4, then he's going to solve all the problems in the opening.
But also, as we recalled, yesterday's game of Limle against Matthias Blubaum, we also were considering that the game was, it was very solid, but Limle somehow managed to find his way in the game and squeeze that victory. So can something similar happen out of this game, but now from Yes' perspective?
Maybe. Yeah, like maybe also this endgame is not entirely harmless. I think that I'm not entirely sure. Maybe the Vietnamese Grandmaster missed this move because bishop d5 is, like, if you go back to this position, it's not super obvious. Like, you're looking, first and foremost, you're looking at bishop e6. You're looking at maybe bishop b5 move and then walk away with the knight. But boom, playing bishop d5 or knight f3, this can be missed, this kind of sequence. So first there might be some initial shock. You overcome it. You're like, okay, now I got to work with what do I have here. Then you start to spot bishop c4. You realize that probably there's nothing better you can do really than go for this endgame. And then you're trying to figure out the most precise way how you are going to equalize this. I still say it's king d7, king e6, and he is just looking at this right now. I think he has this line already in his pocket. Literally, if he's going to find nothing, he's going to go there. But it's also maybe he's a bit thinking, okay, I don't really have any winning chances in this position anymore. But ultimately, I don't really see a choice for him.
And as we can see, both players might go down this line, trading most of the pieces in the position. But while Liam is taking his time, I suggest to pull up the bird's eye view to see what else is spicing up in the other games. We haven't yet checked the game of Matthias Blubaum against Aydin Suleiman Lee. There, Matthias established a nice knight on d5, but is it enough? That's going to be our question. What about Generations Challenge, Arturs?
In the Generations Challenge, there are some movements in the game of Shatong against Václav Finnick, the Battle of the Leaders, lower left corner, the Breyer variation. By the way, the favorite variation of Levon Rodian, who was earlier here in the studio with me. We will check that game. Carissa Yip versus Marco Materia. The game is still very sharp, very unclear, very unusual pawn structure, lower middle board right there. And in Alexander Kostenik versus Vaishali, White appears to have some sort of a pressure against the black pawn on d6. That's the diagram on the lower right corner. The World Championship challenger is suffering a bit. White is pressing, but I think ultimately the game is about balanced. But yeah, let's go to Blubaum.
I suggest shortly to go back to Yes against Limle because the moves are incoming. We might get the same endgame as we were discussing. Maybe just shortly to stay there till they reach this position, and then immediately we go to Matthias.
All right.
Because the line Arturs is even saying this bishop c4 incredible move was found. We see the queens are off the board in the position.
Yeah. I think here bishop d8 is going to happen because why would you leave the bishop on g5 under attack? Typically, it's also a good sign of good players. You pause for a moment. I think that the Vietnamese Grandmaster already has decided what he wants to do. You always double check. You want to have some fresh set of eyes at this position. So he's going to take, of course, with the bishop. It's what he does. White's going to take with the king on e2. Again, a small pause, like 30 seconds. See, maybe my assessments of the position changes. One thing about this position I would like to mention, Angelika, black does not have to castle short. Of course, king d7, you activate the king, put it on e6, because when the endgame arises, the king becomes a very important piece to fight for the surrounding squares.
So we're going to have a very exciting endgame battle. Exactly the same position, Arturs, as you've been discussing. You fully predicted it. So let's go to Matthias against Aydin, because that's what where we wanted to go. Just wanted to make sure that these ones are heading for the end game, you showed.
All right. And bishop f6. Okay. So I think that we can definitely draw the first conclusions. Here, this is also the position we are having a lot of fun with Levon. At some point, like if we go back to this position right here, and White had the choice, we are thinking if Black is going to take the pawn on d5,
Yeah.
or instead he's going to collect the pawn on e5. And Levon initially said, you know, I think that this is something you can't do. It looks risky because White plays e6. And I said, I challenge you, prove me. Yeah, so try to checkmate me. And of course, he checkmated. He
The
found
challenge accepted.
it was actually very beautiful. There was a very, very beautiful sequence where White delivers a checkmate. But anyway, we're having a lot of fun in this position. Black played the perfect setup. Knight e5, knight x on d3, eliminating the bishop here. Queen x on d3. Levon's idea was to play knight c7, takes, knight e5. The position is about balanced, but I think what's happening here is that Black is getting ambitious. So instead of the many captures on d5, which gives Black an equal position, here the Azerbaijani grandmaster plays bishop f6. He says, let's go for obstacle of bishop position, where my bishop on b7 is going to be stronger than your actual bishop.
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Also looking at the position that Black has currently, the bishop pair advantage. So Black can give one bishop and had this beautiful bishop. And as we know, when there is an opposite color bishop position, the attack is stronger for any side who is attacking. And in this position, we can already see the bishop is pointing out at the king side. There is a 3 against 2 on the king side, but usually you prefer to have 3 against 2 on the queen side in such position because it's easier to create a passer. So I definitely think that even the semi-open f-file helps Black to create more attacking opportunities, and potentially having passer on the queen side is something that what Aydin is also thinking about, and Matthias has to be worried here.
I mean, it's probably equal, yeah. So both players can definitely develop some sort of an attack, but I think that White might have some issues with the pawn on c4 because it cannot be protected, and if Black will be given a chance, he will definitely try to apply some pressure here. And also, if at some point, let's say Black plays whatever he plays, even in these positions, I think it's not completely equal because the pawn on d5 can be easily attacked.
Definitely, and we have, as White, dark squared bishop. It's not going to be so easy to defend it with a dark squared bishop, the pawn on the light square. So very nice idea from Aydin. I don't think that Matthias was expecting it. I think he anticipated the idea of trading most of the pieces and getting to the equal endgame, but bishop f6. Now the question is, do you take the bishop with their other chance? Okay, let's take this look
Yeah,
at the
like
line.
I will definitely answer that. Do you take on f6 or not? But I think even Black would have played this position. I don't see any issues with this choice whatsoever. If he wanted to make a draw, he could have just done it. Like, okay, Engines kind of likes it for White, but I don't see why. Like rook c8, it's just a very easy game for Black. Or c8 on d5, you do control the weaknesses on c6 and e6, but why would it even matter? Because now Black has a chance to organize an outside pass pawn, while White's pawn majority, the king side, feels to be non-existent. It's not even in play right now. So I think so. I could be wrong that Aydin is a bit ambitious here. He played bishop f6, but ultimately it's still balanced, I would say.
Now a big question for Matthias, to take the bishop or not to do so. But the problem is rook on a1 is hanging. So do you step away with the rook somewhere like rook a2, bringing it to the e-file, or do you take that nasty bishop on f6?
Okay, yeah, it looks very logical. I think I'm going to avoid a trade now, play bishop e5, since you did not take it. I have a feeling this knight is really awkward on f4 for White. This is also something that Levon mentioned in the earlier positions, the knight to d4. You don't know really what's he doing there. Queen c7, knight e5, and Black is simply going to say no to the trade. Something like, I don't know what, queen d7. It's a bishop pair.
Yeah, the bishop pair, and the position is quite open for those reasons. Obviously, bishops are going to be very strong here, and advantage will be better for black?
I mean, if black is concerned, he could always take on d5. You know, like it's something he can always do, and maybe I even overestimating black's chances here. I just think that black correctly estimates that he can take on d5 whenever he feels like it, and Matthias's gambling in the opening was not really is not really working well. And if we go back to the opening stage, I asked Levon, what does he think about white's choices? And we stopped it right here. I'm going to go back way back to the move 8. He said at knight c6, this is look kind of suspicious for black because white has a considerable space advantage. And Levon said he would have played bishop e2 here.
Bishop e2, yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Castles, bishop e3. If black plays e5, you take with e5, you play b3. You have some Marazzi bind position on the board. Probably white has.
And you
some,
love it?
I love it. For Levon, like, yeah, he also kind of liked it the way I understood it from here. But e5 was probably a bit too much. And even though Aronian himself really pushed those pawns aggressively in chess 960, this is not a position probably to do it.
Definitely not so. And when you have such a little development, just 2 pieces developed, it's definitely very tough to proceed with the attack. You cannot attack just with 2 knights. You need more pieces for that. And this is a current position that we have. So, yeah, Matthias pushed those pawns, but where are they now? Now all of them are, or most of them are traded. It's only the pawn on c4 which is staying in this position. So I think that, yeah, for Matthias, there are some questions which he will answer. Will he take on f6? Will he remove the rook? But while he's thinking what to do here, let's pull up the bird's eye view and see what else is going on in Generations Challenge. By the way, we have some very spicy position. The one which stands out is in the bottom middle. It's Carissa Yip against Marco Materia. The bishop f4 has just been played, threatening some kind of e6 ideas later on. And what about others games?
Yeah, Xiaotong versus Finnick, the left corner of the bottom row. There's not many moves, and we do see that white has some pressure against the pawn on c4 in this Ra Lopez. Apparently white is slightly better. Also, Alexander Kostenyuk versus Vaishali, that's the lower right corner. Not many moves have been played. Black is having a bit issues with the pawn on d6, but apparently it's not really a big deal, at least according to the chess engine. So let's go to the spicy game of Yip versus Marco Materia and see who is actually doing better there.
Yeah, this was this Caro-Kann opening, which we've watched at the beginning of the broadcast, which was very interesting. And then we saw that how some pawns have been traded by Carissa and Marco. So yeah, and last move was bishop f4. What do you think about it? Does he aim for something like, does she aim for like some e6 ideas? But the bishop is hanging on f4 at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, white has to play at the king side, I suppose. What I learned from Levon when we talked about this position is that black included a very important move earlier, a5. So in case you missed it, I'm going to go back to this position. This is Aronian's understanding of this theoretical position. Here, black plays a5. Like, it's a very trendy move. You want to gain space, play a4, see what happens. And now the point is, if white commits to a4, f6, white tries to open up the position very quickly. In these arising positions, it's much safer for black to castle the long side. Because with the pawn on a7 and the white pawn on a2, castling long side is really dangerous because white can play b4, b5 and open up the queen side.
And here black has a full control of the b4 square. I don't know how many pieces you have to include to prepare this b4 break. I mean, you need the knight a3, knight c2, bishop d2, like, you know, trying all kind of ideas, rook b1 probably at the moment, and then b4, but it will last forever. And meanwhile, black will be able to finish the development and create some attack on the king side. Because that's where the knight on s3 is standing. You looking, and you have to watch out for some ideas like h6, g5, g4, just pushing the pawn, or even h5, or even h5, h4, h3 maybe, yeah?
In the future, yeah. We cannot rule it out. I think first black most likely needs to get the king to the safety. So I think I'm going to check the engine here because there were a couple of mistakes according to the Silicon Beast, and also when Levon was here, he was not entirely sure why there would be mistakes. Bishop g4, according to an engine, is an accuracy, simple trade on d3, queen d3, knight e7 was better, but it's not really such a big difference according to our dearest engine. h3 is a small miss. Knight d2 and queen c2, according to an engine, was a stronger continuation. Okay, these are pretty human moves, in case you ask me. The trade happened. The only difference is that black traded not the bishop, but the knight.
Yeah, now black cannot castle short. Probably black also doesn't want to do it. But you have to watch out for the queen h5 checks, for e6 ideas. I mean, e6, queen f7, if white could play 2 moves in a row, it would be a checkmate, but of course, queen h5 was played.
And this is how they got there. By the way, I think I forgot to mention the pawn on e5 was never under attack. In case somebody is wondering, what are they doing? Why they're not taking the pawn on e5 here? I think it's just incredibly dangerous to take with e5. The rook at e1 is immediately pinning things. So, yeah, don't do this if you're playing with black.
Don't repeat it at home for sure. And for that reason, knight e7 was played. Some checks, queen e2. Now queen had to defend the pawn. And queen c7, now the pawn can be taken. Still, there could be some pins after rook e1, but of course you don't want to allow that. So, feels like bishop f4 looks like a logical move. Also, in some positions, e6 could be a threat, but the bishop is not defended at this moment.
Yeah, definitely e6 is going to be coming at some point. Also, this queen h5, queen e2 is the point so that black doesn't decide to castle short. Because if you castle short, you have already made some weaknesses. So that's why this queen h5, queen e2 by Carissa, she included this to make sure that black is not even think about it. I'm not entirely sure if it's not possible. It looks a bit risky. And I think with the pawns on a5, a4, it would make a bit more sense for black to castle the long side. So let's give it a try.
Let's try to make some continuation. Yeah, long castle. What do you do here as white? I mean, this e6 idea doesn't yet work, probably because the bishop is hanging on f4. But of course, you can always give up the pawn. But what to do? Just develop.
It's a bit too early, yeah. A bit early. Yeah, I don't.
Shouldn't give up material.
Not like this.
There is calm move. Bishop g3 in the current position, stepping away and preparing this e6.
Yeah, but it's under a pin. Yeah, like let's say I play knight of fate. Yeah, you cannot really do this. I put the knight on e6, you play e6, it drops a piece.
This bishop on c5, pinning the pawn on f2. Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's actually it's a logical idea, but maybe then I could try to improve it. Let's say long castle, play bishop h2.
Bishop h2. Now again, the idea is of e6. You have to watch out for it. Knight f8, stepping away. Now still e6 is possible, but then maybe black can play bishop d6, offering a trade.
And this pawn could be in trouble. Like if I trade it, I don't know which move. Rook d6, queen d6. I have no idea. Rook d6.
Here, queen e5 could be maybe some threat. But still the problem with the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, you're still losing it. I'm fairly sure that Carissa is looking at all of this right now. And also Marco is deciding he's castling the long side, the good thing. By the way, he should castle. Nobody has fully cancelled it. Because it does weaken the king a bit, but there's a very concrete idea. You're hitting the rook. And yeah, you see, it's so easy to make mistakes. Yeah, like just I'm making human moves, and suddenly
there are some issues, yeah?
But I'm not sure why this would be a mistake, because it just looks a very normal move. I mean, white might have some problems with this pawn. No, it's not easy. Yeah, we just switched on the engine as soon as white castles the short side, the long side. Engine immediately starts to favor white. I think the top choice of the engine, if I checked it briefly before, it was knight f8.
Knight f8 is already preparing for the e6 push and putting the knight on e6, just blocking the pawn. It looks very logical, because this is what you want to do when there is such a pawn on e5. You want to block it, and the best piece to block it is the knight.
Yeah, but then again, I could play bishop g5. I could try to exploit this weakness. You play knight e6. I play bishop f6. What do you do?
Rook
Rook
f8.
f8. I play queen g4. I don't know if I like this. So the knight is under attack. Let's say I defend it. Do you like the bishop on f6?
Well, it's annoying, definitely, but you can also kick it out at some moment after you manage to castle with knight g8, yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Like knight e2, long castle, knight b3, bishop something, f4 some. No, it's
The more
very,
moves we make, the better it becomes for white.
Yeah. It's very unclear. I am not even sure if this knight f8 is so human, because I understand the idea knight f8, knight e6, but you release the tension against the pawn, you allow white to get the bishop on f6, and then a 4 or 5 will be incoming very quickly.
Yeah, long castle feels like a very natural move to make. Just you long castle, there's no e6 in this position, so definitely Marco is looking somewhere in that direction, because also you don't want to castle short, as you explained earlier, because of the dark squared weaknesses on the king side, so you want to castle long side. Bishop d4.
Yeah, like I'm trying to somehow get to the pawn. Yeah. Bishop d4 also could be a move, rook e1 and knight c5. I'm trying to figure out if this is another way to get there, because now I'm... Is there a difference even? Like I still might play bishop g5.
The engine doesn't like something.
Yeah, but yeah, at least I like this position a bit more. Yeah, the bishop on d4 is a bit more aggressive. Maybe some castles.
Maybe you can take actually with a queen on e5. Can you take it? Can you do it? Okay, apparently not. Because there is problem with the pin on.
Yeah.
I wanted to take a bishop on d3.
Yeah, but
It's not working.
Yeah, unfortunately you're losing a piece. But what about if I go here, I hit this pawn, and after bishop f6, I have no idea what this is. Some 90s. No, wait, no 90s. No 90s. Wait, really?
Wait, what is happening?
I have no idea.
Oh my god. Some crazy tactics?
No, I just randomly...
Oh. You give up a knight and then you play rook f2? You cannot stop from winning a queen, is it so?
I think so. Or at least some discovered check, collect back the bishop, and white's position just makes no sense. Your entire queen side is sleeping. So this sequence, it was like this. Bishop d4, hitting the pawn, e6, I think it doesn't work because e6, queen f4, take on d7, king d7. Black is looking really good here. White cannot exploit the weakened king. So bishop d4, the pawn most likely has to be protected. Rook e1, knight c5, threatening to take on d3, threatening to play knight e6. And if white plays bishop g5, get the bishop at f6, short castle, and there could be some problems for black. Once again, this entire sequence with knight e7. But I think that bishop g5 feels a bit artificial, so white simply has to continue development at some point.
Yeah, definitely. This knight and the rook will not develop themselves, so Carissa has to make sure it works. But it's not her turn, it's Marco's. And he has to make a decision here. Will he castle long, or will he find this counterintuitive move, knight f8, which is apparently the best of the engine? But, yeah, Arturs, what do you think? What we will see? Will he goes for castle?
No, I think he's going to play bishop d4. Like, castle, okay, yeah, it's definitely a move. Knight f8, I think it's a bit counterintuitive because white's going to put the bishop at f6 with queen g4 to follow. I find it very difficult to go there. So you can see by his body language, he is zoomed in, like he's like using all of his processors right now. There's one really. And
there are two left and right.
Depth 60 right now for Marco. He's trying to figure out things, like he's super talented, playing against four-time US champion. Carissa trying to figure out what's going on. Could be potentially the game of the round, but we have to move on.
I suggest to immediately go to the game of leaders of the Generations Challenge, Kongresshaus against Václav Finek, because we've seen some development there. There has been a lot of changes in the position. Earlier we were discussing that Kongresshaus was in control, but now as we see, something happened. There is a pawn for black on the A file, and there is double pawn on the C file. What happened, Arturs?
Well, I think to give you some context, we have to go back, and we are going to go back to this moment. This is when LeBron was in the studio. We're thinking about the plans. The idea is to play a4, create a pin, black played c4, 8x on b5. We saw this position. We didn't really analyze it in very great depth because we couldn't have predicted what black's going to do. Black played queen c7, protect the pawn. I don't think we got to this position at all. And the following moves were played by white. Bishop e3, super logical. Once play knight e2, potentially take on b6, collect the pawn. Black play knight e7, defend the knight on b6, which defends the pawn on c4, super logical. White played knight e2, apply pressure, makes sense. Knight c5, being ambitious, looks logical. And this involved a pawn sacrifice by black to establish a very nice blockade.
Well, and they have this beautiful knights on the c5 and b6, while white has a bishop pair, but position is very close, and bishop c5 was played. Apparently not the best move. Do you think it is because the light squared bishop on f1 is going to be just out of the game, and the dark squared bishop on e3 was the only active piece?
I think it's a sequence of moves. I think that the Chinese grandmaster thinks he's doing well. In this position, I think I understand what he wants. So, bear with me. After bishop c5, queen c5, knight b3, I think he wants to play c5, either immediately or at some point later. And after d-takes on c5, establish himself a better pawn structure. Is it knight e2, knight c4? Is it c4? I don't really know. But I think that he was going to something like this from afar, where he has a protected pass pawn in the center. This bishop is seemingly doing nothing, and then use the extra knight to outmaneuver the opponent. So what probably contributed to the decision making is that he possibly did not see what else he can do, because after knight b3, maybe he didn't like bishop a4.
Yeah, that's definitely something you don't want to run into, the pin.
And if I take on c5, I'm going to take on b3, take on b3, queen c5. I'm picking black. Move the queen, put the knight on c5, put the bishop on h6.
100%.
100% outside pass pawn. Yeah, how I'm not better here. I don't understand it.
Yeah, and also looking at those bishops, bishop on f1 is constantly pinned to defense of the c4 pawn. You cannot remaneuver it, while for black, bishop on f8, of course it doesn't look like an amazing piece right now, but it can anytime go to h6, f4, to be remaneuvered to that diagonal, or also some very longer way, like some e7, d8, b6 if needed. But
Yeah.
for white, there will be a big issue how to continue. Also,
Yeah.
black is having this a pawn, which helps a lot. I
Yeah.
don't feel there is an extra pawn for white in the position.
I agree. Yeah, it doesn't even feel. So, according to an engine, this was a mistake, and now we can have a quick peek. What was the Chinese grandmaster supposed to do? What? Queen f... Okay, that makes no sense. Rook a3. This looks pretty logical. a4.
So blocking the pawn.
Queen f... What on earth? Who plays like this? Queen f3. And if I improve my pieces, bishop e2, rook a2. Okay, that's complete nonsense. I don't know what the engine is saying. That I don't understand small queen f3 at all. What's even it's saying there with this? People don't think like this. So, and if I play some human moves, instead of bishop c5, let's say I play queen c2. Queen c2, it's a human move. Black's gonna go here.
Let's bring also rook to b1 or rook a3, also possible.
Let's say I go here. Rook a1, a4. You know, that's the big difference. That is the big difference compared to engines. And humans, engine is spewing out some random moves and saying that white is slightly better, but Tonshaw is looking for a clear plan. So that's why he took away, he removed the bishop, he played knight b3 here, and he's right now thinking about this c5 push to give him the pawn majority at queenside. Otherwise, black's going to play a4. Wait, by the way, he can also take a pawn here, I just noticed.
Taking the pawn, but how are we going to continue here? Is there bishop a4 in the position? Or it doesn't make sense anymore?
Maybe.
Bishop a4, pinning the knight. After you take, I take. How are you going to unpin? Or you don't want to?
It looks really good for black.
Yeah.
Very good
Getting back
compensation.
the pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, very good compensation. Like you, so for example, what was it? Rook a5. You said bishop a4. I suggest knight c4 immediately. It's pretty much the same, yeah, like takes and takes.
Just getting the pawn and enjoying the life.
I mean, black has a very good compensation. The bishop is going to go to h6, maybe first include h5 to fight for some squares, for space. Beautiful, well-positioned pieces. And this is why Tong Shao is thinking right now. He is not grabbing the pawn. Like, I think he went for this position to have a choice. One choice is either collect the second pawn on a5, or the second choice is to play c5 and play for the better pawn structure. Which one is he going to choose? I have no idea.
And what Václav is doing in this tournament, I mean, this is absolutely craziness. He's sacrificing the second pawn right now to Tong Shao. Yesterday scoring an absolutely brilliant victory against Alexander Kostyanyuk, leading the tournament right now. And yeah, very, very nice for him. Actually, he won the Challengers tournament of the Prague Chess Festival earlier this year. So he knows some secrets about winning such event, challenger event. But this is different. There are so many formats. You play Chess 960, you play Rapid, Blitz, you play Classical. Then there are going to be also finals of the Classical. We'll move to that a bit later. But so many events in one, and he's the leader of the tournament. And looking at this game, he is dominating. And the pawn, by the way, was just grabbed by Tong Shao. Are you surprised, Arturs, or
No.
you were expecting this?
Oh, I don't know. Like, I didn't know. I felt like it was a 50-50 chance. He's going to play either rook a5 or c5. I think that he was also undecided until the moment when he played it. Like, he thought, okay, I'm going to get there. I'm going to figure things out. Both of the moves are perfectly playable. Currently, black is down 2 pawns. He does really feel like it. Is he going to go for this bishop a4, knight c4? On top of the ideas I'm also spotting, there could be a room for the trade here. Now play rook a8 and collect the pawn on c4, or perhaps go like this. Knight a4, knight b3, and get this pawn instead, but I don't even understand what's the difference.
Yeah, there you have to watch out for the c5 pushes later. You
Yeah.
have to control the c5 square.
I think the most human way is rook a8, knight goes here, and knight c4.
Just
That-
grabbing the pawn.
Yeah, that's the most human I can think of. Probably the move order is the same.
Yeah,
I think we
absolutely.
already saw this.
I agree, and Václav Finek is taking time. I suggest to get an overview of the current round number 3 already of the Classical and see what else is going on the other boards. We have some updates, and in the bottom middle board, it's the game of Carissa against Marco. That's what we've just been seeing. Bishop d4, Arturs, your move have been played in the position, and then also the short castle, so we definitely will follow closer that game. In the top boards, in the top middle one, yes, against Limlé, they're getting to the endgame. Bishop is on g5, stopping all kind of knight e3, and black wants to trade the bishop for a knight. In the top right corner, we see that the game simplified into this endgame where black has 2 against 1 on the queen side and white has 3 against 2 on the king side. What else do you see in the other games that we haven't yet covered?
Yeah, so the only game I think you didn't really mention was Kostyanyuk against Bashali. That's the lower right corner. This is the Raul Lopez. Also, I feel we haven't checked this game for a long time. And I think we should go there because all the other games seem to be quite balanced. And in this game, at least, Kostyanyuk has some pressure. Black has some problems. It's also a fight for perhaps the last chance for either the player to catch up with the leaders, because once again, the one of the main features of the Biel Chess Festival Masters and Generation Challengers tournament is that there's going to be a final stage. So right now, this is round 3 out of 5. Then the players are going to play a double round-robin blitz tournament with reverse colors, obviously, 2 games against each other. There's going to be a second rest day. And finally, there will be a final stage. And if you are more than 12 points behind the tournament leader, you are eliminated. And that's why I'm saying for both Vaishali and Kostanyuk, this is essentially the last, maybe one of the last chances to catch up, because they're unfortunately at the bottom of the Generation Challengers tournament, and the victory gives the players 4 points and chance to be still in the pursuit.
Eliminated, but not like in a Squid Game. You're just being eliminated from the tournament. And in the Blitz, the players are getting 1 point per victory, and okay, half a point for a draw, 0 for a loss, and they're playing double rounds. So Blitz can still change and shake up the leaderboard, but so far we already have Rapid behind us. We have 2 rounds behind us. This is third round, super important for the Classical because 2 more are left. I mean, as Arturs, you're saying 4 points of the wins is huge. And it already shows us in the Masters, for example, Liam Le is so close to Livon. So he, by the way, after winning yesterday game, he has the same amount of points as Livon. So both of them are the leaders of the tournament. That's how fast action is happening here in Biel. And that's how Liam Le was winning all his previous editions. He won mostly due to the classical points.
Yeah, he just comes here and wins games, and somehow he finds at the top of the leaderboard. So usually Biel is bringing, the Vietnamese Grandmaster is bringing to Biel his A game. He's super concentrated. Also Levon here in the studio praised his opponent, and he said that he's super, super serious, super motivated. Then I asked him, I mean, who do you think is going to be your main rival to win the event? And he actually didn't really name himself as the main favorite. He just said, I'm just here to enjoy the atmosphere. And apparently he is doing exactly that.
Yeah, absolutely. The most important is to enjoy chess. And talking about the only 2 players in the field that we have this year had previous experience of the Grandmaster Triathlon. In the Masters, it's Lim Le, as we've just discussed. But in this game, Vaishali Ramesh Babu in the Generations Challenge, she's the only player who has already participated in this format 2 years ago. She is a frequent guest to Biel. She started coming here in 2021, where she got her final international master norm. The next time she came, it was 2024. She was already a grandmaster back then, and also Pragnananda, her brother, was participating in the Masters. She was participating in the Challengers, and this year she's back again as a Women's World Championship challenger. You know, 1 step away from the crown, and will be playing the match against Zhu Yinjun later this year or in the beginning next year. And she's facing today a big challenge, facing the former Women's World Champion Alexandra Kostanyuk, and as Alexandra was saying, she's not sure, you know, where the challenge is in this tournament, because she's the only one representative from the older generation, and everyone is just, you know, trying to challenge her. But Alexandra had so far all games decisive. In the first round, she won, and in the second round, she lost to Václav Finek. So she won against Carissa, lost against Václav Finek. Now it's Vaishali's turn. Are we going to see another decisive game from the position, Arturs? What would you say?
I mean, it looks pretty great. They played some sort of for Lopez. I think at this stage, we're already not going to go back. We're simply going to focus on what we're seeing at hand right now. This is the current position. White has definitely made a progress, meaning Black has a weakness on d6. The White rook just crashed through to the 7th rank. Feels really dangerous. The bishop is under attack. By the way, how do you get rid of it? Because you can't play rook c8. There are some issues with the pawn on f7. You can't play other rook c8 because it drops the bishop here. And it's very unpleasant because maybe you can play queen b2, collect the pawn, but White is having so huge activity here. Maybe we check this line.
Yeah, absolutely. I suggest to go all in for this line, because the pawn is hanging. I mean, that's the first thing you see. It's forcing line. You see capture. You have to check it.
Okay, I was thinking rook takes on d6. The threat is to play rook takes on g6. Maybe there's some issues with the back rank. Oh wait,
Some
there's
check.
a check.
So you have to play either queen e1 or knight e1, but the pawn is hanging with the defense of the knight on g6.
There's also rook d1. Yeah, but I don't want to go back, so knight e1, queen e4. I have a feeling it's dropping material. So,
You take on e3.
yeah. It's more or less forced, I think. Like
Yeah,
white
two
has
pieces.
two heavy pieces. The bishop goes to d5. You play e4. Borderline lost for black. I don't think it's going to happen. So once again, queen b2, rook d6 looks monstrous, and queen b1 check, knight e1, queen e4 quite doesn't work because of rook b7. So if you can't do this, then you simply cannot take on b2, and you have to seek something else. But what is it?
Yeah, huge question for Vaishali, and she has now 30 minutes on the clock. For Alexandra is 53, so 23 extra minutes of time. We've seen Vaishali also in the time troubles. In the first round, she was in the time trouble. In the second round, in the first round, by the way, Vaishali had huge winning chances against the Chinese Grandmaster Tong Xiao. She could have started with a victory. Luckily for Tong, he managed to defend the position, and it was a good draw. But yesterday, what a pity was for Vaishali, where she sacrificed and exchanged, and she tried to attack, but unfortunately it was not enough, and Carissa was the one who took over. But time is ticking, 30 minutes. Dear viewers, there is no increment right now at this stage of the game. Till 40th move, they have to play with only 2 hours each. And out of the 2 hours, for Vaishali is left only half an hour.
Yeah, and this is move 21. So for black, it's quite unpleasant position here. White has a considerable pressure. All right, but white's plan, I think it's quite clear. You want to secure yourself some window for the king. Maybe play something like h3 or g3. The pawn on d6 might be a weakness. Are you also thinking that white could play something like queen d4? Offer the trade, takes. The pawn on d6 is a weakness. But okay, now we look at this position from the black's perspective. So rook on c7 cannot be get rid of. What do? Do you play queen d8? You don't want to go back. What do? Knight e5?
That's a good question. How do you continue this game? Because for Vaishali, there is, I think, one problem in the position. She has this d6 pawn, and the d6 pawn can be targeted. Knight e5. Something is wrong, apparently, in the position. Something is... So knight e5?
Knight e5, I think. Oh wait, knight e5, d takes on e5. The rook goes to d7.
And if you take with a queen, queen b6, or something, I don't know.
I don't even. Queen b6.
A bishop e4.
Bishop e4 or queen e4 even.
Maybe f3 first.
Yeah, but then it doesn't seem really so great. There must be something super very concrete we're missing here. Some tactic.
Some tactics. Do we sacrifice?
I don't immediately see. Queen d4. Why it's so bad, to be honest? Let me. Oh, queen a7. Okay, I just consulted with the engine.
Queen a7, not queen b6. Okay.
Queen a7. All right. Okay, queen a7, hitting the bishop, hitting the pawn on f7. And if I play queen e4, f3. Wait, so how real is this sequence once again, Angelika? So once again, we have this position. Black has issues. Knight e5 looks very human. You want to solve some problems. You want to bring the piece in the game. But this queen a7, like, takes. If you take d takes on e5, okay, this I think it's very clear. Black has issues.
Clear, but queen e5.
Queen e5, queen a7. If the bishop leaves, there's going to be some issues here. Let's say I take it.
Rook f7.
Rook f7.
If you
what?
take, there is even queen b8.
Oh, queen b8. Right, you're right. Queen b8.
The problem is the pawn is on d6. If there was no pawn on d6, queen would be defending the rook on b8.
And if you play queen e4, then strictly the only move is f3, and you're dropping the bishop.
There is no step away from the queen. But can you pick it up with a half an hour on the clock? Can you see all of it? Of course, they are top female players of the world. They should see it.
Well, apparently Black has only really one good move here. So I checked an engine, and engines say it is the move queen d8.
But if you have to play such a sad move, you know, you don't really want to continue. I don't see Vaishali going for this move. And what I believe is happening right now, that she's trying to calculate all kind of opportunities for her. She simply does not want to make the move backwards. But she might be forced to. Arturs, what do you think? It might be the only way for her to continue the game.
I mean, out of luck, good opportunities, you might have to do this. But let's say even if you play queen d8, I play rook c1, what's the big deal? I don't get it, because I still play queen a7. It just looks so counterintuitive move to go back queen d8. You see rook c1 like, oh no, I don't want to do this. Well, according to the engine again, the only continuation is a5, and I still don't get it. So what is it? I play a3. What is it? a4, bishop a2, and you go back. People don't play like this.
No, this is not.
No. It's a nonsense. It's a nonsense sequence. So now you want to play queen b2 and queen a7 is not a threat. I think Vaishali here is in a very big trouble, even though engine doesn't say that her position is so bad. Apparently queen d8, rook c1, a5, a3, a4, bishop a2, queen f6 is literally the only way to stay in the game. 95 literally loses by force, and I just don't see any of the moves here.
But Arturs, it's so tough to pick up, and for Vaishali, this is 24 minutes right now, and she doesn't have so many, you know, she has a lot of moves to play and not so much time, so I suggest for us to go on a very short break while we are going to still follow the action and see what Vaishali is going to do. We have one game which was finished already in a draw. It was Livona Ronen against Jose Martinez, but all the rest of the 5 games are full in the action. So dear viewers, stay tuned, don't go anywhere, bring some snacks, refreshment, and we'll see you in a few minutes for more from round 3.
Sie wollte Orange höher im Markt positionieren und hat Partner gesucht für Werke.
The standard Swiss industry said, oh no, I don't want to work with you.
It's a high level of watchmaking and micromechanics.
Ich bin zwar Uhrmacher gelernt, aber man lernt in der Ausbildung nicht von null weg ein Uhrwerk zu bauen.
Noise began to build about this little company in Switzerland.
I would have told them, don't try this, it's never going to work.
At the end of the day, precision is the art.
Aber es muss besser als Swiss sein. Das ist nicht wegen Arroganz, das ist die Voraussetzung. Sonst überleben wir nicht.
First of all, let me say a word about Biel. I mean, this is the annual chess festival. It's a wonderful event. So many different sections, whether you're playing in a youth tournament, a seniors tournament, there's a Masters Open, which is has a very strong entry actually. There's an Amateurs Open, there's Fisher Random tournaments, there's a Doctors Tournament, Simmels, problem solving, all kinds of tournaments going on, and it's in a really great location, the Kongresshaus in Biel, and of course the location of the city of Biel itself is wonderful. There's a beautiful lake there. There are the hills. I used to love walking up into the hills. I never actually played there. It always clashed with the British Championship. That was the problem. But I have been a commentator at the Biel Chess Festival over several years, and always really enjoyed it. It's just a wonderful atmosphere. So maybe next year, do check it out.
And we are back at the Biel Chess Festival, where Grandmaster Triathlon section is just heating up. We already have second result of the round. It was a draw, Matthias Blubaum against Aydin Suleimanli, as expected. But Arturs, we have some major development on the other boards. Let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what exactly is happening.
Wow. Evaluation bar just shot sky high in the game of Alexander Kosteniuk against Vaishali. That was the game I predicted that the current World Championship challenger from India, Vaishali, might be in trouble. She did take the pawn on b2. She did not find queen d8 because people simply do not play like this. And instead of rook takes on d6, Angelika, knight d4 apparently was an even stronger move. And black is in big trouble there.
Let's go immediately to that board to try to break it down. What happens, because Vaishali currently has 17 minutes on the clock with many more moves to go. By the way, we have the school feature in the top left of the corner, 20-second move. So it means 18 more moves have to be played for Vaishali in this position. And she's already in a trouble, according to evaluation bar.
Yeah, white has a beautiful piece coordination. The queen on b2 seems to be disconnected. By the way, dear viewers, very small note. If you saw, there was another result in the tournament. This was one of the very equalish games where Matthias Blubaum versus Aydin Suleimanli. It finished in a draw. But yeah, let's just proceed as we planned. And wow, I'm looking at this and I'm trying to figure out what is even black supposed to do here, because Angelika, I mean, knight f5 is incoming, possibly knight h on h6, queen h6, rook d6, all of white's pieces are standing really so great here.
Yeah, the pieces are super active, and one square of black, I think, which is screaming for help, is f7. I think this is the key of the position for white, trying to put even more pressure on it. Knight on g6, by the way, potentially could be under attack with moves like queen g3, you know, trying to target it, but as you're mentioning, knight is aiming for f5. And the problem is it's not so easy to bring the pieces back. And the queen on b2 is being, as you're mentioning, Arthur, so disconnected. But how can Vaishali fix it? Can she do something in this position? Can she try to bring the queen back in some way?
No.
Not really.
I'm afraid that queen x on b2 was a very big mistake. And you could also see the body language of the Indian player. She's like, oh, all right. So we have this terrible position. What should I do now? And also the clock situation doesn't really help, because this is only move 22, ladies and gentlemen. And the black's position was already difficult before. Now came the big mistake. They do say that mistakes come in pairs. The clock situation for Vaishali, this is big, big trouble. And for Kosteniuk, what a game so far against the current World Championship challenger. She's doing really well. In the previous 4 classical games, all with the white color, Kosteniuk had scored 2 victories and 2 draws, and this might be the 3rd victory.
That would be absolutely amazing for Alexandra. So, you know, and we were also discussing it. It's better to score, win, and then loss than to play draws, because when you play draws in this format, you're getting 1.5 points. So 2 draws out of 2 rounds will be 1 out of 2 points. But if you have a victory in one game and another loss, you have 4 points against 3. So maybe it's actually a perfect strategy to try to move up the leaderboard in the Generations Challenge for Alexandra. So again, big opportunity. And look at the clock situation. She spent not so much time, and she has 51 minutes right now, very comfortably advantage on the clock and on the position right now for the former women's world champion.
And I just noticed a threat, Angelika. How do you stop rook c2? It's not even about knight f5. It's about rook c2. Like, how do you save the queen? Because queen a3 is going to be bishop takes on f7, so it's not even about the domination. There's some immediate tactical problems.
What it means, there is no way for queen to return. Queen a3 will be followed up by bishop f7 instantly. Rook f2 is an immediate threat, yeah.
I think actually here, instead of the bishop f7, rook f7, queen a3, which naturally wins, of course.
Maybe
like,
rook f7.
Yeah, or even rook b7, I think, whatever you choose. Yeah, rook b7, the bishop takes on f7, have even more material. No, you can't play queen a3 at all. And if you can't play queen a3, what are you doing? You have to walk away from this threat, rook c2, and you have to walk away from bishop f7. So it's got to be some sort of a king h8. Rook c8 drops material. No, black is just dead lost here.
But Vaishali spent so much time on this queen b2 move. She must have seen, she must have calculated all this line. I mean, Arturs, do you think she just simply missed this knight d4 move? Is it just, was it some kind of hallucination for Vaishali, or how would you explain her not seeing it?
I think it's just a terrible game for her in general, but maybe again I'm underplaying a bit the performance of Alexandra. She played really amazing game, applying pressure at the right moment, but this is usually what happens even to very good players. You get under a lot of pressure, you get unpleasant position, and if your only sequence to stay alive in the game is to make some computer moves, people don't think like computers. You make a mistake, boom, next mistake, your position becomes very difficult. Add time issues on top of that, and this is the current situation. So for Vaishali, this is not the best game she has played recently, but for Kosteniuk, what an opportunity for her to be back in contention.
Definitely, it is a huge moment for Kosteniuk, but for Vaishali right now, 12 minutes, 44 seconds. I've just pulled up the previous move that she played. This queen takes on b2. She spent more time that she has right now on the clock. Almost 17 minutes were spent in the queen b2 move, but now she's surprised and stunned. After knight d4, she spends already 8 minutes on her clock. What does it mean? I mean, it means it was completely missed? It was completely out of her radar?
I think it was missed because she was expecting only rook takes on d6, and this is what we were discussing before, and knight e4 just slipped her attention. But by the way, also rook takes on d6 for white was pretty great, and maybe she was going for the sequence we were discussing before to have two minor pieces for the rook, and maybe she felt that, in this position she has some chances, but here it just like, it feels like it's lights out because let's look at the black's moves. Like, how do you stop this threat? If you move the king, it's going to be immediately bishop takes at f7, which comes with a threat to take on g6, and you trap the queen. There's no rook c8, you collect the bishop. There's no rook f to c8, you collect bishop f7. King h8.
Was played.
Maybe the only move.
I was wondering if there was a way to play d5, but maybe it also doesn't bring too much to the position.
No, but no, you just play bishop f7, no?
Yeah, now bishop f7.
No? Or is there something better?
You're just picking up a pawn, targeting the knight.
No? I'm missing something, yeah? What I'm missing? So the threat is to take on g6 and win a queen. Oh, wait, you're not winning the queen.
Queen b4.
Wait, you're not winning the queen. Wait, then we have to think.
Yeah, and there are many ideas in this position.
So if you can't play, maybe you can play knight f5. Yeah, knight f5 is always there, of course. Knight f5 is always there, but I'm looking for an immediate way to wrap up the game. It just feels like I want to trap the queen. Of course, I can play knight f5, but this allows the queen to go back in the game. Okay, fine, let's play knight f5.
Yeah,
or you want to try to play something else?
I wanted to try some rook d3. I don't know how crazy this move is. My idea is after queen a3, we want to play bishop f7. No, rook d3. Rook d3. So my idea is that if queen goes any times at a3, to a3 we have bishop f7, and otherwise the rook c2 is a threat. Trying to, my idea is to try to trap the queen in some way, but I see evaluation bar dropping down. Computer doesn't like it. Yeah, 95.
Yeah, I'm afraid it quite is not going to work. Yeah, 95, there's no bishop f7 anymore, and rook d2 is queen a3, and there's no more check, yeah? Yeah, it doesn't work. Otherwise, you could try to trap it. But what about knight f5? Let's say knight f5, I want to... What do I want to do?
Sacrifice.
Knight e6? Knight f5, yeah.
So let's say we bring the queen back to f6. Can you immediately sacrifice on h6? Knight h6, pawn takes, queen f6, queen h6. Is there a way to do something on g6? No?
No, I don't
no
see.
Rook d3, nothing. Too
It's
slow.
It's a bit slow. It is a bit slow. So I think after knight f5 queen here, you probably can just wait on the spot with something like knight e6.
Or rook d6. Yeah, knight e6.
Just feels very forcing. It's a double attack. You walk away, give a check, king h7. Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right. Who wants to do a puzzle?
I know it.
You know it?
Yeah.
You
I
solved
see
it already?
Yeah, yeah.
How many seconds did it take you?
I don't know. How fast did I say? 2, 3 seconds? After
So what is it?
Queen takes h6. Pawn takes. Because you cannot take. And knight g5. King
Beautiful.
has to go back to h8 and rook h7.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah, if this happens, this could be potentially one of the most beautiful combinations of the round, and we might see something like this. Imagine this, defeating a World Championship challenger like this, yeah, sacrificing a queen. So the entire sequence, knight f5, queen goes somewhere, knight e6, here, knight f7. There's no choice, like you take at f7, everything falls apart, king h7, and a very beautiful shot, queen h6, and that's all she wrote.
And let's not forget, it is Alexandra Kostyniuk. She's a chess queen. She has been playing chess for so many years, the most experienced players in Generations Challenge tournament. She was a women's world champion. She was competing at so many candidates tournaments. She was participating in the previous, so 2024 candidates tournament. 2026 she did not qualify, so she's still in content. She's always motivated, and she shares this passion for a game. And by the way, before the tournament started, I asked Alexandra, I was asking some questions to the players, and I asked her, if your chess style would be a movie genre, which one would it be? And she said something like a horror movie or Neiksans.
Somehow you immediately thought of a horror movie. I don't know why.
And that's what we see also at this tournament, right? She started on a high note, scoring important victory against Carissa Yup. Second round, something didn't go her way, and it was Václav Finek who scored the victory. But today he has a chance. She has a chance to score another win and get 4 extra points. By the way, we see rook c2. She attacked the queen. And now she plays knight f5. She doesn't want the queen to come back to f6. But
it's still good. It's still good. Like the queen on a3 is disconnected from the game. We didn't really discuss this, but I think it's also much more human what we looked at, because if you play knight f5, you allow the queen to go back, you don't want to do that. And Alexandra thought, with the queen on a3, I will be able to focus on this kingside attack, because now you see this queen cannot easily get to f6, get to control some of the critical squares. Knight d6, still a massive threat. We might see potentially the queen sacrificing some lines. Knight takes to h6 is happening. I still don't see any good moves for black here.
Yeah, and it looks so human, right? First attacking the queen. Queen has to step away, cannot return to f6. Now knight f5. Now there are big questions to Vaishali. She has 10 minutes on the clock. But I think she will think for a while here. I suggest Arturs to move on to the other games, because the action is keep on happening on the 4 remaining games. We have 2 draws. One very short draw, Jose Martinez against Levon Aronian. The other draw, which just happened during our break. And, well, in the Masters, we have 1 game which is ongoing. I don't feel like that is very much eventful right now. There has been trade of the bishops in the position. But in the Challengers, I think it's all about action. Tong Xiao in the bottom left corner, as well as in the middle bottom. We see Carissa Yup against Mario Materia. I mean, some crazy action. Arturs, it's your pick, where are we heading next?
I think we have to see all of these games anyway, yeah? So you're right about the game of Radomos against Limle. It looks like it's quite peaceful. We have some knights endgame, and maybe it's actually the Turkish player who is a bit more ambitious because of some space advantage, but ultimately the position is level. Let's go to the game of Shatong against Václav Finek. Of course, this game is also having a lot of importance in terms of the overall standings in the Challengers tournament, because if the Chinese Grandmaster beats his opponent here, he becomes essentially the new leader, because the Czech Grandmaster is 3.5 points ahead of his opponent, and 4 points are awarded to the winner.
But the big question, of course, it's all theoretical, right? Of course, if Tong Xiao gets 4 points, he will surpass Václav Finek. But looking at this position, and looking at this beautiful, stunning knight on c4, do you really see it happening? I feel like that black is the one who is pushing in this position. I mean, we see evaluation bar looks completely equal, but I love position of black here.
I'm completely with you there, Angelica. It looks like white is getting outplayed in this position. Black has so well-positioned pieces. The bishop on h6 controls a strong diagonal. The bishop on d7 does a wonderful job here. The knight on c4 controls the closest environment. It's a beautiful blockade. The queen on b6 stands well, attacks the knight on b3. At the same time, we're looking at white's position. The bishop at f1 is awkward. The knight on e2 doesn't do anything. The knight on b3 has no future. So I think that if I was white, I would be feeling, to be honest, quite depressed here, because like, what I'm doing here, what are my pieces even contributing to my position? But according to an engine, none of this matters because it's still equal.
Well, don't trust an engine, dear viewers, because it depends how easy is a position to be played. As Arturs, you're saying, this bishop on f1, I mean, you don't have a single square to move. Now knight on b3 is under attack. Of course, you have a beautiful rook on a1, which is controlling the a file, but the knight on c4, I think you want to try to trade it, but even that you cannot do, because bishop on h6 is stopping all kind of knight d2. You cannot trade the knight so easily. I would really love to have this knight on b3 and knight on c4 being exchanged. No way that it's happening anytime soon. Again, knight is under attack right now. By the way, for Kongresshaus, it's 23 minutes, 9 more moves remaining. Maybe not such a big time trouble as for Vaishali, but definitely still he has to find the way to continue and the way to somehow put a harmony in his positions of the pieces. And we see a move, knight e2 c1, defending the knight. Have you seen it coming, Arturs?
You got to do something. And even though knight c1 is such a sad move, you want to, as you said, get some harmony in the position, and this move might be doing just that. Perhaps try to somehow connect your pieces together and make sure they're doing something good. But it's all about white surviving here. Also, we can see the clock situation is as follows, that black is pressing here, Tong. And if I was black, I would be looking for ways to increase the pressure. And the first move, which immediately jumps to my attention, is a 5. I just want to open up the king side a bit. I want to improve the bishop here. Let's say f5, f takes on e4 is a threat, potentially bring the bishop at f5, possibly slide the rook over to the king side, then get to the pawn on f2, and with this knight on c1, knight on b3. If I was white, I would be having a bad taste in my mouth, to be honest. But what to do? Yeah, you gotta do something. Or maybe black can still somehow continue improving the pressure, but a 5 is looking the most logical move to me.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right in this way of handling the situation, because the center is closed. You have a bishop pair, you have a beautiful knight on c4, but what is next, right? You have to do something. So f5 looks like an amazing move, and white has to be ready for it, because if white is not ready, then black can take over very quickly and easily. And knowing Václav, how he has been handling the previous rounds, how he won yesterday, practically squeezed the victory out of the middle game against the former women's world champion Alexandra Kostyuk. You have to be worried here as a Chinese grandmaster. At the same time, recalling Chinese grandmasters' experience in the first 2 rounds. Kongresshaus dodges a bullet in both games. First round, second round, and well, we may see him have another draw. That's possible. But the game which excites me at this moment, it's Carissa Yip against Marco Materia. We haven't checked it for some time, and there have been some developments, so let's go straight there and see what is going on. Of course, in all games, the time trouble phase is coming closer and closer, so we'll keep an eye definitely also on Vaishali's game. But for now, let's focus on this.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the current position. I think some moves were played. We were debating there some time ago, should black castle, short side or long side? The answer is here. The Czech, sorry, not the Czech, but the French player decided to castle the short side. His king is feeling, I don't know how safe you can say it's feeling, but it's sort of well protected. White did commit to pawn on e6, which was, I imagine, pretty big decision. And I think I'm going to go back like 4 moves. Bishop f4, just to give you some context, where we left before, what is the current position. So what we did not see was bishop d4. I felt that Materia might play like this because it looked like the most logical move to me. Attack the pawn, play knight c5, rearrange the pieces. Knight e2 was played. Knight d2. Oh, I get it. So the point is, bishop takes an e5, it does not work because there's a pin.
Oh, and you cannot move the bishop. There will be a checkmate issue, or the queen will be hanging. Whew, okay.
And if you play bishop d6, there's queen e7.
Very beautiful.
Yep.
Very nice, very nice.
That's the reason. Yeah, knight e2. Carissa immediately spotted this. I suppose this is why you do some puzzles, obviously. Bishop h6, rook e8. The pawn is under attack. You don't want to give it up. You play e6. Looks very human. Agent says something else should have been done, but I think that white is playing very, very human chess so far. Knight f3, bishop f6, black retreats, and I think that all of the last moves that both players played, they look incredibly logical. And now we have to assess what is going on in this position.
Arturs, I absolutely love, the engine. We've just returned from the game Kongresshaus against Václav Finek, where there was computer was saying, it's all fine, it's all equal, it's all great, peaceful. We come to this position again. Computer is saying, well, it's all great and peaceful, but Carissa has 11 minutes right now on the clock, so we're feeling already this time pressure that she's experiencing. At the same time, position, there could be some questions. For example, later on, black could target the e6 pawn. So it might be not such a strong pawn, but rather a trump in the position, some weakness. How would you assess this position for Carissa? Because we see that she's spending more and more time, already spending 6 minutes, by the way. It's only move 20 for her.
Very dangerous for her. And this is also the thing that nobody has taught engines so far, how easy it's to play for either side. I have a feeling that for black it's a bit easier to find the next moves because you are looking at the direct threats at your opponent, at your king. You're going to deal with them. And then you're looking at the pawn on e6. How do I take this pawn? At the same time, white has to play all over the board. By the way, bishop c2 was just played. Protect the pawn on a4, maybe avoid some trades, and white has to play very creatively here. And every single move that Carissa is required to make, it takes more and more time. And that's why, of course, this is also reflecting on the clock situation, because 10 minutes for what? 20 moves to make? This is not a great position to be in.
Arturs, pawn on b2 is hanging, is it? What will happen if bishop takes on b2 right now? Because this is what happens after bishop steps to c2. The defense of the pawn is not there anymore, or there's some tactics that I'm missing. Bishop g6?
Yeah, I was looking at bishop g6. I'm not even sure if this is the necessary. Knight takes on g6, queen takes on b2, knight takes on e6, and I cannot immediately evaluate what is this position. Yeah, I see that Angel likes it. I see him down a pawn. I see that the black king is a bit exposed. Probably bishop takes on g6. But I think also for Marco, he is looking at this position from overview, from general perspective. The pawn on b2 doesn't matter here at all. And instead, I think he's going to be more focused on the pawn on e6. So if I was black, if I was Marco, I would be thinking, how do I eliminate this pawn on e6?
Yeah, that's a big question indeed. But Arturs, I would like to go to the game of Alexandra Kostyniuk against Vaishali Ramajrao for a moment, because there have been some development. We have seen just now Alexandra played queen c3, threatening a checkmate. She's activating her pieces. Now Vaishali plays rook e5, trying to stop it. 6 minutes on the clock only for Vaishali at this position.
The last couple of moves were rook c2, queen a3, knight f5. This is what we saw. Rook b e8, queen c3.
Checkmate threat.
Checkmate threat, and rook e5. Okay.
Rook e5. So now the problem for black, you cannot return with the queen. But is it actually a threat? Queen c5? Can you go for it? How do you continue the attack here as?
Oh, just knight e6.
Oh, knight e6.
You're just winning material on the spot. I don't know what here Vaishali is supposed to do, because it's very simple threat. Yeah, what? Not bishop d5, right? What, really? That's not a mouse slip.
Can we zoom in on the players so we see what is on the board?
Bishop d5 is queen d6.
Oh!
It's not that actually mouse slip. It's really bishop d5 on the board.
And it's not an issue of DGT. So this was really played. Wow. Absolutely insane move.
Last trick.
Okay, so if you cannot take with a bishop on d5, what can you do?
Let me think.
Let's switch on our Puzzle Rush survival mode. Imagine you have 10 seconds, you have to find the best move. Arturs, go.
F4. F4. I would say my gut instinct is
4.
looking at a 4. Like, without any calculation, I would very quickly rule out e takes on d5, it's queen takes on d6. I don't like bishop takes on d5 because of queen d6, bishop f7. My rook is hanging here. I can't do this. I see a 4. I push back the rook. I collect the bishop on d5. I think I would just push this. Like, I would start to calculate from here. You play queen d6. I collect rook on d5, and maybe black has to play down the exchange. Let's say queen d6. F takes on e5, queen b6 check. That's what I would see. King h1. Maybe black is somehow staying here in the game with bishop takes on e4. Anything else, I don't really think could happen here, because after f4, rook e6, it feels that there's going to be something immediate lights out. Maybe knight takes on f7, intermezzo move, rook takes on f7, bishop takes on d5. The queens are under attack. Sorry, part of my mouse slip.
That was really a mouse slip.
This was real, actually. This was real. And I think that here, black is probably going to drop something. Even though, by the way, somehow black still lives for the time being, but not for long.
So Vaishali is still trying in this position where it feels like her pieces are completely disconnected. Queen is so far away from her pieces. Knight on d6 is under attack right now. Alexandra has to find some precise moves in this position. Or are there many moves which are winning here? If you just move the knight, what is happening?
Knight,
back to f5.
but where? I mean, knight b5 is also a move, of course, but knight f5, then I think there's going to be a trade on b3. Yeah? Like, I think that now f4 comes a bit slow, you have to address this, and maybe I have the time to play some rook g8 or something, I don't know. Yeah, it still feels pretty bad, but I think that the 4 is just immediately.
Yeah, f4 is immediately. Yeah, you cannot take with a knight because the rook is hanging, and most likely we're going to get to those kind of positions.
What about, okay, so according to the calculation technique, you have to check forcing moves, captures, checks, threats. So I'm thinking knight f4 doesn't work because of the capture. Bishop takes on b3, by the way. We also have to address this. You take on e5, you could take on c2 because the queen on a3 is under attack. I think this is pretty straightforward. What are the forcing moves? Intermezzo moves. You remind yourself, I have to check the intermezzo moves. You play b4, but now this queen's completely disconnected. And I think, again, white can just play something like queen g3. You collect the bishop for free. Again, bishop takes on b3. Wait. There might be still some precision required here, because now the queen is protected.
Oh, you don't have any pin. But can you take the bishop with a pawn?
Yeah, probably. And then trap the queen. Lovely.
Oh. Or there is a pin. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think that they're right now working out the sequence. F4. I already forgot what it was. Queen d6. F takes on e5. Queen b6 check. Even queen d4 might be a thing. Queen d4, rook d4, bishop b3. Actually, getting something like this for Vaishali would be a dream right now. I mean, not to lose on the spot, get the knight to e5, play f6, have some fortress. But for Kostanyuk, she's looking for the clean win right now.
Yeah, we might have the similar situation where Vaishali will be down material like she was yesterday. She sacrificed an exchange against Carissa Yub, but suffered a loss. Arturs, we have so much action happening also on the other board, so I suggest to go to Carissa Yub. It's a bottom middle board against Marco Materia. We were discussing already the game, but there was some development. Knight jumped to f5, and the trade of the bishops has happened. So Carissa is trying to create some kind of attack, but I see evaluation bar is getting lower and lower in her position.
Wow. So the last moves we did not see after bishop c2 was knight f5, yeah? And of course, yeah, it does make sense. Black wants to get this pawn, yeah? So knight f5, bishop takes to the 5, double attack. Takes. That's what he wants. Is it 94 or 96? My gut instinct screams, just play 94 without thinking here. Like, it's a beautiful knight. You can't get rid of it. The pawn will be lost anyway. Looks great.
There is not much here for white. First question is, how do you defend the pawn on e6? How do you proceed an attack? Because if you just let your pawn on e6 fall, it's going to leave black with extra pawn. And this, I mean, I would be really scared in the endgame with this d pawn. It will just slowly march in later. And by the way, one more time, we're having here the Maroczy kind of structure. The pawns on the d5 and f5.
I don't see a move. Maybe he's played down a pawn. Bishop e3, rook e6, knight e4 for some compensation. That's the best I can think of. So that you can, in some lines, get rid of the knight, maybe go after this pawn and pray that in this position you have some sort of a counterplay. Maybe. By the way, I think this is the most human thing. And then maybe you can play against this king, but c5, d5 might shut the doors very quickly, and we would have to calculate some very precise lines here.
What about rook a to c1?
b6?
Ah, just b6.
I was thinking more like f3.
Oh.
But something is going on here. Like, I cannot calculate it so quickly.
Maybe you'll have to sacrifice an exchange again? Or playing rook e1, playing on the e file. Definitely possible.
That's an idea, by the way. Some bishop f5. But black is not obliged to take. Black can play first b6 because I thought, like, if you go here. But it's still with a check. It's still with a check. Yeah, I missed this.
It's coming in with a check. Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. And yeah, very tough situation right now for Carissa. But she plays this queen c2 move, attacking the pawn on f5. And yeah, 94, as you're mentioning, one of the main moves in the position.
This is also a possibility, but it doesn't feel as convincing, to be honest. I think that the knight on e4 looks very logical, and Marco, like, I'm pretty sure he's, and also, of course, Carissa, they're right now looking, knight e4 was just played, of course. I think that bishop e3 will follow. And is it rook e6, or black can make some other move? Maybe first start with c5. And do you have the time to play knight d4?
Very good question. Can you?
It's a pin, obviously, yeah.
You cannot take because the queen will be hanging, so yeah, it's tough to find moves. Pawn on b2 is hanging. Bishop on e3 is hanging, yeah. Very tough position.
Yeah, but it feels that white is always somehow in trouble here. And
I agree.
Carissa's position can become really unstable very quickly. It's already unstable right now. Knight e4, I think that Marco just has shown in this game that he understands this position a bit better. And also look at the body language of Carissa. It's like, oh, I think she knows that her position is not great, and how locked in is the young Frenchman.
Marco is super confident here and focused on the position, but while he is thinking at this position after rook a to d1 has been played, one game that we abandoned for some time, but I think it's a good moment for us to catch up, you know, what happened there. It's the only ongoing game in the Masters. Yezer Dogmush versus Liam Le, the three-time Grandmaster Triathlon winner of the Biel Chess Festival. Just, I don't know if we want to go way back to see what happened, but we can also just assess the current position. What we see is that young Turkish superstar, he has 4 minutes on the clock right now. It's move 34. Definitely he's making it because it's already an endgame. But what do we see here? And okay, evaluation bar already says to us it's all equal, but is it so easy as it seems at the first glance?
I actually have a better question. Who is playing for the win?
That's another perfect question, because with this knight's endgame, everything is so tricky. I have a feeling that white has more control of the squares because the knight is also closer. It's all the way on c4, and black has to make sure that there are no jumps in the position. But black can just stand still and not do anything, because if black doesn't react on this f4, I have a feeling that there will be no progress from white's perspective.
So that's really the question, because if Limle wants to just make a draw here, I think he can just play knight e6. Yeah, just offer a trade, and White could give a check here. Here, king d3, and we just probably call it a day. Even if White gets the king on d5, I play king d7. There's no tricks here. It's just a draw. So knight e6 is definitely an opportunity here. And maybe he's looking at this and thinking, can I trick the young opponent here? You know, because there's a very famous saying among chess fans, take the youngsters to the endgame. I think actually originally it comes from the Russian community. But I mean, these days I'm not really sure it is that of a relevant thing, because especially for Yaz, he's so good at the game. And yesterday he already escaped in an endgame against such an expensive player as Levon Aronian. So I'm thinking, can I do something like this if I'm playing with black and try to ask you some questions at the queen side?
That's a perfect idea, right? Because now it's going to be White who is targeting, and if you take on a5, you have to take care of the pawn on a7 because knight c6 is coming. No knight c6.
Yeah, something like this. I'm looking at this, and I think that actually it's Erdomovich who has to be a bit careful here.
Can you play king f4 in this position and knight c6 as a kind of a threat? By the way, we have this on the board right now.
Not quite.
A4.
Takes d4 was not included.
It was not included, but a5 is on the board, and yes is under 4 minutes right now. So let's get back to the live position to see how Turkish superstar is going to react here, because I hope he played a5. Yeah.
No, I think it's Limle who is ambitious here. That's my feeling, because whatever happened in the opening middle game, it already doesn't matter. White does have some space advantage visually, but those queens and pawns, they might be weaknesses. And again, I think that this is a pretty forcing sequence. So you take it. I don't know if you have to take it. It's just an idea. Once again, I go here, I think. I want to dominate the knight, and I want to play knight e5. So you play knight c6, you're going to lose the pawn endgame. You can't do this.
Oh my god, you have to be so careful.
You could go forward, give up the pawn. Are you sure you can do that? I could give you a check. Take it here. And suddenly it's not so clear. Like, it still should be a draw somehow.
But how?
Like,
That's
give
a
up the
good
pawn, rush towards the king side. Yeah, it's probably a dead draw anyway. But Limle is, I think he is the one who is a bit ambitious here and asking some questions. And also, of course, the clock situation. So you see, Yes has 3 minutes and 50 seconds and 5 moves to make.
And he always has to sit at the board. I mean, we've seen that he went down on the clock pretty early on. And Limle has been spending so much time thinking right now. He is around half an hour on the clock. For Yes, that means that he can never stand up. He has to be always ready to play the next move. 5 more moves that has to be made in this position. But we've seen Yes in the time trouble constantly throughout the tournament. Yesterday, the first round, there was also the time trouble for him. But I think it's a good moment for us to get an overview of what is happening in the other matches. And as I'm mentioning it, there are already some trades happened on the a5, so and on f4, as you can see in the top middle board. We just left there, but the trade happened on f4 and will happen on a5 in this position. So that's the update what we have right now. Limle will take his time, but what about Generations Challenge? Do we have something crazy happening?
I think Limle is going for the same position. Yeah, sorry, going back to that game. He is going to put the knight on e5, but then after king e3, knight e5, there's going to be a very big question for White. Is he going to be willing to give up the pawn on h4? It's still equal. Yeah, like there's not much seemingly happening here. The big story perhaps here is if the young Turkish player is going to make it to the next time control. but ultimately I think he's doing just fine. Yes, answering your question about generation challenges, which game do you want to go?
Let's go to Kongresshaus against Václav Finek. We haven't checked for some time, and I've seen quite some development in the game, so let's go there. Because on the other boards, there have not been so many new moves, so let's see here what is going on, and both players are getting low on the clock. We see some updates. The pawn moved all the way to h5. We see that white doubled on the a file. How different is position now? How different are the chances right now for Václav Finek? Earlier we were thinking, okay, this knight on c4 is just amazing piece, but somehow White managed to jump with the bishop from f1 to d3, bringing it closer, and definitely made some progress.
White at least has managed to stabilize his position, and Finek did not commit himself to f5. That's what we can see here. He's taking it slow, carefully. Apparently, it's still balanced. So this is the type of position where most likely Black has a full compensation for the missing pawn, but not more than that. And it's not like White has made any big mistakes. A pawn is a pawn after all. So for the Chinese player, I think it's also good news, because now he can try to trade off some pieces, I think, which could be some queen a7, maybe, get the queens off the board, then suddenly it becomes a bit easier to manage. Or I was also briefly looking at knight a5, but I somehow don't believe it, because I'm afraid I'm going to blunder something after rook a8.
That's a good idea. Yeah, you have to watch out.
Yeah, you can't take on c4. The rook is under attack.
The rook is hanging. Oof.
Yeah, that is the problem.
I'm really sorry to jump in and back, but Yezer Dogmush has 1 minute and 30 seconds right now. Let's immediately go back, because now he has to decide, and I'm always excited to see his body language, him playing piano when he's playing chess, him being undecided. But okay, he plays the move. Okay, king is on f4.
King f4.
It means he has one more move to be played. And also you have to be very precise in the end games. You don't want to get any kind of problems. But again, knight g6.
Wait a second. There's some
happening?
issues. King g3, king e5 is incoming. I think that here Lemley found some practical chances. The bar is not impressed, and it says it's a draw. But like, if you go here, I want to play king e5, king e4, give up the pawn on a7, and march forward this pawn.
But you have also to stop the b pawn yourself, because after king e5, knight c6, you capture a7. You have to be careful, so your knight has to quickly return to stop the b pawn from being promoted.
I don't have to be careful. Limlech has to be careful. I mean, I'm just suggesting ideas.
That's true. That's true. And
but anyway, jokes aside, yeah, I think he has found an interesting idea to try.
I really love it when the players, even if there are such, pretty balanced positions that they have, still find a way to unbalance it, to still try to find a way to fight for the victory, for those 4 points that they need. And we see king g3 has been played, officially reaching move 40 right now for Yezer Dogmush in this position. I guess we return back to our other games, because Limle can sing here for a while. But no, he plays a move, king d6. Okay.
Oh, such an unfortunate moment for him. I wish this was move 39, because after king d6, knight c6, his idea is to play a6.
Oh, and now Yes has time. But immediately, let's go to the game of Alexandra Kosniuk against Vaishali, because in this position we have some updates. Alexandra finally, she was singing for quite some time, because when we left she had around 50 minutes on the clock. She thought for half an hour, and she went for a continuation where we see she has extra pawn in this endgame. Maybe just a couple of moves back, if we could check. How did she decide to continue?
She decided to take on d5 with the rook, take on f7, and take on d5, simply having an extra pawn, or also Black has some back rank issues. I don't know what was the reason why she didn't like a 4 push. So we were discussing this position briefly before, and this was like my first instinct. If you go back to the previous position, this is a 4. I thought it was very forcing, but I think that here Alexandra did not like this sequence. Takes, takes, queen b6, and maybe she felt that she has to play queen d4, but to be honest, after king h1, yeah, this is the position, yeah?
It
And
is.
she probably felt that this position maybe black has some chances to save, but that's why, like, good players typically look at the lines, they compare them, and they decide that this is probably where they're going to have more realistic chances. Look at this queen d6. You can't take the rook. There's going to be back rank mate.
Wow. And you have to be so careful about this. And Alexander calculated all of it. Let's return to the current position to see, because we have the move, which is already on the board. Yes, this is the current position of queen d6. Very, very tricky from Vaishali. 20 minutes for Alexandra, but for Vaishali it's 4.5 minutes for remaining 11 moves. Will she be able to secure the next time control? I mean, Vaishali was always in a time trouble from the round number 1 of the classical, where she had issues to convert the position against Tong Xiao, and that was a critical moment where she could have won, starting off with the victory and 4 points in the round 1. But then yesterday it was a tough match, and she sacrificed an exchange, didn't work out. She lost to Carissa. Today she's also in the time trouble, having big issues against the former women's world champion. Is the tournament simply not going well for Vaishali? What do you say? How many chances will she have after apparently losing today?
Well, what is winning this part is clear. I think that queen c6 is a good move. But Alexandra might be a bit startled by the last move, queen d6, because I'm pretty sure she didn't expect this. Like, this is typically like you're not feeling so well yourself. You play a move like you think you calculated everything. Boom, there comes queen d6. Like, I missed this move. You're like, okay, let me have a fresh look at this position here, and everything is still good. You're still winning. But I think that queen c6 is immediately winning more material. If you trade, the knight is under attack. There's nothing to be done here. Maybe black can try to keep the queens on the board and play queen b4 like this, but these two pieces are still under attack, and I think white can just play some quiet move like g3 here. I don't know what black is supposed to do here. She's looking for the forced way to wrap up the game.
She definitely does, and still taking time. Yeah, queen c6, as you were mentioning, looking very forcing. It's a threat, right? Threat. I want to take the queen on d6.
Yeah.
So it's, as you were saying, checks, capture, threat should be checked in the position. Queen c8 probably doesn't make so much sense because king is defending. And we have a move on the board. She plays g3 in this position and threatening to take the rook on f7 because there is no longer the back rank checkmate. This is how Alexandra goes on. And queen c6, by the way, still she has in her mind, she can still go for it. There's also queen c8, bishop f7. There are so many threats for Vaishali. Will Vaishali find a way to stop?
I think it's probably even cleaner. Yeah, like, why have some back rank issues, just play g3. G3, you want to protect the back rank. Now comes queen c6. You force the trade. Rook d8, takes, back rank issues here, check here. And probably one of the fastest way here to win this is somehow exploit the pin, like this.
Beautiful. H5, H4.
H5,
H4,
maybe, yeah, there could be, but yeah, this pin is killing, maybe e5, e6, e7. There's many ways to win this.
Crazy position. And we have rook f8, by the way, on the board. So already played, stopping the check. But as you're saying, Arturs, queen c6 is something to watch out. What happens after queen c6 and rook f6? What do you think about it?
You trade.
You just trade.
You trade, and if I think that black doesn't really have any choice. It's either you play rook d8, rook f6, it's totally the same, you go for that sequence, or you take it. Now the knight is under attack, and maybe here you go for some final tricks against this ball, like rook takes on a6, and trade off the rooks, and that's it. Yeah, so there's no tricks, even f4 is a move. So I think we're seeing the final moves here, and judging that this is move 30, I think it makes sense that Vaishali is going to continue to fight until the next down control. Yeah, the player gets extra 30 minutes, that's it. So you're still hoping for something here, but she was cleanly outplayed. She made this difficult move, Quedex on B2 earlier in the game, but Kostanyuk has been playing a tremendous game today.
But she hasn't yet reached 40th move. It's only move 30. So she has 3 minutes right now on the clock. 3 minutes, 40 seconds for 10 more moves to be played for Vaishali. That means around half a minute per each move that she has to be played.
By the way. Yeah, so this game I think is very clear. Yeah, I think that Kostanyuk is going to win this, but there's an update, very interesting update, in the game of Erdomas against Limle, where we did see knight c6 and a6 played, and if I was Erdomas, I would be a bit nervous here, because, wait a second, I mean, how do you deal with this? You go back, like knight d4, uh-oh.
The pawn is running. Be careful.
Oopsie. There might be some problems. Yeah, this is a outside pass pawn. So this 40. Wait, it was 41st move.
If it was 40th move, it would be such a big problem for Yes.
Even though Engine said this is the only move.
Oh. Okay. Let's try to find it.
So our producer says that there is only one move for white, and we can't use the engine. Thank you,
We're
Beck.
not allowed.
Really appreciate it. We're going to use our brains. So, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's figure it out.
Let's try.
This is a threat. So, elimination method, knight a7, a5, b6, knight e5, b7, king c7. Feels pretty good.
Can we play e5?
Oh my goodness.
And my idea is that after take with a pawn,
What do you want to play?
I want to play e5.
e5?
My idea is if you take with a pawn, I capture with the knight on e5. You have to take my knight. If you take with a king, I take the pawn on e6. My pawn is promoting.
Oh my goodness. Move. e5. So after takes on e5, you want to take with the
Knight
knight.
e5.
How do you come up with stuff like this?
I don't know.
This will be the last thing I'll be looking at, to be honest. Like, okay, king e5 is...
Pawn takes a6 and winning.
Okay, the knight is not in time. I get that, right?
So you have to take the pawn, the knight with the knight, and here you take the pawn on a6.
Knight c6 allows you to eliminate the pawn.
And then you have to try to stop it with the king, but then you're going for the h pawn. But you have to find it. You have to calculate till the very end.
No, I mean, it takes quite a bit of imagination, which you definitely have, Angelique. I got to give you that. So.
Well, we had a hint that, there is only one move.
Oh, he played it.
e5 is on the board. Wow. Absolutely insane. Yezer Dogmush finds the only move which is holding that position in this endgame. He is trying to pass the test, which Limle is causing him.
I just absolutely love the speed, how quickly Limle recognized that this is the best move. So they're playing at this level that he was also fully expecting. F takes on e5, just casually sacrificing the knight to secure a draw.
Knight takes on e5. It's a brilliancy because you sacrifice a piece. At the end of the line, you take the pawn on a6. King has to stay there to eliminate the pawn. But at the end of the line, king is in time to capture the pawn on h5. It's absolutely craziness and insane that he has managed to calculate. Imagine this position happening one move earlier on move 40 when has not a single minute of time.
That's what I was saying before. Like, if he had to find move e5 on move 40, like, that would be so difficult to do. Imagine you have like 1 minute where you have to play e5. Quite unfortunate for him, but here the game is heading to a draw, ladies and gentlemen, because all of White's pawns will be disappearing off the board. I think they're going to play it out until Bear Kings, because it's just a cool thing to do.
Or maybe there is going to be some kind of, knight takes,
No, don't take on h5.
Take the knight.
a7 first. I didn't expect that.
a7.
Only move for
Please
black. He
take-
found it. Queen. Bishop.
Bishop. I love it. I love it.
What a great move by Arturs.
What do you think? Was the bishop just the closer piece that he had, or he just didn't want the queen?
I think he's just trolling the opponent. King
And he takes the knight. He takes the knight. I love it. He doesn't take the pawn because at this moment, if he takes the pawn, it's already stopped because you cannot checkmate with a single knight. It would be a draw. But now they're having the breakings, and the draw is agreed. What a crazy endgame, Arturs!
Well, what a game, what a game. I
Oh.
think these players, they definitely deserve a round of applause from everyone, because I think this was a masterclass. Really well done. Well done, both players. The three-time winner, Lim Lim, managed to pose so many questions for the young star. He did not get confused in this tricky endgame. He found all the right moves, and you can immediately see the players are immediately sharing their experiences from the game. World-class endgame from both players.
Arturs, I'm so amazed by the players from the Masters because we had the first draw today, the most symmetrical position, the most symmetrical game ever. Now we have this absolutely incredible draw finish of the game in the Masters. So it doesn't feel like that it was a boring draw. It was absolutely eventful one, and the players are exchanging their thoughts about the game, and Yes is also sharing his opinion. But in the Generations Challenge, Arturs, we have huge developments. Alexandra Kostniuk against Vaishal Ramesh Babu, Tong Shao against Václav Finek, and Carissa Yup against Marco Matera, still facing each other. I mean, what happened, by the way, here? There is some red question mark, some blunder.
Something red is on the board. So we left it here. Queen a2, bishop b5, rook b1, knight a3, bishop b5, knight b5, and queen a6. Apparently, it's not so great.
Queen a6. Well, what could be an idea? Could you try to do something about the queen? Could you try to trap it? But no, it doesn't look like it's being trapped.
I don't think it's a trap. I think it's just engine being a bit silly here. It's just not a good move. It's not dropping a piece immediately. It could be that you can just take on c3.
I was wondering, knight c3 or rook b8, preparing knight c3. Because I would like to pin this rook on the b1. Maybe it doesn't make so much sense. Yeah, okay, it's equal. Every move we play,
I play the worst move.
something is wrong happening.
Maybe rook b8, like rook b8, somehow I think it feels a bit slow, like maybe some queen c6. But why don't we take the pawn, yeah? Yeah, knight takes on c3, it's a pawn. Knight takes on c3, queen takes on c3, you cannot take on d6 because I'm going to play queen c2 and your rook is not where it's
So
supposed to be.
was it something that Tong Shao missed in this position? So queen takes on c3, and now will Shao take the pawn on d6, or does he realize he cannot do so?
No, you cannot. You're dropping something, yeah? Queen c2.
But then what was his idea after queen a6? What did he want to do?
He was just being active, and I think it's also humanly very understandable because when you are suffering for quite a while and suddenly you have a chance to make an active move, you want to make it, like you want to take over the game. But I think here White has some issues here because the knight on b3 is very unfortunately placed, and let's imagine ourselves. The knight on b3, it stands on f3. White is just better, slightly better. Yeah, okay, not hanging the bishop on g5, but having some pressure against the pawn on d6. But this knight on b3 is what causes for White some discomfort. Maybe queenie to go back, try to rearrange the pieces.
And he's about to play a move.
Knight a5,
He's
maybe.
reaching for the move. Knight a5 has been played, as you're saying. Trying to bring the knight to c6. By the way, very beautiful square for the knight to be on, but...
Watch out. Watch out, there might be some problems here. By the way, they have officially reached the second time control here.
So it's a good moment for us to check on the other games which are ongoing. I suggest to go to Alexandra against Vaishali. Oh, wait a second. There was a resignation. What happened? The draw? Have they agreed to a draw?
The what?
I don't understand what happened, but the kings sang on e5 and e4, if I'm not mistaken.
That is a bit surprising moment here by Black, because I would have thought you want to press a bit. So can we very quickly, is there some major time scramble in any other games?
Well, there is, but we can still stay here for a moment.
So I would like to pull up the analysis board a bit, because I thought that Black can still ask some questions here. For example, what if I play Queen A3? Oh, wait, sorry, I'm blundering a piece. Sorry.
There is a queen.
Sorry, my bad. I tried to exploit the back rank, but I have a feeling that White has some issues here.
Oh.
What about Bishop? What about Bishop C1? What about this move? Like, I want to play Queen E1, Bishop F4. What do you do against that?
Oh wow, that looked like a very cool idea. How do you stop it? I mean, that's a big question. King F1, can you play something like this, stopping it?
Oh, that just feels so risky. King F1, Queen C2.
Ooh, there are too many threats.
That is a bit strange draw offered right there, that it was also agreed. I think the both players saw that the knight is getting to C6 and white is fine, but maybe, let me check with an engine, by the way. Is this Bishop C1 strictly the only move? Like, it's not the only move.
I don't have a feeling that it's the only move, because the position of Black looks dominating. We definitely will ask the players, and there will be post-game interviews.
Bishop C1, Knight C6. Queen E1 is Queen F1. I didn't see this move from afar. But here Black has some sensational move. Rook A8.
Oh, Rook A8, you cannot take it, because then there's going to be a checkmate. I mean, not checkmate, but you're getting the checkmate,
it's
actually.
A checkmate,
yeah,
actually.
checkmate.
It is a checkmate, call it what it is.
Oh,
like, the two pieces
wow,
are going to take care of it.
Crazy game. Arturs, we have still 2 more games ongoing, and they have not reached 40th move. I suggest to have an update on the move Alexandra against Vaishali, because it looks like she has the most advantage. And just now, by Vaishali, B4 has been played, targeting the rook on C3, but again, Alexandra is up a pawn, as we were mentioning earlier, and the bishop is in the center of the board in the full control. How did the position change? By the way, for Alexandra, 5 minutes right now versus 2 minutes 40 seconds for Vaishali. 5 more moves have to be made to reach the next time control.
She is fighting, and something that seemed to be a very clean victory for Kostyuk. Here, I think for the first time in a long time, Vaishali suddenly has a realistic chance. So she's down material, but suddenly she's getting really active. The queens are on the board, Black has some active ideas, and White has to make 5 moves with 4 minutes to make. Rook B3 marks as a mistake. Black is still in the game. I find it quite unbelievable.
Wow, crazy. Rook B3 has been played, but also for Vaishali, 2.5 minutes. Dear viewers, there is no increment right now. No increment of the 30 seconds till the move 41. Only starting from move 41, the players will get the increment. So first they have to reach the time control. And we have Queen D2 has been played.
What do you continue?
No.
Queen E2.
Queen E2. Stepping away, and what is this threat?
Queen G4, Knight F4, Knight H4, something. Suddenly Black is getting really active. That's a terrible position to be in when a time scramble was approaching, even psychologically. I mean, think about it. You were like completely sure you're winning. Several moves ago, you had like 40 minutes on the clock, plenty of time to figure out things. And now, here Kostyuk has to make 4 moves with 4 minutes on the clock, where Black suddenly is getting really active for the king side.
Arturs, the nerves are definitely playing in this position a big role, because Alexandra had earlier around 50 minutes on the clock. So much more, and Vaishali had something like 6 or 7 minutes. Now Alexandra is also in a time trouble. Only 3 minutes 44 seconds right now in the position. She's getting closer to Vaishali's time on the clock, but how can she stop this idea? Queen g4, knight h5 isn't coming.
Yeah, queen e3, queen g4. I think it's happening anyway. But look at the body language of Kostyuk. Like, she's so nervous right now. She's trying to calm her down. Very difficult to recover from this moment, because once you feel the game is slipping away from you, it's so difficult psychologically to recover from this. And also for Vaishali, the feeling is like, I have nothing to lose. I already was dead lost before, and now suddenly I'm back in the game. And who knows? I mean, this game is not over.
And Arturs, you know, I have a feeling even the clock situation is pushing Vaishali to play the only moves which she have in the position. She doesn't have time to think, so she has to, you know, try to find the only saving moves, saving opportunities for her in this position, which maybe is a good thing, because sometimes when you have time, you try to think about all kind of options, and then you come up with maybe not the best one. But for Vaishali, she has to find always the only way to save the game, and she understands that she has to be active here. She has to create some problems for Alexandra. By the way, almost having the same time as Vaishali, 2 minutes and 24 seconds, but she's playing a move. King G1.
Walk away from, and the position becomes even worse. Check this out. I mean, what about Queen G4 here?
I'm thinking Queen G4 or Queen D1 check first.
Queen E1?
Queen E1 check has been played. Now Queen E2 repeating the position. They're repeating very quickly to reach the time control.
I think actually Alexandra is pretty happy with this, because now repeating the position allows her to get closer to the next time control. And I think that Vaishali might have wanted to spend a bit more time here. Engine flags it as a mistake. I think once they're going to get the next time control, we're going to figure out what was the better move here. 2
more moves that have to be played in this position. If right now Alexandra repeats, Vaishali will have an opportunity to claim a draw after the 3-4 repetition. So for Alexandra, she cannot repeat King G1 anymore. So she has to find some other move. But 1 minute, 30 seconds, Arturs?
Yeah, the clock is ticking. Tick-tock, tick-tock. So very, very tense moment here. Both players have to make 2 moves. Give you a very quick update what's happening in the other game between Carissa Yip against Marco Materia. Carissa Yip is in trouble. The Frenchman is seriously pressing. He has some extra material, but we are focusing on this game right now because nothing is clear. Kostyuk was winning before. This is still essentially a 3-result game.
Absolutely. I mean, anything can happen. And look at this. I see he's shaking. She's playing King G1.
She repeats the position.
She repeats King G2. Is there a 3-fold repetition this moment? Vaishali has to look.
Queen E2, Queen. I think it's a triple repetition. Wait a second. Triple repetition is on the board. She stops the clock. She's calling the arbiter. And she's saying, if I play Queen E2 right now, the position is going to repeat 3 times. And Kostyuk agrees. It's a draw.
Oh my God. What a roller coaster in the Generations Challenge. Alexandra Kostyuk was pushing the whole game. She was winning, but it was a time scramble. And they just needed 2 more moves to reach the move 40 in order to get extra time, but Alexandra just wanted to make it safe, and she played King G1. Vaishali claiming this 3-fold repetition, absolutely insane. Draws that we have at the Biel Chess Festival. I mean, these draws are more exciting than some decisive results, but Arturs, we have still 1 more game ongoing in the Generations Challenge tournament, the final game for today.
Let's go to that game, but you could definitely sense the disappointment in Kostyuk's face, like she got things under control, but so many players have misplayed things in a time scramble. Now we're following the only remaining game in both tournaments, which is Carissa Yip with the white color playing against Marco Materia. This is move 38. 2 more moves to make for both players. It's a severe time scramble, 40 seconds for white, but her position, to be honest, is pretty terrible.
Yeah, you have to find the best moves in the position, and this is not something easy to be done. But bishop a5, she's capturing the pawn on the queen side. Will black also go for the a4 pawn? Rook a3, rook a4. Yes, we see it on the board.
Rook a3 is played. I think black is not really in any time scramble here. Bishop b4, bishop d2. White has to make 1 move. So does black. You can see here
15
the young
seconds.
Frenchman very quickly check the big table in front of him. Yeah, it's move 39.
8 seconds for Carissa. He has to make move. 5 seconds right now. And she steps away with the bishop to b4, attacking the rook and the knight. And now Marco has to play a final move to reach the move 40.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure he's going to find rook a4 immediately. Rook a2 check is a possibility, but there's no need to include such a move. The players have officially made it to the next time control. Here you can see the young Frenchman is taking some refreshments, and so are going to we do the same.
Absolutely insane time scrambles at the Grandmaster Triathlon at the Biel Chess Festival. We have so far all games finished in a draw. This is the final game, which is ongoing. Dear viewers, let's take a hydration break as the tradition of the FIFA World Cup that is happening right now. So we're going to be back with more action of the game. Carissa against Marco. Who will manage to win the game? Let's find out after the break.
For nearly 60 years, the Biel International Chess Festival has brought together the best chess players and chess lovers from all the continents. Next year, we celebrate our 60th anniversary. Help us make it unforgettable. With your contribution, you can help us make the 60th anniversary of the Biel Chess Festival truly special, to invite one of the dream guests to Biel and have some surprises.
See you next year.
Welcome back, dear viewers, to the 59th International Biel Chess Festival. For already 59 years, the event is taking place with huge efforts from the whole team. We have a very strong and very big team, many volunteers who are participating. We have a media team, broadcast team, arbiters, fair play. I mean, everyone is working so hard on making this event happen. And this next year, we'll have the 60th anniversary, Arturs, and we're really excited for many of you who already started contributing to the event. And I think it's a perfect moment for us to call out on some of our dear donors of the event. I see there Martin Teller. What else do we see?
Yeah, so everybody else who contributed, you can see them here on the screen. Huge shout out to you. You're part of the amazing supporters who make this festival possible. So in case you want to find a way to do this, the link is in the broadcast, live broadcast available. Also, you can go to the official website. I'm going to find it there. So thank you for being officially amazing. And hopefully we can make the anniversary edition really amazing.
And hopefully see you next year, yeah. And don't also hesitate coming here, because it's absolutely amazing atmosphere. Biel Chess Festival is not only about Grandmaster Triathlon, it's about 15 many different events which are taking place from the early morning till the late evening. We have the Fischer Random, which starts in the morning. We have as well the youth tournament taking place here, Amateurs Open, Masters Open, Blitz, Rapid, all kind of the main events. And by the way, we also had simultaneous exhibition. So it's definitely where the action is amazing in Switzerland, the biggest chess festival here in the summer. And the weather is perfect. You have a lake, you have mountains, a lot to do. Amazing restaurants. Arturs, what's your pick?
For the restaurants, you mean?
For everything, you can.
I don't know, like, yeah, I think it's a bit of everything. So also the amazing team here we have of the organizers. I think it's also a great opportunity to give a shout out. There's this guy in the corner, saying his name is Beck. You could hear him scream in the corner. He is producing the event. Also, Tatiana, she's sitting at the information desk. Unfortunately, you can not see her on the camera, but they're making this event possible. Our tournament director, Paul, the president, Peter, our media team. No, not there, Beck, not in the corner. He's trying to find Tatiana. I think she's hiding somewhere. Tatiana!
Tatiana, and she was on our previous impressions video of the Biel Chess Festival YouTube. You can find also her story at this festival. And here we can see also the viewers are there, and everyone who is watching here on site. And there we can see Big, our best producer, who is making all of this, show and making all of this possible. So really huge thanks for everyone. Big thanks for Arbiter team to make everything fair and square during the tournament. And also extra thanks for all the volunteers who've been working at this event. But let's return to Grandmaster Triathlon. Of course, it's absolutely amazing event, Biel Chess Festival. We've been covering it for how many, like 6 years already? It's already second home, basically, for you and me.
Almost.
Almost.
Yeah.
And the tournament is evolving. It was started with just Masters, so it was Grandmaster Triathlon. But now there is this Generations Challenge edition as well, and some changes. But here are results of the round 3, which already finished. As we see, all draws. But those were very exciting draws. I mean, Arturs, why don't you call out?
I mean, some of them maybe not so much. Some of them absolutely. Martinez against Aronian, that was probably the most perfect symmetrical game I had ever seen being played. Aronian, by the way, was earlier here in the studio. In case you missed it, you can replay the live broadcast, listen what he had to say about Biel, about his passion to play chess. Matthias Blobaum against Aydin Soldermanli was a solid draw, a bit excitement in the opening phase. Yezer Domush against Lim Le, again finishing a draw, but the three-time tournament champion, Vietnamese Grandmaster, was able to pose the young Turkish players some tricky questions that were answered correctly. Xiao Tong against Václav Finnick. Actually, this game, I was a bit surprised to finish in a draw because I would have thought that in the final position it was the Czech player who still should have asked some questions, but they did agree to a draw. And of course, the biggest turn of events in the game of Alexandra Kosteniuk versus Vaishali, where Alexandra played close to the perfect game, but then she got confused in the winning position, ultimately allowing the Indian player to escape.
Wow, what an exciting day. I mean, full of draws, but super exciting results. And we have one last game to follow, dear viewers. And this one is another excitement. We have missed some parts of this game, but I think now that the players slowed down, they got extra time. They'll also get an increment starting from move 41, 30 seconds per move. Marco is right now thinking, shall we just take a step back and see, what happened? Because we were focused on other games which were happening, so much action at the same time. But what did we miss from this one?
Okay, so that's the current position. Black has the extra pawn. He's trying to figure out things, and we're stepping back. And I think we are going to go quite a few moves ago. I think we left it somewhere here, and this was the position. We saw that Black was parking the knight on e4. We're trying to figure out what is this position. Then there's some craziness happening on the other boards. So queen d6, knight e4 was a mistake apparently. Queen c5.
Offering a trade of the queens and trying to defend the pawn, but there was a trade of the kings apparently on the d4, and Black won a pawn.
Yeah, Black won a pawn. The white has pretty much no compensation for it. Knight d6. Yeah, of course. I was thinking one at c5, d4, but it drops, of course, the pawn. Of course. Knight d6, b3, rook e4, king f7. Black was activating the pieces. Everything looks very human. Yeah, so we can agree on this. King
very
b7,
logical.
Yeah, takes b5, opening up the queen side. And I think that also both players are really strictly following what they're supposed to do, because when you have a material advantage, you want to trade some pieces, get closer to the end game where your extra material feels to be even more significant. And since white is down a pawn, white is trying to trade as many pawns as she can. Trade the pawns at the king side, trade everything at the queen side, and ultimately give up the bishop for the remaining pawn and claim that rook and knight versus rook is a theoretical draw.
This is something what Carissa wants to do, limiting the material in this endgame. And also looking at this endgame, we can see that Carissa has a bishop and the rook against knight and the rook. What does it mean in this endgame? Is that the bishop is a longer distance piece. Bishop can target both squares on the opposite side of the board. For knight, knight is a bit more, short piece which can, jump around, and in order to get from one part of the board to another, just need a few moves. So for that reason, maybe she still has some chances, but what would you say, Arturs? Does she?
Probably. Yeah, probably she has some chances. And also, what I just discussed about this not trading or trading the pawns or trading the pieces, it's very clear what are the plans for both players. So here, Marco wants to trade pieces. By the way, I'm looking at this position, and the first question I have, can you play rook c4? Can I trade off some pieces, because this is going to allow me to get closer to this winning endgame? If I am white, I want to trade the pawns, and at least we can understand why in this position Black decided not to trade the pawns, because you would think if I trade pawns, then it's going to be a bit easier for me to navigate the position. But every single trade, every pawn trade helps white. That's why f4 was played, h4 is also a response. And the big question here, is rook c4 a move?
And I think we have some piece landing on c4, but it was not a rook, it was a knight. So not offering a trade. But I would like just to step back and see why wasn't rook c4 a move. So rook takes.
I think you have to take it.
Knight takes.
What is the issue again? Because I see the engine, of course, it doesn't like it.
What
why?
about bishop a7? I want to play bishop b8.
Yeah, it's a reasonable idea. And you do this, I do this. And then I'm pushing those pawns. But if I start to here in this position push my own pawns,
then maybe king is 6. Not sure if we are on time as white.
and I want to do this, let's say you make some random move.
Oh, you have the tricks.
Yeah, I have some ideas at least. Like I don't know how accurate is all of this, but there was this idea at some point to play g5, g6, and h6. Okay, I misplayed it clearly, but this is also very logical, by the way, from Marco's perspective, because the principle is when you are the dominating player, you don't want to make the trades that you're not sure about. So I'm pretty sure that Marco was looking at rook c4. He did invest some time, and he realized that he's not sure if this endgame is winning, and that's why he's going to keep the rooks on the board, because the rook on a4, by the way, it's going to be more active than this rook on c1.
Definitely, it is, and there are some issues for white. I mean, how to make the pieces active. You have to always watch out for some f3 pawn, because it cannot be defended by the bishop. It has to be always defended by the king, and there could be some rook a3, rook a2, some ideas to target the pawn on f3 as well. So you have to watch out. You know, there are many weaknesses right now for white, but for black, how do you push the pawns? I mean, you would love to keep the pawns rolling, c6, d5. You have to find some plan. How do you want to kick the bishop from c5 and and push the pawns? By the way, is rook a5 and c5 already is an idea of the plan? Just targeting the bishop and start pushing?
Yeah, it is. Let's say white plays rook c2, rook a5. I go somewhere. You play c5. I go somewhere. I want to do this. By the way, watch out for the counterplay, because if I play g6, h takes h6, h7, it might be something that black doesn't want really to experience.
Maybe knight d6, so that after g5 there is knight f5. And, oh, double attack, yeah.
Yeah,
you have to watch out for the pawn on f4 as well.
As well, yeah.
Not so easy to continue.
You know, I have a bit different idea. I was thinking, what about putting the knight on e5 and playing d4 and get the king on d5? So let's say you go here, you protect your second rank. I don't know how good is this, but I wanted to go knight e5. Let's say you are doing whatever here. I play king e6. Let's say you play g5, I touch the king. You're walking somewhere. And I play d4. That's what I want.
Oh. d4, d3 is a threat in the position. The pawn is marching.
Yeah.
And also your king is coming to d5. King is being activated.
In some lines, yeah, king d5 is definitely coming. I think that this is what he wants. Like, he played this knight c4, knight e5. As you said, Angelika, the first idea was to get to the pawn on f3. But the second idea, with the rook on a4, I think it's really well positioned that he's just going to march forward with those pawns. And also, I think it's very instructive how Materia correctly evaluated that trading the rooks is actually making his task more complicated. And this is the funny stuff, because you know many rules in chess, like when my opponent has a flank attack, I have to do a counter strike in the center, or when I have material advantage, I have to simplify, etc. So there's a million rules, right? But sometimes you have to make an exception to the rule, and actually here in this position, black cannot afford to simplify.
You have to always calculate, as you were mentioning all the time, Arturs, chess is a concrete game. You have to evaluate, calculate, check all the opportunities, and yeah, the most important, not to blunder. And that's why I see that, because usually the side who is in control has more time, but Marco, an opposite, he has less time. By the way, the move was just played by Carissa. Let's update to the current position, because she just played rook c2, which looks very logical. She's stopping rook a2 check, the move we have discussed already, and rook a5 is played now. Marco is going for one of the idea we mentioned, attacking the bishop and pushing the pawn, or he's still going to go for this knight e5 d4 idea?
He's going for your idea, but I don't like it. Sorry, Angelica.
You always don't like my ideas.
No, no. Actually, you told me this idea with limb leg
E5.
and almost e5 like in a heartbeat. Come on, Angelica.
No,
Like,
I'm joking, joking.
No, but on a serious note, I thought that this knight e5, d4, d3 was looking really fantastic, and he is going for the c5, d4. It seems so. It's probably still pretty great, but if we go back to this position where Carissa made a mistake, right here. What was the? I'm going to switch on the engine. I'll be stockfish. I'll say white.
Good question. What was missed?
Okay, like good luck. So, do you see the engine?
I don't see the move.
Okay, you don't see the engine? All right. Question to you. Find the best move for white.
Is it the only one?
I mean, everything is bad, but there's one move where white is having some chances.
Not so bad, yeah?
I mean, it's bad, but not so bad.
I mean, I was looking at some... yeah, I mean, rook c2 was one of the main moves we were discussing, when what she played, yeah?
But it's bad.
It looks very logical. I don't know, maybe pushing the pawns? h5?
It's bad.
It's bad.
Everything is bad, but something is even worse than...
Okay, king f2, king g2, king
It's
h3.
That's going to check.
Rook b1, bring in the rook.
It's bad. I don't know. Like, no, I mean, actually, rook b1 is normal move. You're threatening something, rook b7, etc. I see the confusion in your eyes, because, like, such moves are not jumping to the attention. You want me to tell the move?
Rook c4?
No, come on.
No.
Rook c4.
Okay, tell.
Okay.
Now I understand. Okay, but once you see this move, of course, you see the idea. Rook come to e7, but you have to find it.
Whatever.
Yeah.
People don't think like this. So the point is, you just put the rook at the e-file, somehow try to play rook e7 or king d. By the way, king d3, you stop knight e5. I mean, it is possible to pick up, but people are not built like this. Rook c2 is a very human move. It's also a passive move, unfortunately. And after rook a5, bishop f1, king d6, these are the last moves that were played. Here the Czech player is, what Czech player? What I'm doing? French player. He is getting closer to the pawn on f4. He wants to put the king on e5, play d4, and win the game, which also looks very convincing.
Yeah, the pawns are now going to marsh, and the bishop on g1 is going to be trapped. But another idea which you have to watch out for is bishop h2. So what Carissa wants to do is to target the pawn on f4, but will it be possible? Because now king e5 is coming, defending the pawn. Is there a way to find a second attacker for the pawn? I don't think so, right?
Well, maybe h5, g5, g6, something. But I have a feeling that black is going to push the d pawn. Maybe, how do you protect the knight? Again, you have to go back. Yeah. Rook a4. Wait, d4, d3 is not a threat. Wait a second.
It's not a threat anymore. Yeah, very tough position right now. So the last move was king d6, which was played by the French international master Marco Materia. Arturs, I think the pace slowed down, so I suggest it's a good moment for us to check, the critical moments of the other games, because we had so much excitement, happening at the same time on all of the boards, and I would love to go and see what went wrong for Alexandra. Just go deeper in the game of her against Vaishali.
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
Let's do it. I think we could keep the camera on the players so that we are not missing anything, and now try to analyze some stuff. Some missed stuff, where, by the way, there was this repetition of the moves. I don't know how far we have to go in Alexandra's game. I think about here. Yeah, so this was the moment. Maybe we were going to start with this moment. White was completely winning. Queen c3, rook e5, knight takes on d6, bishop d5. I have a feeling that this move, it startled Kosteniuk. Yeah, like what, bishop d5, what's going on? Like you take.
She was not ready for it.
No, she was not ready for this, and she had plenty of time. Look at this, at the clock situation, 39 minutes.
Yeah, she had a lot of time. That's also what we remember. And then she burned, at this moment, at least 20 minutes. And she played, she went for this extra pawn position, but f4.
Yeah,
Arturs,
f4 was
your move.
very clear, I think. 4, we discussed this, queen d6, f takes on e5, queen b6. Yeah, by the way, queen c5, very simple move. Takes, it's just an extra exchange. Oh, wait, you don't take on b3, you take on e4. But, yeah, white has such a beautiful activity here. I don't know what happened here.
Yeah, something definitely strange happened. I think because Alexandra had extra time on the clock, she spent around 20 minutes at this moment. Maybe she started seeing some lines. She was a bit afraid. She was scared to go for some lines. If she would have in this moment the same time as Vaishali, I think she would find this f4 idea and she would just go for it because it's completely winning. But no, she went for the variation where she has an extra pawn. Of course, it's completely winning again. Bishop is on d4, a super strong piece. And here, queen b4, going for the queen e1.
I understand it now. We talked about this position, and I thought it's completely winning, but the threat is queen b1 check. We thought that she's forcing the queen trade. It's a very bad feeling, you know. When you miss bishop d5, when you're winning, you miss queen b4 again, you start to doubt yourself. And this is why she was spending more time, because every single move, like, there's a surprise, and you're losing the connection to the game. And of course, it's still winning.
And if you play king g2 in this position?
No, she played queen c5.
If she would play king g2, what do you think? Just stepping away with a king? Can she do it?
You can, but there's some knight e7. It's winning, but it's... Black is somehow alive. Only up a pawn.
Wow, incredible. Like some constant resources from Vaishali, you know, finding this bishop d5, then queen b4, threatening the queen b1. You cannot really take the knight on g6. It's incredible.
No, I mean, this position is not winning by force.
And here queen is c5 if she would play instead of queen c6.
Yeah, she gave some counterplay. Queen d1, now there was a time scramble. Suddenly, yeah, this check is getting really annoying. Queen f3, knight e5, you start to see ghosts. Engine says you have to play h3, allow the check and walk away. Instead, she played human. Black played queen d2. Okay, black's position is difficult anyway. h4, b4 again. Queen b4 drops the pawn on f2. You cannot do this.
Pieces have to defend everything. And rook b3, another mistake. Could you play something like rook f3 offering a trade?
Rook f3. You have to do this. Rook f3, you want to trade off some pieces, but I think what she didn't like it here is that there's going to be a trade. King f3 and some knight e5.
Oh, wow.
King g2, but black cannot do this because the king is really exposed. Actually, it's not that difficult, to be honest. Like, you want to simplify the position a bit. Rook f3 made a lot of sense. She played rook b3, and suddenly after queen e2, it was not so clear.
Now you don't have rook f3 anymore.
No, you don't. King g1, another unfortunate move.
Do you have queen e3 coming back and offering a trade?
Probably. Queen g4, threatening knight takes on h4.
King h2. Oh, but then you can already calculate some sacrifices.
95, knight f3.
Oh, wow.
No, this is already very unclear, especially for a time scramble. So I think what she really wanted to do, she desperately wanted to get to the next time control. She repeated positions, and I think what's happened here is that she blundered that it's a trap of repetition. Very unfortunate for Alexandra, because if this position was with queen e2 to be played and she would have get an extra half an hour on the clock, she would play queen e3, whatever, the game would have continued extra half an hour on the clock, but quite a misplay position, but at least now we understand why it happened.
Very disappointing for the former women's world champion. She could have an opportunity to get extra 4 points today, to get even higher in the leaderboard, have more chances. But yeah, unfortunately, it did not happen. Comparing to the game of Limle against Cesar Dogmush, where it was perfect on time, that 41st move, Yes had a lot of time to think about, and it was a very critical moment in the game. But I think we have some games, some moves incoming in the current position.
Let's go to that game. And also, I wanted to check briefly the Xiao Tong versus Václav Finek. This game was where we're finishing a draw. Here, I think the last move was King D6 and H5. Just one move, really.
Okay, just one move. So what's the idea of Carissa? She want just to push. Okay.
Some pass pawn. No choice, really.
Okay.
King E5. I suppose you have to get the king not only closer to the pass pawns, but be able to push D4. And as soon as I think if black will be able to play D4, D3, it's going to be immediately be lights out.
Yeah, I fully agree. And we see that Marco is in full control, getting the position, but Arturs, I accept your suggestion. Let's go to the game of Tong Xiao and Václav Finek and take a look at what happened in the game, because we couldn't really understand. So many things were happening at the same time, and the players agreed on a draw after reaching move 41.
And I think we're going to start, where was this? This moment when white made a mistake. So bishop takes on b5. Takes on b5. The position, by the way, is still level. White had to play knight a5, by the way, right here. Knight a5, white is fine. So knight a5. If you take on c3, knight c3, queen takes on c3, probably...
Knight c6.
Yeah, knight c6. Even though, by the way, here, engine, funnily, still prefers black because of bishop c1. You want to give some checks and try to expose the white king.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing, right? The main idea of black.
Yeah, another idea is bishop a3, bishop c5, get the bishop on c5. This knight actually is useless. That's really funny. You think the knight is strong. It's useless.
That's maybe something what Václav Finek missed, that the knight on c6 doesn't really bring so much sense in the position, because it was after knight a5 that he agreed on a draw. So in this position, queen a6...
You first play queen a6.
Yeah, I know, but after the knight a5, he agreed on a draw.
Yeah, so they got to the same position. Now things are worse, clearly, for white, because the queen on a6 is misplaced. And while the game finished, we talked about this position briefly. Like, we're pretty surprised the game finished in a draw. Black could have continued with the same idea, bishop c1. Now, the idea is very simple. Like, at least you're threatening bishop a3, bishop c5. The other idea, big idea, is queen e1 check, king h2, bishop f4. And here I think that if white plays the human move knight c6, maybe this is what they saw, meaning queen e1 check is met by queen f1, and white is safe. There's this crazy move rook a8. Yeah.
That's absolutely insane. I mean, you're attacking the queen. If you take, there is almost, I mean, it's not almost, it's checkmate. We already proved it earlier. Oh my god. No, this is crazy.
Everything is coming with checks, with checks, and everything is falling apart. The queen a8 is disconnected. Checks here. Where's the mate, actually? You just collect the rook if you find nothing. Yeah, and then you figure things out. So this was winning, and white would have to really walk a tightrope after bishop c1. It's not knight c6, but according to an engine, it's queen f1. And then after queen c2, very difficult moves for white. Rook b6, bishop a3. It's just very unpleasant. I mean, check this out. Here, takes. D takes is the only move. The game would have continued for a while, but here, this is like the top choice of the engine. I don't know how human is all of this. I'll leave it up to you, the viewers, to decide. C7 apparently doesn't work because of bishop takes an f2, and there's a checkmate. I mean, this game still had a lot of life, but all right, they agreed to a draw, and I think the reason was, Angelika, that Václav felt actually that he missed his chances that there were before, or maybe he didn't really feel he has anything at any point.
You know, Arturs, what I think, somewhere in the back of his head, he had still this story from the round one, where against Marco Materia they agreed to draw, earlier than move 40, because according to the regulation there is a Sophia rule in this tournament. In the classical portion you are not allowed to agree on the draw before move 40. So, and it also shows for us the difference of the human evaluation and the engine evaluation. In his head he was thinking maybe a bit earlier that the game is like equal and probably it would be a good chance at some moment to offer a draw. Then reaching move 41, the opponent offers a draw and you look like, yeah, why not? And finally you're allowed to make a draw in this position. But definitely he didn't see some of these ideas and he probably under-evaluate his own position. But one more game is still happening at this moment, and someone who still has a chance to become a leader after this round is Marco Materia, because he has 10 points right now. No, actually 10 points. No, he will not be surpassing Václav, but he will be getting very, very close to him because Václav played a draw, so will be just 1 point behind. And it's Carissa Yip who is trying to survive this endgame. Arturs, what do you think about her chances in this one?
Well, not much really has changed in terms of the position because black is pushing forward those pawns. The idea, I think, is very clear, knight e5 and d4. I'm seeing that this rook on c2 is incredibly passive. It's not doing anything, like there's no moves, literally, on the second rank. If you lead the second rank, black is going to crash through. So perhaps Carissa is thinking that she's already lost because g5, maybe g5, knight e5, maybe this is what she's looking at. g5, knight e5, g6, takes it, h6. But do you really believe that this pawn is going to go anywhere? I don't think so. The bishop on g1 is pretty useless. It doesn't help you at all. So what are you even supposed to do here? Maybe bishop h2, king e5, and now that you don't allow the knight to get to e5, now you play g5, king e5, g6, takes, again h6 goes nowhere. Yeah. And here there's some rook a6, g7, and rook g6.
Bishop g1, maybe attacking the pawn on c5. You cannot do it.
You can't do it, but maybe you could do it actually earlier.
Yeah,
like
after
here.
rook a6.
Here, yeah? Yeah, something like this, but even this position, it feels... I wanted to say hopeless, and engine immediately says,
No.
Actually, why this is... Oh, wait, bishop f2. I'm missing bishop f2 from afar.
Oh.
That's what I'm missing.
Oh, yeah, bishop f2.
Otherwise, it's just dead lost, because if there's a trade, black plays knight e5, and he collects the other thing on f3.
So what does it mean for us?
I don't know. It means most likely that this game will be decided, that it's going to continue for a while, and we have about 15 minutes to chit-chat about, if not chess, then the local cuisine, what we are going to eat for the dinner, who is going to win the FIFA World Cup 2026, who are we cheering for? We could talk about the weather, we could talk about the viewers who are watching us, we could talk about all kinds of things.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree. Let's start maybe with the last evening, Last evening there was a semi-final for the FIFA World Cup. Arturs, question to you. Who were you rooting?
Who am I?
Who were you rooting last night?
Yesterday. Oh.
I think the whole world was rooting for...
The whole world was rooting
for
who?
For who you were rooting for.
No, to be honest, I was kind of feeling for England. But because David Howell,
I agree.
He wrote a couple of comments on social media, and he said something about cheering for England, and I was like, yeah, it would be actually great, if it would come home, but it did not happen. It did not happen, but yeah, it is what it is. By the way, we do have some chess stuff to show you, right?
Absolutely. So before the start of the tournament, we've conducted some nice interviews with our deal players of the Grandmaster Triathlon. So while we're waiting for the incoming moves, we suggest you to take a look and see what Vaishali had to say once she arrived to Biel.
I'm very happy to have with me the challenger for the World Championship crown in women's, and also a grandmaster from India, Vaishali Ramesh Babu. Vaishali, welcome to Biel one more time.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to be back here again.
Last time you participated 2 years ago in the challengers section of the Biel Chess Festival. You were the lowest seat, and then you got to the third place. But this year you're coming here, the World Championship Challenger. How different, what are your expectations, and how different would you say this year is for you?
First of all, I thank the organizers for inviting me here because it's one of my favorite tournaments. I really enjoyed following it and playing here, and I have a lot of good memories. I also made my final IM norm here in Biel Open 5 years ago. I'm very happy to be back here again, and the field is a bit different this time compared to the previous one which I played. We also have like 3 female players and 3 youngsters. I think if I'm not wrong, I'm like the second oldest participant in the event, which sounds a bit funny, and yeah, I'm very, very excited for the event.
And soon you're going to challenge the women's world champion for the crown. You know, does becoming the challenger has changed in some way how you see yourself as a player or your career?
Not so much as a player, but as a career. Like I always had a dream to become world champion, and it's like I'm right there now. So it's I mean, it's not clear when the tournament is scheduled, but it's something I've been thinking like about every day. It's running in my head, and yeah, it's I'm like mentally getting ready for it.
Well, wishing best of luck for you for that.
Thank you.
And I have some bit more fun questions to you. So first one is if you could choose any superpower during the chess tournament, but it would not help you during the actual game. So it would help you during the tournaments, but not during the games. Which one would you choose?
It should help during the tournament, but
not during the games.
Maybe my sleep routine. Sometimes my sleep is a bit shaky. It depends. Okay, if I'm playing bad game, then I'm not able to sleep and so on. So it's I think probably for many chess players it's like this. So probably I'll try to have some fixed sleep routine which doesn't affect anything.
So always to be rested.
Yeah,
and
all the way well rested. As it doesn't.
And if you could borrow one chess skill from another player in this tournament, whose skill would you choose? You can also choose from masters.
Yeah, I'm thinking from masters. Maybe something from Levan. I mean, his love for the game, like, I mean, he keeps playing. And I mean, whenever we see him playing, we also really, I mean, everyone loves watching him play. So it's something I really admire. His creativity on the board, like, I mean, I can go on adding things, but maybe probably everything from Levan.
Everything, all the skills.
All the skills, yes.
And also, you know, chess fans always find some new things about the players. So I want to ask you, what is something that the chess fans would be surprised to learn about you?
I think anything from me will be a surprise.
Tell us the funniest chess joke that you know, if you know any.
Chess joke?
Chess joke, yes.
So bad with jokes.
I have a question. Who is your role model and why?
I mean, like, I admire like many players, and I try to take like many things from like each one of them. For example, like I always admired Anand sir. I mean, he's someone I've always looked up to. Like when I'm growing, like 5-time world champion. I mean, he's also from Chennai, and now I'm also part of WACA, Westbridge Anand Chess Academy, and yeah, I always admired, and also Prag, like I mean, to have a like top professional at home, it's a blessing for me. Like to see him prepare, his passion for the game, and like his work ethics, like all these qualities I really admire. And I mean, he's also one of my role models. Yeah, so.
Amazing, and also you're becoming the role models for many rising female chess players. And final question that I have to you: if your chess style would be a movie genre, which one would it be?
Movie genre. something, don't know. I don't know, like playing style, like it evolves. Yeah, I think I try to keep it like as universal as possible, and sometimes it's like very aggressive.
So some melodrama, like I don't know, like
I don't know how to
melodrama.
put it.
Okay, thank you very much,
Yeah,
Michelle, and
thank
best of
you.
luck in the tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much. These are very tough questions.
Yes.
We hope you enjoyed the interview Vaishali gave before the start of the triathlon. Well, she had some tough start, chess 960 rapid, but today she managed to dodge the bullet against Alexandra Kostyniuk. But one more game is still ongoing in the Grandmaster Triathlon Generations Challenge. Arturs, we've seen that Marco Materia is improving his position. He's like, some octopus with, the legs is just squeezing the position against Carissa Yup. And King is now coming to e5. I don't see there are any squares for the bishop on h2. What is happening? Break it down for us.
I think what's happening is that Marco is just showing us how to get things done. And I think he wants to play king f5 and start to collect these pawns. A second, by the way, threat is to play rook h1. That's why here Carissa immediately plays g6. And I think this game is about to be honest, wrap up. Because I don't see how here white can possibly save the game. Meaning h takes on g6, h takes on g6. Black is simply going to play a rook a6, hit the pawn on g6, and the pawn is inevitably dropping. So maybe I think I'm entitled.
What about h6? So takes h6.
Yeah,
is there anything?
We talked about this, I think, in some different occasion. There's probably many moves, but the simplest one is rook a7.
Hg6 is on the board. Yep. Marco has just played. So it's now Carissa's turn. Will she capture or play h6?
Yeah. Takes, rook a6. Am I missing something?
Yeah, bishop g1. This is what we were discussing.
Wait,
this is the exact same line
you're
we were
right,
talking
you're right,
about.
You're right, you're right. You're completely right. You're absolutely right. Yes.
So does it mean that after pawn takes, black has to play king f6?
So I'm just going to put this variation on the screen again, yeah? This one.
Yeah.
Okay, so you still need to be accurate. All right, all right. Of course. What move did you recommend?
I think I don't like it anymore because king f6 allows take on f4. Pawn is hanging. King f6, bishop f4. You don't really want to give up the pawn.
Wait. Okay. Rook a6 is a move, but it allows white to play bishop g1. If I play rook h1, feels a bit counterintuitive.
Because g7.
Yeah, but I take with a check.
Yes, but then king goes to d3, and you cannot play rook g2 to stop the pawn.
We're commentators, we can test things, yeah?
Let's try to do it. So g7.
There's also king d3, but yeah, g7 takes.
But by the way, we have king f6 on the board right now, but let's follow this line. So rook takes and king d3, I was thinking in this position. And the problem is rook g2 you cannot play anymore because the rook is hanging.
How is it even a draw, by the way? I'm playing for the winner with white.
I think that there is a perpetual. Rook takes c2, promotion to the queen, and rook d...
Goodbye.
Okay. Wait a second.
I would wait to lose.
Okay, what about knight b2 instead of rook c2? Knight b2 check. And I guess you have to take on b2.
Okay, it's
wait,
ridiculous.
no.
No, it's ridiculous. Like
okay.
we don't have to test this. Yeah, it's just
Let's return to the current position because king f6 was played. So what Marco Materia is doing, he's giving up the pawn on f4. Carissa is capturing it. The moves are on the board already. Bishop f4, king g6. He still is up a pawn, but material is getting more and more limited. Arturs, I smell that somewhere could be some some harmony position, some balancing position from Carissa, because it's just 2 against 1 pawns.
It's very little material. Just a second. I am not convinced that this was the best. So we have to go back to this position. H takes, G6. I'm going to be shameless. I'm going to consult with the Almighty. So.
And what is it saying?
King f6 is a good move. But our dearest engine, it says you have to do this. After bishop g1, play king d6. I don't know.
Makes sense, because now the problem is on f4.
Yeah, but wait a second. If I go back, okay, this is some better version of the same line.
But why would it be better? Your rook is not so active. Maybe because the king is closer to the pawns.
Precisely.
Oh.
Okay, some very advanced
stuff. It's too deep. It's too deep.
Way too deep for my brain.
But anyway, the pawn is being taken, and now king is coming to f5 in the position.
And if you play bishop f2, I'm going to play rook a5. I'm going to get back with the king, rook a5. I think it's the only move which is on the board. No, I think Marco is doing pretty good job so far. It does feel like he could have been more accurate, but at least now he doesn't have to worry about the passed pawn. And all he needs to do is to get the king on e6. King d6, relieve the knight from its duties, play d4, and slowly win the game. But he has to be careful, because if white is able at some point to give up the exchange for the pawn and collect the other pawn, we might simply reach a theoretically drawn endgame.
Or maybe sacrificing the bishop for 2 remaining pawns. This is also possible, by the way. Just give up the bishop in some kind of scenario where you take both of the black pawn, and then there will be rook against rook and the knight, and it's another theoretical draw. So we are in here for a very long endgame, I think, Arturs. What do you say?
I don't know. Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's going to be long. Maybe it's going to be quick. But I think that white's plan is what we just described, and black is trying to get the king on c5 to defend this pawn. Let's say you play king d3. It actually allows me to play knight e5 check. And if you play king c3, I just collect the pawn. If you go here, I think once you get something like this, that's it. This game is done. As soon as black gets the pawn on d4, king on d5, there's no hope for white.
2 protected passers are definitely way too strong, and it's not really possible to hold them. And also Carissa is getting lower and lower in the clock. 7 minutes right now for her. She has still an increment. There is 30 seconds increment per each move that she is playing in this position. But yeah, a tough position for the 4-time US Women's Champion Carissa. For Marco, huge chance to shake up the leaderboard and get even closer to the leader.
Yeah, Václav Finnick might regret that early draw that he did after reaching the next time control against Shatong, because now this is, of course, excellent opportunity for Materia to get closer to the leader within 1 point only. By the way, we just saw king d6 played by the young Frenchman, protecting the pawn. For him, the plan is very clear. Remove the knight, play d4, and...
Enjoy?
Yeah, but what is white supposed to do? Push f4? But then the king could go back to f5.
You have to be always careful not to over push with your material, because right now king is on d6, of course, to defend the pawn, and knight e5, d4 would be a threat. But anytime you push the pawn, you can target it. And we have king, bishop g3 check. Where do you step away with the king? Is it c6?
Yeah, c6, I think. Makes perfect sense, and it was blitzed out.
Yeah.
f4, I think, by the way, there's going to be this great square, knight e6, knight f5. And then those pawns just start to roll forward. No, I think it's just hopeless, to be honest, for white. The rook on c2, like, if this rook was somewhere on h8, we could talk about some
different story.
Yeah, some checks, like try to push forward f-pawn. But the rook on c2, Carissa cannot activate it. Now she plays bishop f2. I think knight d6, knight f5 looks very reasonable.
Knight e5 maybe also.
Knight e5.
You have to watch out, but...
Knight g4. Yeah, knight e5 probably is also a move. I think it's all about pushing d4. It's all about getting the king on d5.
The problem is that whenever knight steps backward to d6, you cannot really push for d4 because there is a pin on the pawn on c5. So knight d6, this is the idea which of course Carissa is playing for, playing bishop on f2. Rook is spinning and x-raying the king on the c6. So Marco has to find a precise way to continue.
Absolutely, yeah. Maybe actually the downside of the move knight e6, I'm thinking, is that this would allow white to activate the rook. Let's say knight f5. Rook goes here. I'm going to be quite annoying with some checks. You have to go back. d4. Oh, this has got to be a win. I was thinking I could go after the knight. Knight e6, play f4. Knight e4, d3. I think that Marco would normally win this pretty convincingly in a blitz game probably, but of course here with the classical time control, he's making sure there's no funny stuff. He's not allowing his opponent any sort of counterplay. So the knight on c4 beautiful limits, of course, the rook on c2, but you need to push forward the d-pawn.
And you have to watch out for all the tricks, and for that reason we see that Marco is spending some time here. He sees, okay, I cannot yet push this d4 when I remove the knight because there is this x-ray, so I have to figure out where my pieces should stand, where do I want them, and also I'm wondering, what do you think, is trading the knight for a bishop, will it change somehow the evaluation, or it still will be better for black?
I think it's still winning for black, but how do you want to trade it?
No, I'm just wondering, in case of some pin on the knights, do we have to watch out as black trades of the bishops? Because, you know, whenever you're getting some positions in the endgame, you have to speculate. For example, let's say knight and the bishops are the what? Is it the same as it would have been, you know, or is it the same winning, or maybe not anymore, because the rook endgame are more tricky?
In general, yeah, I agree. The rook endgames are more tricky. I suppose we might get some sort of scenario like this where, let's say, Carissa puts the bishop on e3 and we could talk about it, yeah, if black is going to have to take it. But I think that also the principle is as follows. If black is not sure about the trade, he's never going to do it. Like earlier in this game, Materia already declined the rook trade because he was not sure if it's winning. And actually, Engine was saying it was not winning. And he's a bit hesitant here to play knight e6, knight f5. I think it's the reason that it allows white to activate the rook.
So for that reason, Marco is trying to be very precise here. He's under 7 minutes on the clock, but he's looking for the concrete idea and a line which has to play. It's not only about the next move, it's also about the series of the moves. He has to be really careful.
What about trading the rooks here? It's also something that you want to consider, like let's say rook b5, f4, and rook b2. I just want to get an easier to play position. f5, knight f5, f6, knight e5. Doesn't seem very easy to me. Engine
No,
actually
it's
says
not.
It's just a draw.
It's not.
No, I was thinking maybe it's just winning.
That's why I'm, of course, he has to be very careful with the trading of the rooks. His rook is super active, while white's rook doesn't really have many squares to go to. But at the same time, there are ideas for Carissa. I mean, there are some tactical opportunities, so it's not so easy to push the pawn to d4. So what French international master is trying to find is a concrete way how he can proceed without giving her a chance. Can he find it, Arturs? What do you think?
He's almost reaching the equator of the board and invading the opponent's territory.
And he plays rook a4? What a nice idea. He wants to push d4 right away without removing the knight, without removing the king. He just defends the knight on c4. d4 is incoming in the next move. King d5 after that, and there are no longer going to be any checks, any issues. What a nice find, Arturs, and what a precise move. I'm surprised.
I'm not surprised. Like, I think he's just playing great, but it's a great move. It's a great find. Like, he's playing really good chess. And we discussed about this d4, king d5. I gotta confess, I simply forgot about the idea. He can do it again because he had the rook at a4. Then he played rook a5. Now he's going back with rook at a4 to push d4. And I think we have to check this line with, if I'm going to pull up the analysis screen, after f4, d4, f5, I have a feeling that this pawn is not going to go anywhere. Basically the same scenario as earlier before, but still for Carissa, I think it does make sense at least to give it a try.
Yeah, she has to keep on trying. She has to try everything what she can. The f-pawn is the only single idea that she has in this moment. Just try to push the pawn further and further. And will she be able to?
Probably d3 is already somehow deciding, yeah, and you have no good place for the king. Some forks.
Definitely some forks incoming. The deep one is way too dangerous, but yeah, and also 5 minutes on the clock right now for Carissa. And see, she's just looking away from the board for a moment, then she's looking at Marco. I think this is about acceptance here. What would you say, Arturs?
Yeah, probably. But the longer the game continues, the more chances she probably has. I don't know. Like, she's doing a pretty good job, I think, overall, Carissa. F4, d4, immediately responded by the young Frenchman. A very good sign, of course, of a strong player. You spend some time during your opponent's think. Like f5, king d5, you really want to respond immediately.
Very confident. From international master from France. He also rapid and blitz champion of France. Super strong in those formats. Recently at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, he played against Magnus and he made a draw. One of the also great achievements that he has. Super strong in this time format. So when there is a problem on the clock, when he's low on the clock, he's definitely in control. This is where his best chess also can come to, and intuition and calculation. Absolutely incredible so far that we've seen from Marco.
Yeah. Doing really good job so far. Carissa is not giving up. Also, I think they are pretty encouraged by what they saw in the other game of Alexander Kosteniuk versus Vaishali. I'm pretty sure they are following from time to time what's happening in their other games of the tournament, and also, of course, the Masters section. Vaishali did the unthinkable, managed to escape a completely lost position. And this also encourages Carissa to continue, never give up. Nobody has made points by resigning early, even though Levon here earlier in the studio said that this was a recommendation to him by Peter Swidler, who actually does resign sometimes a bit early. So
and if we recall, and if we recall the game of Tong Shao against Václav Finek, for Finek, it was also the same rule applied. You know, you never get extra 1.5 points by agreeing to a draw a bit early. You know, Václav Finek had still a chance in the Generations Challenge to push in that endgame against Tong Shao. But yeah, we've had so far all draws, 5 draws, but this looks to be like the only decisive game that we will have in the round. The pressure is there. Carissa feels it. 3 minutes right now for her. Not too much time. And the pawns are rolling. King f3. What is her threat? Is it king e4? But you can just play king d5 in this position.
I think king d5 is very reasonable move. I think she wants to activate the rook at least. Rook e2, rook e8, rook d8, something. And I think that black already can push for the d-pawn. No, king d5. Yeah, it's a good move. Nice centralizing move. Look at this. I just built a beautiful box there.
Very beautiful box.
And
indeed.
relieve the rook from its duties.
And there it could be also idea to give a check with a rook on a3, because knight is now defended by the king on d5. So you have to watch out for this. And if king is too far away, then d3, d2 is just going to march forward. By the way, this is already a threat right now at this moment. d3, d2. Yeah. And at some moment, d1.
Or maybe first start with a check, push back the king further, so that it cannot block the pawn, and then you play d3, d2, and somehow promote the d-pawn.
Yeah, that's a huge threat right now in the position. And Carissa is taking time. 3 minutes for her. I'm not sure she'll be able to find how to continue this game. Very unfortunate. Carissa started the tournament, the classical portion, with a loss. Because, yeah, unfortunately, She was having a great position in the middle game in the opening. Okay, we see the move in the position right now. F5. She is trying.
Rook A3.
Rook A3, King E2 you cannot play because there is going to be a fork. So she will have to step away, but yeah, pawn will be just rolling.
And right now, I think here already Materia is looking for the forced win, right here. Yeah, so Rook A3 check. Let's say King F4, D3, the Rook walks away. No, Knight D5 instead. Okay, that's really
another check, because King E2 you cannot play. The pawn goes to D3 with a fork, so you have to step away to F4. But no, then after F4 there will be D3, so the only move to go to the G file, G3 or G2.
Yeah, and then you play C4 or something. Yeah, and also the knight on E5. Yeah, by the way, knight E5 is also another beautiful move.
Controlling fully the situation. I think we are seeing the last moments of the game here. Carissa down to 2 minutes, 30 seconds right now.
So do I.
King F4, wait, D3, and she's losing. She's stopping the clock. The game is over. Marco Materia scores a victory, getting 4 extra points to climb higher at the leaderboard. What a crazy end of the game.
Yeah, very, very precise game by the young Frenchman who scores a pretty important victory here. This also marks the only game which ended with a decisive result today, even though we had some chances. And here you see these are the results of both Masters and Generation Challengers. Once again, a small roundup what happened in round 3. Jose Martinez versus Levon Aronian was a pretty quick draw. Players played the game to the pure perfection, meaning the game was very symmetrical until the very end. Matthias Bluba versus Aydin Suleimanli had some fireworks early on in the opening phase, but it fizzled out to a solid draw. Yezer Domush versus Limle also was quite peaceful until in the end of the first time control. It was the Vietnamese Grandmaster who kept asking some questions to Erdomush, but he answered all of them correctly. Shatong versus Václav Fidek finished in a draw where the tournament leader Fidek had an excellent chance to press on, but apparently he didn't really know how good is his position. We just saw Marco Materia defeating Carissa Yip in a beautiful positional game, and of course finally also Alexandra Kostyuk had excellent winning chances versus Vaishali, but the Indian player managed to survive.
What a wild round, and we see now the current standings after round 3 of the Grandmaster Triathlon here at the Biel Chess Festival in Generations Challenge. The victory of Marco managed to get him to the second spot, just 1 point behind the leader Václav Finek with 15 points. He's super close and Václav has to watch out. We have Shatong with 11.5 points, Alexander Kostyuk with 8.5, Carissa Yip 7 points, still trying to climb back, and Vaishali with only 5 points, 10 points below the leader. What about Masters?
In the Masters, we still have a shared lead between Levon Aronian together with the 3-time winner Lim Le from Vietnam. They have 13.5 points. Aydin Suleimanli also is within the striking distance with 10.5 points. Then we have Yezer Domush, Matthias Blubam, Jose Martinez, and of course we have 2 more rounds in the classical tournament. Everything might change very quickly because every victory is awarded 4 points, but the action is only heating up because we're officially in the midway or the equator of the Biel Chess Festival.
Arturs, absolutely. What a wild round we had. Maybe by result it was not so wild, but we definitely enjoyed so many crazy moments. Tomorrow we're going to continue with the round number 4 with the classical portion of the Grandmaster Triathlon. After that, we're going to have Blitz and final stage, but these are the pairings for tomorrow. In the Master, we'll have Levon Aronian facing with white pieces against Lim Le, 2 leaders. What a clash we'll have, probably the game of the round for sure. Aydin Suleimanli with white pieces are going to take on Yezer Domush, 2 youngsters that we have here in the field. And Jose Martinez will face Matthias Blubaum, another exciting matchup to follow.
In the meantime, in the Generation Challengers, we see the tournament leader Václav Fidek, who is going to take on Vaishali, the World Championship Challenger. Very important game, obviously, like every single round. Marco Materia is going to try to capitalize on his momentum. He's going to take on Alexandra Kostyuk, and for Alexandra, this is going to be a tough moment because, I mean, today she missed the victory, and now she's going to face the very ambitious young Frenchman. Xiaotong managed to survive a bullet today. He's going to play with the white color. Tomorrow against Carissa Yip for Carissa. Still maybe a chance to try to catch up with the leaders, but of course, every single round there's a lot of surprises, twists in the time scramble, so I have a feeling that something unexpected might still happen.
I fully agree, because players understand they have to stay in the top 4 or 3 in order to go into the finals, and those 2 final rounds of the classical portion are extremely important. So tomorrow we'll continue with the round number 4 at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time here from Biel. Dear viewers, we're looking forward to see you tomorrow. Have a great evening. See you.